The Great Northern Emperor has existed ever since the era of the ancient heavenly city. As such, he naturally had some knowledge on the matters of the ancient heavenly city's divine beast department, especially considering that he clearly had a good relationship with Slow-Witted Song. Song Shuhang listened and said with a smile, "So that's the case. No wonder I've been getting the feeling that Sage Monarch Melon Eater's appearance was really similar to my illusory core's." Sage Monarch Melon Eater said with dissatisfaction, "My appearance is similar to your illusory core? Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, are you saying that I'm as round as a ball?" An illusory core was the framework for a golden core, so all illusory cores were illusory spheres. With that said, could fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song be saying that he was fat? Although he was a whale and his volume was quite large, he was only a little plump and definitely not fat. Interestingly, when Song Shuhang mentioned his illusory core, Sage Monarch Melon Eater did not think that Shuhang's realm was at the 4th stage. Sage Monarch Melon Eater had subconsciously thought that Song Shuhang was simply referring to when he was at the 4th stage. After all, Sage Monarch Melon Eater had the impression that Song Shuhang's strength was definitely at the 8th stage realm. Song Shuhang explained, "Fellow Taoist Melon Eater, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to mock your size. What I practice is the 33 Divine Beasts technique, which has caused my illusory core to be different from that of ordinary cultivators. Mine has taken on the form of a giant whale." Huh! Sage Monarch Melon Eater's whale face showed great surprise. One had to take note that it was difficult for Melon Eater to even make such a rich facial expression being a whale. "You shouldn't try to deceive me just because I seem uncultured. In fact, I am someone who possesses several doctoral degrees. Don't lie to me. I've lived so long, yet I've never heard of anyone's illusory core growing into the shape of a whale." This was what Sage Monarch Melon Eater was expressing. Su Clan 16 blinked. The same went for her. She had never heard of anyone's illusory core being in the shape of a whale. As for the monster bird, Little Kai, she showed no interest in the topic. After all, she was a monster cultivator and her path was different from that of humans until she managed to condense a monster core. Sure and Lady Onion, on the other hand, were still unaware of anything related to what was happening. Finally, the Great Northern Emperor looked at Song Shuhang with curiosity. He held his chin and said, "Little friend Song, as far as I know, there shouldn't be a difference between the illusory cores of ordinary cultivators and those of the Divine Beast Department. This is also the first time I've ever heard of anything like what you're saying, a giant whale-shaped illusory core." It was now Song Shuhang's turn to be dumbfounded. Cultivators who practiced the 33 Divine Beasts technique did not have such a mutation. So what had happened to his illusory core? Could it be that Senior White's modified 33 Divine Beasts technique was special? Alternatively, was it because he had directly skipped quite a few things and experienced the divinity show, the profound sage speech, and condensed his sage seal when he transcended the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage, thus causing his illusory core to mutate? Or perhaps it was because of both of those things having happened that his illusory core mutated. Regardless, at this moment, Song Shuhang understood that his illusory core was definitely different from that of others. The Great Northern Emperor said, "I've always felt like you were quite an interesting little fellow. Sure enough, you're indeed special." Not only was Song Shuhang's light of virtue related to fairy #% his ghost spirit was even the daughter of Chenglin and a valiant man surnamed Yi. The Great Northern Emperor still believed that Yi Si was the child of some powerful man surnamed Yi, who had done it with Chenglin. These two of his friends were coincidentally brought together to little friend Song through fate, as you would expect from at #% and Chenglin. Then he checked Song Shuhang's state, and sure enough, inside his origin dantian, there was a fat whale illusory core lazily lying around, motionless. The core which took the shape of a giant whale really did appear to have been based on Sage Monarch Melon Eater's ancestor. That divine beast should have been called Divine Whale, or maybe, Whale God. It was really a situation where the illusory core had taken the form of a divine beast. The great Northern Emperor, who had lived ever since the ancient era, had never encountered such a thing. I wonder what it will end up looking like once Shuhang reaches the 5th stage realm and condenses a golden core. Will he directly condense a 7 or 8 pattern golden core? Or could it even directly turn into a supreme golden core with 9 dragon patterns? Or perhaps, simply a whale-shaped golden core would be condensed? The great Northern Emperor found himself very curious. It was unfortunate that little friend Song had only just transcended the tribulation of the 4th stage, and it was still going to be quite a while before he transcended the tribulation of the 5th stage. However, I could probably try to lay a firmer foundation for him while he's at the 4th stage so that he can ascend to the 5th stage much faster, the great Northern Emperor thought to himself. As an immortal, the great emperor rarely encountered anything that could interest him. As a consequence, the great formation which the great emperor was setting up underwent some changes. The location reserved for Song Shuhang had become much more complicated. In this way, when Sage Monarch Melon Eater went through the body-abandoning ceremony, Shuhang would be able to gain greater benefits. Half an hour later, the great Northern Emperor clapped his hands and said, "Done." With the great Northern Emperor's strength, he could set up ordinary formations with a single thought. However, this body-abandoning formation was a bit special. In addition, as the great emperor had changed some details in the formation halfway through, the entire large formation took him quite a while to complete. At this moment, below everybody's feet, there was a roughly 10-kilometer wide formation. The great Northern Emperor used his magical powers to conceal the formation. With this, the formation won't leak any of its aura, making it such that ordinary people would be unable to detect it. Sage Monarch Melon Eater, you can go to the very center of the formation. After you complete the body-abandoning ceremony, I'll take your fleshly body and extract the blood essence from it, said the great Northern Emperor. No problem, Sage Monarch Melon Eater said. But Senior, can you extract the blood essence from my body after I leave? To watch one's own body be cut and robbed of its blood essence would simply cause one's heart to feel really stifled. The great Northern Emperor replied, "Relax, I won't let you see any part of it." The great emperor would definitely not refuse such a reasonable and small condition. He was a very amiable immortal. At least when he was with friends, he had always been more reasonable. As for you, little girl, you can go stand at the southern center, the great Northern Emperor said. Then, he stretched out his hands and lifted Su Clan 16 up into the air, sending her towards the southern center. However, in the middle of doing this, the great Northern Emperor suddenly paused. Su Clan 16 looked at the great emperor in confusion. The great Northern Emperor exclaimed out in surprise, "Eh?" Song Shuhang quickly asked, "Is something wrong, Senior?" It couldn't be that there was a problem with Su Clan 16, right? This is really outside my expectations, ha ha ha. The great Northern Emperor suddenly laughed as he turned toward Song Shuhang and gave him a wink. "It seems that I've still looked down on you, little friend Song." Huh? Song Shuhang was at a loss. What did this have to do with him? There's no need to say anything more. Little girl, with your identity, the southern center is not suitable for you. Let's change your location. You can go to the eastern center, there you can greatly increase your strength, it is quite good. After the great Northern Emperor said this, he once again stretched out his hand. A gentle force supported Su Clan 16 as she descended towards the eastern center of the formation. Su Clan 16 felt moved and said, "Thank you, great emperor." The great Northern Emperor said, "Don't mention it, it wasn't much work at all." After dealing with Su Clan 16, the great emperor looked at the several other little fellow Taoists who were beside Song. He wanted to see if there was anything special about these little friends. A monster bird, huh? There seems to be nothing special about it no matter how I look at it, the great Northern Emperor thought to himself. Moreover, the talent of the monster bird was also very ordinary. "Little monster, what is your relationship with little friend Song?" the great northern emperor asked. "I am teacher's disciple, virtuous Buddhist sabresman." Little Kai replied loudly. "Oh, you're actually his disciple. Not bad. Virtuous Buddhist sabresman, have I heard of this Taoist name?" The great northern emperor held his chin as he fell into thought for some time. However, after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't remember where he heard the name. Anyway, with the Taoist name of this little monster bird sounding familiar to him, he also treated her with quite some interest. "Alright, you can go to the south belongs to the vermilion bird. Although you're merely a little monster bird, you're a bird nonetheless," the great northern emperor said. Afterward, he stretched out his hand and sent little Kai to the southern center. Next, he looked at lowly Sure. She was a very cute human girl with above-average talents. She was already at the second stage realm despite her young age, and her foundation was also very solid. The great northern emperor asked, "Is this little girl also your disciple?" Song Shuhang shook his head and said, "Sure is a junior from Fairy Liechi's sect. She can be considered my junior sister." "Junior sister, there really doesn't seem to be anything special about her." The great northern emperor pinched his chin, but when he heard the words, Fairy Liechi, his heart suddenly moved. This was a feeling that only those at the immortal level could experience. Although it was his first time hearing the name, Fairy Liechi, he was already able to feel that there was a connection between the person behind the name and himself. The great northern emperor looked at Song Shuhang and asked, "Who is Fairy Liechi?" "She's a beautiful senior of our group," Song Shuhang replied, but when it came to introducing Fairy Liechi, he couldn't seem to sum it up in a few words. "I feel that this Fairy Liechi and I have some karmic ties," said the great northern emperor. "That can't be. You have never met Fairy Liechi before, right?" Song Shuhang said, but just as he said that, he suddenly realized something. Fairy Liechi also had a fairly interesting identity. She was Chenglin's twin. The path of immortality that Jade Lake Empress Chenglin took was to nurture new life. On one occasion, when the Jade Lake Emperor gave birth to a new child, she had given birth to another girl at the same time, and that extra girl was Fairy Liechi. Fairy Liechi had truly come to be through a buy one get one free deal. The great northern emperor asked, "Did something come to mind?" Song Shuhang nodded. He then used the secret voice transmission method to communicate with the great emperor. He did this because it involved Fairy Liechi's privacy, so it was better not to publicize it. Fairy Liechi is the younger twin sister of Empress Chenglin. Song Shuhang transmitted this to the great northern emperor. The great northern emperor, he was staring at Song Shuhang with a, "You are kidding me, right?" expression. He and Chenglin had known each other since the era of the ancient heavenly city. Moreover, he'd had a very good relationship with her before the destruction of the city. As for how good their relationship was, Chenglin had even participated in the construction of the Palace of Winter where he lived. Additionally, even after his home was built, Chenglin was given the permission to come and go as she pleased. Such a relationship had surpassed that of ordinary friends. If it weren't for the destruction of the ancient heavenly city, there was even a possibility that he and Chenglin would have ended up as Tao companions. However, as the destruction of the ancient heavenly city was due to Chenglin, the great northern emperor's feelings for her became very complicated, and so the love and the hate had become entangled. Therefore, after hearing that Chenglin had a daughter named Yi, although the great northern emperor was laughing on the surface, his heart was in a gigantic mess. Although he knew from the moment the ancient heavenly city was destroyed that there was no longer a possibility of anything happening between them, when he heard that Chenglin and a man surnamed Yi had conceived a daughter, the great northern emperor's heart still fell into a state of turmoil. However, he had never heard about Chenglin having a younger twin sister. This matter is complicated, and it is specifically related to Fairy Chenglin's path to immortality. Song Shuhang transmitted his voice once again. The great Northern Emperor said, Chenlin's path to immortality. Yes, I know about it. Her path is to conceive a new life. Several times, when she conceived, I had been the one to guard her. However, as he was halfway through what he was going to say, he suddenly thought of another possibility. Wait, is it possible that Chenlin gave birth to twins once and Fairy Lychee is the younger sister? Though the possibility was extremely low, it really did seem to be possible. If Chenlin wanted to do something, then she should be able to find a way to accomplish it. Song Shuhang nodded. The great Northern Emperor looked up at the sky, and said, F***ck. The Jade Lake Empress, Chenlin, was truly a very, very, very complicated woman. Wait. Since Chenlin could even give birth to twins, what about that daughter of hers? In this world, was there really a man surnamed Yi who could conquer Chenlin and get her to willingly give birth to his children? The Jade Lake Empress was not a woman who was so easily conquered. The great Northern Emperor asked, Little friend Song, can I ask you who is Yi Si's father? Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders, and sent a secret voice transmission. Since you're asking about it, you should have already guessed it. Anyway, it is as you imagine. Yi Si was also birthed by Fairy Chenlin. However, she did not use her path, which could conceive life, but directly conceived her after getting pregnant. As such, Yi Si isn't Fairy Chenlin's sister, instead, she's her daughter. The great Northern Emperor listened to Song Shuhang, let out a long sigh, and after a while let out a sigh of relief. It felt truly great to him that Chenlin had not actually gotten together with any man surnamed Yi. However, Chenlin was still a very, very, very complicated woman nonetheless. The great Northern Emperor changed the way he was looking at Song Shuhang. Then he said very seriously, Little friend Shuhang, take good care of Yi Si. Song Shuhang responded, Huh? It felt as if the great Northern Emperor had become another person. This time, his tone carried a hint of affection, which caused Song Shuhang to have goosebumps. In short, don't let her suffer. Even though she might currently only be your ghost spirit, do take good care of her. Even if you get a Tao companion in the future, don't ignore her feelings. But then again, if her hobbies are like her mother's, your Tao companion would be her Tao companion. It won't be that big of a deal, the great Northern Emperor murmured. As he spoke, the great Emperor's heart faintly ached. He said all this because in those years, the ancient heavenly city's belle, Fairy #% had also been deeply in love with the Jade Lake Empress Chenlin. As such, Fairy #% was one of the great Emperor's greatest love rivals. However, they had always remained on good terms. F***ck, those memories are coming to my mind once again. Love was really complicated. Even for immortals, love would still constantly bring one pain and cause one to be unreasonable. Song Shuhang, he subconsciously didn't want to think about the great Northern Emperor at this moment. His current state seemed to be very troublesome. Fortunately, the other party recovered quickly. Since this little girl is a junior of Fairy Lychee, I'll take a good look at her. The great Northern Emperor once again checked the attributes, physique, and talent of Xue. Unfortunately, your strength is truly too low, and only at the second stage realm. I will shrink down the Western Center a little bit so that you stand there and gain the most benefits. It will be a little painful at that time, so you have to hold on. Xue's eyes were bright as she gritted her teeth, and said, Rest assured, Senior, I will definitely be able to bear it. The great Northern Emperor smiled, and said, Good child, you've got this. He stretched out his hand and sent Xue to the Western Center. At the same time, he modified the Western Center and shrunk it down a little. The energy that the formation had was simply too much for Xue, and could end up hurting her. Finally, the great Northern Emperor looked at Lady Onion. At first glance, she looked like an ordinary monster onion that grew on an enlightenment stone. However, if one were to take a closer look at her, they would be able to see that the meridians of this monster onion were exactly the same as that of a human. Although she was only at the second stage realm, Lady Onion already had a physique that countless monsters desired. Since she was born, this young green onion had been standing at the endpoint which many monster cultivations desired to reach. The Great Northern Emperor asked, "This green onion is really not bad. Her foundation is very good. Could she be your monster pair?" "Indeed," Song Shuhang said. In fact, even Lady Onion herself had already accepted the identity of a monster pet, which was a cruel fact. Although Lady Onion would still verbally reject the identity of being a monster pet, the karmic ties between her and Song Shuhang had been unceasingly increasing, causing her to be unable to leave Song Shuhang even if she wanted to. "Since she's your monster pet, then she can stay in the northern center. That's the location of life, so the benefits she will gain will definitely not be small," the Great Northern Emperor said. He then stretched out his hand and sent Lady Onion to the northern center. After doing all this, the Great Emperor brought Song Shuhang and threw him to the center that was directly facing Sage Monarch Melon Eater. This allowed Song Shuhang and Sage Monarch Melon Eater to see each other eye to eye. The Great Northern Emperor said, "This is the special modification I did on the formation center just for you. In a while, once the body abandoning ceremony starts, you will be able to gain the most from standing here. This will allow a very firm foundation to be formed within your body. I think quite highly of you, and hope that you can ascend the 5th stage earlier. Senior, is there something that you need my assistance with?" Song Shuhang suddenly asked. To Song Shuhang, there simply seemed to be something wrong with the Great Northern Emperor today. It was like the Great Emperor had taken the wrong medicine, and suddenly started treating him especially well. Song Shuhang was especially unaccustomed to the Great Emperor showing love. "Just practice hard, that will already be enough for me. Don't think so much, you helped me come back to life, and that already makes me owe you everything." The Great Northern Emperor vigorously patted Song Shuhang, and said, "Get ready. Everyone, start using your meditation techniques and your cultivation techniques, I'm about to activate the formation." After he said that, the Great Northern Emperor rose into the air, floating above the large formation. Sage Monarch Melon Eater shouted, "Senior Great Emperor, what am I supposed to do?" He was the main character of this body-abandoning ceremony, yet the Great Emperor actually didn't tell him what he was supposed to do at any point of the process. His heart was currently in panic, he felt like he had just been baited into a trap. The Great Northern Emperor gravely said, "You don't have to do anything. You just have to wait there quietly. After the formation has been fully activated, simply follow your instincts. Remember, when you break out of your body, follow your instincts, don't go against them." Sage Monarch Melon Eater nodded, and his body floated at the center of the formation. At this time, just when the Great Northern Emperor was about to activate the formation, he suddenly saw Fairy #% behind Song Shuhang making some movements. She broke away from Song Shuhang, and then quickly ran into an empty center. Such a matter did not need anybody else's guidance for her at all. The corners of the Great Northern Emperor's mouth rose. Sure enough, some of Fairy #%'s consciousness was still hidden within little friend Song Shuhang's light of virtue. When he designed the large formation just now, he had intentionally left a spot that was most suitable for Fairy #%. And, as he expected, she really ran there. Whether it is at #%, Cheng Lin, or the Golden Dragon, or the existences related to them, they are gathering by this little friend's side. Slow-Witted Song, could you be doing all this in the dark? The Great Northern Emperor mused. Song Shuhang obviously was not Slow-Witted Song, this was something that he was certain of. Although he had mistaken Shuhang for Slow-Witted Song when he'd first seen him, when he took a closer look, he noticed that the two of them were completely different. Moreover, Slow-Witted Song had no means of reincarnation or rebirth, so Song Shuhang could definitely not be a reincarnation of Slow-Witted Song. However, what was certain was that a relationship between Slow-Witted Song and Song Shuhang existed. After confirming that fairy #% had arrived at her designated spot, the Great Northern Emperor raised his hands, and activated the large formation. The entire formation made from Sage Monarch Melon Eater's blood burst out with dazzling golden lights that enveloped everyone in the formation. Even if the Great Northern Emperor had used some measures to conceal the aura of the large formation, there were still some powerful existences that were able to sense the changes in the ocean. From the middle of the golden light, a great amount of power of virtue emerged. The power of virtue gathered towards Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body. Sage Monarch Melon Eater experienced terrifying pain. It was as if there were hundreds of billions of small knives that carved into his body, cutting his flesh as they did so. He wanted to struggle and get out of the large formation. However, his intuition told him to stay put. To not move even a single muscle. At this time, he just had to be patient and hold on. This was the most important part of the abandonment of his physical body. With the activation of the large formation, there was an indescribable amount of energy that came from Sage Monarch Melon Eater and flowed into the large formation, and subsequently into each of the centers. Song Shuhang only felt a warm feeling all over his body. The feeling was as comfortable as when one soaked themselves inside a hot spring. Moreover, the fat whale illusory core, inside his life dantian had left its lazy state as it moved around in great excitement. It greedily absorbed the energy that came from the formation, solidified, and finally finished completely forming. Song Shuhang had finally stepped into the real fourth stage, and was no longer at the semi-fourth stage realm. Song Shuhang felt a feeling of fullness coming from his original dantian. The fat whale illusory core grew larger and larger, and it even seemed like it would soon fill up the entire dantian. Sage Monarch Melon Eater was a profound sage at the peak of the 8th stage realm, so when he went through the body-abandoning ceremony, huge amounts of his power would spread all around him. Nonetheless, due to his special cultivation technique, the power that spread out was very pure and refined. In order to give Song Shuhang the strongest foundation for the 4th stage, the Great Northern Emperor adjusted the formation so that the center which Shuhang was at would receive the power extracted from Sage Monarch Melon Eater to the greatest extent. As such, merely a few breaths of time after the formation was activated, Song Shuhang's fat whale illusory core had already received an amount of spiritual power that was equivalent to several months of painstaking practice plus support of the Sage Seal. The fat whale illusory core simply swelled like a balloon, and eventually really did fill up the entire original dantian. Song Shuhang's belly inflated as a feeling of fullness overcame him. He faintly got the feeling that he had to pee. To get such a feeling at such a critical time, it truly felt quite awkward. Of course, this feeling was completely a psychological illusion that Song Shuhang got. The original dantian existed at the lower abdomen position of a person, but in fact, its existence was very mysterious. When cultivators cultivated, the capacity of the original dantian would constantly expand with the continuous improvement of their power. The capacity of the original dantian of a 4th stage cultivator was more than 1,000 times that of a 2nd stage cultivator. If normal logic was applied, the entire body of a 4th stage cultivator should become filled by their original dantian, making it impossible for the body to contain it. However, the changes in the size of the original dantian could only be detected by one's inner sight. When one no longer used their inner sight, the size of the original dantian would not appear to have changed at all. In short, the original dantian was just like a spatial bag. The space within it could be increased through upgrades, but its appearance would not change, which was actually very interesting. Above his head, the Great Northern Emperor kept an eye on Song Shuhang's physical condition. It's really interesting that his illusory core could actually expand to such an extent, the Great Northern Emperor thought to himself. The larger the illusory core, the more spiritual energy it would be able to contain. The fact that it could contain more spiritual energy meant that its master would also have more spiritual energy to use to form the golden core dragon patterns once he reached the 5th stage realm. Although the amount of one's spiritual energy was not the only factor that determined the number of dragon patterns that their golden core had, the more spiritual energy their illusory core could contain, the better their chances for more patterns. Several breaths of time passed. Song Shuhang's fat whale illusory core was still inflating, it even seemed like his original dantian was going to burst. Cold sweat began to flow down his body as his dantian began to send signals of sharp pain. One should know that his original dantian was already much larger than that of ordinary cultivators. When he had reached the 2nd stage, Venerable White had used on him the chi storage expanding technique, which increased the capacity of his dantian. After that, he experienced a series of fortuitous encounters, practiced several kinds of body tempering techniques, and even took the Demodragon medicine. Then, when he reached the 4th stage realm, he even experienced the divinity show, the profound sage speech, and condensed a sage seal. All of this caused his dantian to grow even further. Although he had just reached the 4th stage, the size of his original dantian already surpassed that of peak 4th stage realm cultivators, approaching that of a 5th stage cultivator. However, even if this were the case, his original dantian felt like bursting right now. No, if I continue this way, my original dantian will really be done for. Song Shuhang thought to himself. If his original dantian exploded, his life as a cultivator would come to an end. As such, he tried to interfere with the fat whale illusory core to prevent it from further expanding. But at that same moment, a strange aura came from the formation center, arriving at Song Shuhang's body. This aura skillfully entered his body and squeezed into his original dantian. Don't be nervous and calm down. I will be at the side protecting you. In his ear, the voice of the great Northern Emperor echoed. At the same time, that strange aura showed its true appearance. It was the aura of a divine beast that had been refined by the formation. It appeared to originate from the aura of sage monarch Melon Eater's ancestor, the divine whale. After this aura entered his original dantian, it quickly merged with Song Shuhang's fat whale illusory core. The fat whale illusory core finally stopped expanding, and it began to evolve, becoming more and more lifelike. At the beginning, it was still an illusory core, just that it had some very small details which set it apart from the others. But now, every scale and every strand of hair of the fat whale illusory core became extremely vivid and detailed. This was what the great Northern Emperor meant when he told Song Shuhang that his luck was quite good. Song Shuhang practiced the huge whale chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique. The original dantian within his body had yet to be fully formed, but he ended up encountering sage monarch Melon Eater, who had the bloodline of the divine whale. If no one had intentionally set it all up, it could only be said that Song Shuhang's luck was truly heaven-defying. However, the great Northern Emperor felt that it was more likely that someone had set things up. He believed so due to Song Shuhang telling him about that strange, divinatory stick when he was explaining what had happened between him and sage monarch Melon Eater. It looked like someone had been secretly guiding sage monarch Melon Eater to approach Song Shuhang at just the right time. If this was the case, the great Northern Emperor felt that it might be the doing of his death-seeking friend, Slow-Witted Song. But it could not be ruled out that Song Shuhang truly had heaven-defying luck. It was possible that when the divinatory stick performed the divination, it only divined the opportunity for sage monarch Melon Eater to ascend to the 9th stage, and it was just a coincidence that Melon Eater was close to Song Shuhang at that time. At this point, the fat whale illusory core had been completely reborn, and began to calm down inside Song Shuhang's original dantian. However, as it was already the same size as his dantian, it wasn't able to move at all. Song Shuhang observed it by using inner sight. A very suitable way to describe the changes that happened to the fat whale illusory core would be to make a comparison between a 240p video and a 4K video. Now, I can finally be regarded as a genuine fourth-stage cultivator, right? Song Shuhang thought. Just as he was in thought, the head of the fat whale illusory core began to spray out water. A whale spraying out water was nothing strange. But the thing was that, this was an illusory core. An illusory core could spray out water? The fat whale illusory core spewed out a very pure amount of spiritual energy. It was the spiritual energy that entered Song Shuhang's body through the sage seal and the formation center under his feet. After the spiritual energy burst out, Song Shuhang's dantian began to expand and strengthen itself in a stable way. The spiritual energy spewed out by the fat whale first integrated into Song Shuhang's original dantian, strengthening and expanding it. After the expansion, it went on to strengthen itself again, then expand again, and so on. It was a kingly expansion of territory. This expansion method did not cause Song Shuhang to feel any pain, but rather actually felt very comfortable to him. I wonder how much it will expand. Boom, Song Shuhang's original dantian violently shook. The original dantian seemed to have broken through a certain boundary through its crazy expansion. That was actually the boundary between the fourth stage realm and the fifth stage realm. This meant that the capacity of Song Shuhang's original dantian had forcibly expanded to the level of someone at the fifth stage realm. At the beginning, his original dantian was already completely filled by the fat whale illusory core, and now it suddenly expanded to a size that could accommodate 4 fat whale illusory cores. Furthermore, the expansion process had not stopped. With the continuous influx of energy that came from the formation center below his feet and the addition of the spiritual energy from the sage seal, his original dantian expanded infinitely. In Song Shuhang's consciousness, the original dantian expanded to a size large enough to accommodate 10 fat whale illusory cores before it finally stopped growing. This was the limit of his current body. If the level of his scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha were higher, and he took a few more vials of Demodragon medicine to strengthen his constitution, then his original dantian could continue to expand. The fat whale illusory core had also finally stopped spewing out water. In the next moment, the large formation and the sage seal were fully opened, and a continuous stream of refined spiritual energy came pouring into Song Shuhang's original dantian. Afterward, through the circulation of the 33 divine beasts technique, the spiritual energy was transformed into innate true yuan that belonged to Song Shuhang, which went on to fill up his entire original dantian. Now, the fat whale illusory core was no longer stuck in place, and was able to float up and down within the innate true yuan that filled the original dantian. Song Shuhang could not help but clench his fists. That long-lost feeling of brimming with energy had finally returned. At this time, he felt as if he had endless energy and could destroy everything. The great Northern Emperor looked at Song Shuhang, and couldn't help but think to himself, his appetite is really big. At this time, the benefits of Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body abandoning ceremony were just about to finish. With the huge amount of energy that entered Song Shuhang's body, the great Northern Emperor thought that he could have at least formed a few immortal bones. Unexpectedly, the benefits were already almost over, but Song Shuhang was only able to finish condensing his illusory core, and most of the strength was used to expand his original dantian. Time is running out, so hurry up and try to condense an immortal bone, the great Northern Emperor said to Song Shuhang. Cultivators at the fourth stage had to create 9 immortal bones. This was the most crucial point for their ascension to the fifth stage. Each immortal bone had to be condensed with great care to provide them with a solid foundation. The original intent of the great Northern Emperor had been to use the formation to have Song Shuhang condense his first immortal bone. Condensing the first immortal bone through the formation that possessed the divine whale bloodline would definitely bring him great benefits in the future. Right, the immortal bones were the objectives of cultivators at the fourth stage realm. After being reminded by the great Northern Emperor, Song Shuhang jolted awake from that feeling of power. He started circulating the fourth chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique that had been modified by Senior White, and began to attempt consolidating his immortal bones. Previously, because the fat whale illusory core had yet to be completely formed, most of the energy that entered his original dantian was absorbed by it, and stayed within the illusory core. But now that the fat whale illusory core had completely formed, every time it sucked in spiritual energy, the spiritual energy could enter but also exit it. The spiritual power would enter the fat whale illusory core and be turned into refined innate true yuan that belonged to Song Shuhang. The condensing of the first immortal bone was going smoothly. The first immortal bone emerged as Song Shuhang issued a command to his body to condense an immortal bone. The crooked immortal bone that just appeared had a white color. It was reasonable to say that the immortal bones that a cultivator would see using the inner sight would be similar to human bones. However, Song Shuhang found that his immortal bone looked different. It was flat, long, and slightly curved. My immortal bone can't be a variant as well, right? Song Shuhang's heart felt somewhat stifled. The mutation of his illusory core already left him very worried. If his immortal bone was also mutated, then he would have two things to worry about. In addition, if it really did mutate, would it affect his ascension to the fifth stage? The immortal bones were not a joke. If it caused his ascension to the fifth stage to become troublesome, he would really cry himself to sleep. It doesn't matter if its shape is ugly, or if it doesn't look like human bones, but please at least have the basic function unaffected. Please don't switch my immortal bones with demonic bones, Song Shuhang prayed in his heart. In the end, the immortal bone finally took shape. The curved immortal bone looked a bit like the bones of a giant whale, just that they were a bit flat. Fortunately, in its entirety, it was still within the definition of a bone. Alright, I will just take it as a whale bone. After all, my illusory core has become a fat whale, so it can't be too strange that my immortal bone looks like the bones of a whale. However, looking at its profile, I'm somehow getting the feeling that it looks a bit like a saber. I'm probably just seeing things. I'm definitely just seeing things. It's an immortal bone, not a saber bone. How could it possibly look like a saber? Song Shuhang reassured himself. As this thought appeared his mind, the sage seal within his body suddenly flashed, and appeared beside his first, immortal bone. The sage seal slammed itself onto the immortal bone and imprinted a seal on it. The two words, Tyrannical Song, had been vividly printed on his first immortal bone. Song Shuhang, F***ck, don't do that. If the bone were a saber, the words, Tyrannical Song, had been imprinted right where its handle was. With this, his immortal bone was even more similar to a saber bone now. Furthermore, why was my immortal bone branded with a seal? The immortal bone being branded by the sage seal clearly had some effect. After all, the sage seal had some special powers. It was the symbol of an 8th stage profound sage's status, and it could even help its master strengthen their abilities. After it imprinted itself on the immortal bone, the sage seal could transfer energy through itself to the immortal bone, tempering the immortal bone by doing so. This method of tempering an immortal bone was the only one of its kind in the entire universe. There was simply nobody else who would be able to achieve such a method. After the immortal bone was formed, the next step was to polish it. This process would require some time. He'd have to temper the immortal bone somewhat until it reached a dark golden color. At that time, a force like a sharp blade would extend from the immortal bone, directly pierce into the illusory core within one's life dantian, and integrate with the core. During this process, there was quite a large risk involved. If one's control wasn't up to par, the force akin to a sharp blade, coming from the immortal bone could directly smash one's illusory core when it penetrated it. As soon as the illusory core broke, the cultivator would stop at the 4th stage as he would no longer be able to go any further. However, if a cultivator's illusory core was able to withstand the sharp blade, the illusory core would be further strengthened through the power of the immortal bone. This would continue until the 9 different immortal bones infused their power into the illusory core. The illusory core would be gradually refined with each influx of power until illusory became reality and the cultivator was able to form their golden core. At this time, Song Shuhang was still standing in the formation center. Moreover, there was still some time left until the end of Sage Monarch Melon Eater's ceremony. This little amount of time should be able to help Song Shuhang save some time on polishing his immortal bone. Under the secret guidance of the Great Northern Emperor, a large amount of energy poured into Song Shuhang's body at a gentle pace. This energy was subsequently transformed into innate true yuan by his original dantian, only to go on to temper his immortal bone. The color of his immortal bone began to grow darker. Its hue changed from white to gold, and from gold to dark gold. The Great Northern Emperor softly murmured, "The most critical step has arrived." Due to the large formation, Song Shuhang's immortal bone had directly gone from being just condensed to dark golden, which brought with it the risk of breaking the bone due to excessive activity. Next, it was time for Song Shuhang's immortal bone to penetrate his illusory core and see if the latter could withstand the impact of the power of the immortal bone. Song Shuhang's face showed a solemn expression. He used inner sight and saw that his first immortal bone formed and quickly matured as if it had been sprinkled with modified fertilizer. After the immortal bone became dark golden, a sharp force similar to a blade extended out, and charged towards his original dantian. "Now, it's all up to you, Fat Whale Illusory Core. You can do it, you must hold on," Song Shuhang said in his heart. "After working so hard and feeding you with such a huge amount of energy, I was finally able to get you to finish forming. You'd better not fail me." The Fat Whale Illusory Core continued to bob up and down within Song Shuhang's gigantic original dantian. Whoosh! At this time, the power of his first immortal bone instantly pierced into his life dantian, and penetrated the head of his Fat Whale Illusory Core. However, the expected Immortal Bone vs Fat Whale Illusory Core scene did not play out. The power, which was as sharp as a blade, abruptly changed when it came into contact with the illusory core. At that moment, it began to radiate a kind of intent-like energy. That energy was just like Song Shuhang's saber intent armor. Suddenly, Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. Sure enough, in the next moment, the power of the immortal bone descended onto the head of the Fat Whale Illusory Core, and evolved into a piece of armor. Moreover, this piece of armor was fairly considerate as it even left a large hole above for the blowhole of the Fat Whale Illusory Core. It looked like it was for future convenience should the illusory core ever need to spray water. At this point, the first immortal bone had successfully settled things with the illusory core, and a continuous stream of power was now being transferred from the immortal bone to the illusory core, which further tempered the illusory core. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the sky. Obviously, this was supposed to be a reason for celebration, but for some reason, at the moment when the power of the immortal bone had suddenly turned into saber intent armor, his heart became heavy, and he felt especially embarrassed. The main reason for it was that it confirmed a very cruel fact about him that he didn't want to accept: his immortal bones could basically be identified as saber bones. But generally speaking, this was good news. If the remaining 8 immortal bones were just like the first one, with the power that was supposed to penetrate the illusory core becoming saber armor, that would mean that Song Shuhang faced no danger of his illusory core being smashed by his immortal bones. It was tantamount to an entire tribulation less compared to other cultivators. It was already 9 in the morning on the 14th of September 2019. Song Shuhang had officially become a genuine 4th stage cultivator, and condensed his first immortal bone. The battle between the 2 sages of the night before was now a thing of the past. Besides Song Shuhang, the one who had the biggest harvest was Su Clan's 16. 16 originally got her first immortal bone because of the crocodile leg feast, which allowed her bone to condense and undergo refinement. Now that she got nourished during Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body-abandoning ceremony, she was quickly able to finish tempering her immortal bone, and successfully guided the power of the immortal bone to her illusory core. 16 progressed smoothly and stably, without going off track. The immortal bone penetrated her illusory core like a sharp blade, and her illusory core, which was extremely solid, was naturally able to receive the power of the first immortal bone. By the time the benefits from Sage Monarch Melon Eater's ceremony were about to be over, 16 had already tempered a total of 4 immortal bones, with the 5th immortal bone also already being formed. This meant that most of the journey she had on the 4th stage had already been completed. Su Clan 16 slightly opened her eyes, and nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, the monster bird Little Kai also opened her eyes. As she was a monster cultivator, the path which her cultivation took before the 5th stage was different from that of humans. Nonetheless, her realm had also advanced by leaps and bounds, allowing her to reach the peak of the 3rd stage. Although there was still quite some time before her tribulation, it wasn't distant to the point that it wasn't in view. Little Kai had always believed that with her talent, even if she had her teacher's spring water and got the golden lotus that extended her life by 100 years, it would be difficult for her to break through her current realm. However, she hadn't thought that she'd be already able to see herself reaching the peak of the 3rd stage realm simply by being with her teacher for some time. Little Kai gently patted her wings. She remembered the words of her elder, Dongfang 6, when she accepted Song Shuhang as her teacher and received the Taoist name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman. She also inherited her teacher's luck in a certain sense. And now, merely by following her teacher, she really did gain a share of his bountiful luck and was about to reach the next realm. If things were to continue like this, then even the 5th stage was no longer an unreachable dream. At that time, she could transform into a human without resorting to special techniques. Little Kai's target was very low. Until now, her target was still set to becoming a 5th stage monster. Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman Little Kai, Little Kai said softly. At this moment, she had genuinely accepted this Taoist name. Her aura underwent a subtle change. It was because this time, she believed from the bottom of her heart that she had to match her Taoist name. She had to become both a virtuous Taoist and a sabresman. Shi cutely opened her eyes. Afterwards, she began to count the dantian apertures within her own body. She began with the original dantian, and continued upwards to the 2nd dantian, dragon tail, the 3rd dantian, dragon claw, and the 4th dantian, dragon body. Oh yeah, am I now a little expert of the 2nd stage? Shi murmured. Could it be that I'm still in a dream, and have yet to wake up? Otherwise, how could I have cultivated so quickly within the 2nd stage realm? Normal cultivators would have to practice for over half a year or even over a year for every dantian. Shi nodded seriously, and said, even if it is a dream, this is a beautiful dream. I will just let myself stay in this beautiful dream for a while. The last one was Lady Onion, who discovered something very bad. Her strength sharply rose, and she broke through until the 8th dantian, the dragon horn dantian. The true qi in her body began to turn into a river, gushing from the 8th dantian. Lady Onion exclaimed, Song Shuhang, not good. I'm going to transcend my tribulation soon. The problem arose due to her accepting the strength transfer from Taoist priest Horizon previously. Although she had been working hard, she was lazing around most of the time. As such, she made no preparations to transcend her tribulation. After the Great Northern Emperor saw through Lady Onion's state, the corners of his mouth slightly twitched. He reached out and sent Lady Onion out of the formation and toward Song Shuhang's side. Don't be afraid, there's still some time left before you are forced to transcend your tribulation, Song Shuhang comforted her, smiling. Afterwards, he reached out to catch Lady Onion, and sent her into his inner world. At the same time he sent Lady Onion back, the virtuous Lamia silently appeared behind Song Shuhang. Although she hadn't let out a single sound, she must have also benefited immensely. The Great Northern Emperor said, next, you will all have to leave the large formation. The ceremony is about to be completed. Calculating the time, it was time to go eat as the ceremony ended. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, Xue, and Little Kai withdrew from the large formation. Su Clan 16, who rode on her saber, took Xue along with her as she retreated. Song Shuhang took Little Kai, and rode on his saber side by side with 16. After they all withdrew, the light coming from the large formation became even more dazzling. Even Song Shuhang could no longer see through the bright light and view the changes happening within. I hope that fellow Taoist Melon Eater will succeed, Song Shuhang prayed. One should avoid exploiting others. With them having just greatly benefited from Sage Monarch Melon Eater, they now hoped that he could successfully complete the ceremony. It would be best if they were able to see him ascend to the 9th stage after completing the ceremony. At this time, Su Clan 16 said, "The ceremony seems to be approaching completion very smoothly. When I was exiting the formation, I noticed that Senior Melon Eater's fleshly body had already successfully transformed into a body of virtue. Now, the only thing left to do should be for his body of virtue to leave his physical body." Song Shuhang nodded. In the large formation, the light of virtue grew more and more dazzling, and the area covered by the formation simultaneously became larger and larger. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 could only choose to retreat slightly more not to be affected by the formation. Time quickly flew by. After more than half an hour, the formation was still emitting a dazzling light, and it did not seem like it would be over any time soon. Song Shuhang brought out his silver dragon puppet, and had it float over the ocean. Afterwards, he sat together with 16, Xue, and Little Kai on the puppet to take some time to rest. It appeared that 16 was very tired. Shortly after having sat on the silver dragon puppet and leaning on Song Shuhang's shoulder, she fell asleep. In actuality, ever since early this morning, she had been feeling mentally exhausted and weak. Her ability to endure through the ceremony until the end of the distribution of the benefits was a display of her strong willpower. Right next to 16, Xue had also ended up snoring. It was possible that she was relatively sleepy due to her body being in a state of growth recently. Song Shuhang gently supported Su Clan 16, and then sent her and Xue into his inner world so they could enjoy a large bed, where they could have a good sleep. Song Shuhang asked, "Little Kai, do you want to go back into the inner world to rest?" Little Kai shook her head, her eyes staring intently at the huge formation filled with light of virtue. "Teacher, I want to stay here. I feel that as long as I stand here, my power of virtue is continuously growing." As Song Shuhang heard this, he immediately checked his own state. It appeared that it really was the case. As long as he stayed near the formation, his power of virtue would slowly grow. However, the speed of this growth was very slow. For Song Shuhang, it could not even be considered anywhere near substantial, which was why he ignored it. However, Little Kai's power of virtue was not as rich as Song Shuhang's, so even if the increase was tiny, she would still be quite sensitive to it. Song Shuhang said, "All right, you can stay here, but to avoid any accidents, don't get too close to the large formation." Little Kai nodded. As Song Shuhang sat cross-legged on the silver dragon puppet, he pulled out his phone, and habitually opened the 9 Provinces #1 group. He wanted to check it out, and if he encountered true Monarch Eternal Fire, he would tell him about his encounter with Daozi, the head of the Tribulation Transcenders of the scholarly faction. Although it was early in the morning, all the people in the group were cultivators, and it was normal for a cultivator not to sleep for several days and nights. As such, there were still a lot of people who were online. After Song Shuhang went online, he first sent a message. "Seniors, I have finally reached the 4th stage." Northern River's loose cultivator was confused, and asked, "Huh? Weren't you already at the 4th stage during the time of your show of divinity?" Tyrannical Song, it's like this. When I had just ascended, there was actually a small problem. I had only ascended halfway. My illusory core was not completely formed, but after receiving a wave of benefits today, my illusory core has finally finished forming. My first immortal bone has also condensed and was completely tempered along the way. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end, the crane says, F***ck. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, the Flood Dragon says, F***ck. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, the Reckless says, F***ck. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, the Wolf says, F***ck. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, the Cat says, F***ck. Monk Swallow Cloud, the Monk says, F***ck. Song Shuhang, Fairy Lychee, congratulations to the first sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, for reaching the 4th stage. Tyrannical Song, thanks, Fairy Lychee. It is still you who's the best. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, you are too naive, young man. Do you really think that Fairy Lychee was praising you? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, the first sage in 1,000 years, has finally reached the 4th stage. Fairy Lychee was likely laughing at you in secret. Song Shuhang, Fairy Lychee, when the bright moon appears, greetings from the people of Foshan and congratulations to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song for reaching the 4th stage. Scholar Drunken N has been desperately trying to show his presence recently lest he be forgotten. Island Master Tian Kong, greetings from the people of the Free Island and congratulations to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song for reaching the 4th stage. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, content same as above. Fairy Firefly immediately followed. Greetings from the people of Yunnan and congratulations to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song for reaching the 4th stage. The topic which the group had been talking about had suddenly been lost. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, by the way, is little 16 with you? Song Shuhang replied, 16 has also gained quite a lot. She successfully tempered 4 immortal bones in one go, and even formed her 5th immortal bone. Northern River's Loose Cultivator raised his head to look at the sky. I only asked you if little 16 was with you. I didn't ask you what she gained. The pressure had become very big as ever since little friend Song had joined the group, the younger generation of the 9 provinces #1 group was cultivating and advancing like crazy. Recently, the topics they'd been hearing the most in the group were about who had transcended and who was going to transcend their tribulation. As an old senior, Northern River's Loose Cultivator felt greatly stressed. It appeared that the old seniors would also have to speed it up a bit, otherwise, if they were to be caught up to by their juniors, it would simply be too shameful. At this time, Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather went online. As soon as she went online, she saw that Song Shuhang was online, and greeted him happily. Fairy Cherry Boat, Soft Feather, Senior Song is awesome. I've just managed to finish condensing my first immortal bone, yet you have already caught up to me. It seems that I have to work harder, or else I'll probably be overtaken by you. Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, we both have to work harder. Fairy Cherry Boat, Soft Feather, we do. By the way, I just received today's Daily Cultivator. Senior Song, you made the headlines again. Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansions Yang Xian curiously asked, headlines? What happened? Yesterday, didn't little friend Shuhang merely force Sage Monarch Winter Melon to retreat with his nuclear deterrence? That can also make the headlines? Yang Xian, it seems that you aren't aware. Yesterday, after little friend Shuhang deterred Sage Monarch Winter Melon with nuclear deterrence. At the night of the full moon, he had met Sage Monarch Winter Melon again. Northern River's Loose Cultivator explained. Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansion S. Yang Xian, PFFF, Fairy Cherry Boat, Soft Feather, according to the report of the Daily Cultivator, last night, Sage Monarch Winter Melon had changed the target of his challenge, yet suddenly ended dueling with Profound Sage Tyrannical Song once again, and then afterward, he went on to challenge an old senior called Sage Monarch Melon Eater. According to the report, this Sage Monarch Melon Eater is an old senior Winter Melon truly admires. Winter Melon challenged Melon Eater. Their Daoist names already show who would be subdued, was there still anything to fight about? Fairy Lychee sent a smiley emoji. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, I suspect that when Sage Monarch Winter Melon chose his sage name, perhaps it was to pay tribute to this Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Northern River's loose cultivator, Soft Feather, continue, what happened in the duel between Melon Eater and Winter Melon? Also, when did little friend Song Shuhang meet Winter Melon? What was the headline? Soft Feather began reading the introduction of the report. Well, the report said that it was very coincidental. When Sage Monarch Winter Melon had gone to challenge Senior Melon Eater, he had met Senior Song halfway. Afterward, Sage Monarch Winter Melon came up with an odd thought to try out Senior Song's secret weapon before going on to duel Sage Monarch Melon Eater, but the report does not describe what the secret weapon was. When Fairy Dongfang Snow heard this, she quickly said, the so-called secret weapon should refer to the heavenly tribulation nuclear bombs, right? Ha 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 ha, I can already guess the following scenes. Since Song Shuhang's nuclear bombs can't explode in the main world and can only be used to deceive people, Sage Monarch Winter Melon figured out the truth and beat up Song Shuhang until he was black and blue, right? I didn't expect that Copper Trigram's shady divination would still come true. Fairy Dongfang Snow, like treasure-forging heavenly mansions Yang Xian, was not online last night, so she had no idea that Song Shuhang had used Scarlet Heaven Sword to beat up Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Fairy Lychee sighed, and said, Fairy Dongfang Snow, this time you've guessed wrong. At this point, Song Shuhang, who was sitting on the dragon puppet, was swiping through the chat history and smiling. He opened his group info and changed his name to Song, really awesome this time, Shuhang. It was so refreshing to finally be able to show off in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Moreover, it wasn't something he had to do himself, he just had to sit back and watch as his deeds came to light. It was truly refreshing. Fairy Cherry Boat, Soft Feather, No Senior Song and Sage Monarch Winter Melon made a one-move deal, wherein they would decide the winner in a single move. The Daily Cultivator reported that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was truly worthy of being the first sage in 1,000 years as he slashed out a flaming saber that burned the skies and was akin to a small sun. When the slash of his sword came down, it broke through Sage Monarch Winter Melon's defense and fulfilled the condition to decide the battle with one move, putting an end to the challenge. This is today's headline, the battle between the two profound sages. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song one-hit KO'd Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Northern River's loose cultivator sighed with emotion as he sent a message. Little friend Song Shuhang, you truly won this battle between the two sages. Song, really awesome this time, Shuhang. There was no longer a need to say anything more, everything had already been said. Fairy Cherry Boat, Soft Feather, after that, the second biggest news of the day is about Sage Monarch Melon Eater descending down through a secret technique to battle Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Song Shuhang, F***CK, I forgot this. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's last appearance was with my face, and he had even been crazily beaten up by Winter Melon at one point. He wondered how the reporter from the Daily Cultivator wrote down the part about the duel at that time. He couldn't have just made stuff up, right? Thinking of Senior Copper Trigram's shady divination, which could even tamper with cause and effect, the second part of the report couldn't possibly be an entire article on Sage Monarch Melon Eater getting beaten up by Winter Melon while having his appearance, right? At this time, Soft Feather continued, the report details that in the duel between Melon Eater and Winter Melon, both let out their roars with full momentum first. At that time, their roars were simply deafening. Towards the end of the duel, Sage Monarch Melon Eater used a virtuous secret technique to finally defeat Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Last night, Sage Monarch Winter Melon was defeated twice by sun-like attacks, the first time from Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's sword, which was as dazzling as the sun, and the second time from Sage Monarch Melon Eater's virtuous secret technique, which literally created something that was a smaller version of the sun. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, "That's it?" Honestly speaking, when Soft Feather mentioned that there was a second article, he thought that the plot would have been reversed. Although Northern River's loose cultivator and Immortal Master Copper Trigram had always been opponents, when it came to his shady divinations, Northern River's loose cultivator could only admire Copper Trigram. This guy's shady divinations could almost be said to tamper with karma itself. That's the end of the report. Sage Monarch Winter Melon experienced a 2-game losing streak last night, but he also proved to everyone how strong his defenses are, and it can even be said that his purpose was achieved, Soft Feather concluded with the final statement of the report. There wasn't a reversal? The other fellow Taoists in the group reacted similar to true Monarch Northern River. When Song Shuhang heard this, he was finally able to let out a breath of relief. It seemed that the reporter from the Daily Cultivator didn't report any made-up things. Fairy Lychee, that is to say, this matter has already come to an end, and the development of the whole thing is the same as what Immortal Master Copper Trigram had divined. Song Shuhang not only forced Sage Monarch Winter Melon to retreat, but even beat him up when they fought head-on. Furthermore, he also made a name for himself in the world of cultivation. Everything went as Copper Trigram's divination had stated, and the name of the first sage in 1,000 years has been further established after this duel. Northern River's loose cultivator, Copper Trigram, was really able to divine a proper divination? Was Copper Trigram even himself without his shady divinations? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, it might be as I had thought. Immortal Master Copper Trigram could still have reversed the result of his own divination, right? Scholar Xian Gong, I just read through this month's chat history from beginning to end. When Copper Trigram went online, it was through the account of Iron Trigram. As such, compiling everyone's guesses, I was thinking. Could it be that someone else performed the divination at that time? Scholar Nuclear Bomb, Scholar Xian Gong was still recovering from his injuries. He was like a patient who was wounded and couldn't move. Hence, as he got rather bored, he read through the thick chat history of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, and read through the entire matter from start to end. You mean, someone like that Divine Beast Senior who wanted to have a baby and thus captured Copper Trigram? Fairy Lychee's eyes lit up. That Divine Beast Senior had extraordinary strength, perhaps that Senior was an expert in divinations, and had used Iron Trigram's account to go into the group and conduct a divination for Song Shuhang? I was wondering. With Copper Trigram living with that Senior for quite a while, could it be that they managed to resolve Copper Trigram's problem with shady divinations? As such, when Copper Trigram had done the divination for little friend Song Shuhang, perhaps that Senior was kind enough to reverse the divination's result for us? Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly spoke his mind. The fellow Taoists in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group felt that this was really possible. If Copper Trigram no longer divined shady divinations, was he still Copper Trigram? The reason this divination about little friend Song Shuhang was so accurate had to be because someone had tampered with it. Soft Feather, honestly, we can just wait until the next time Senior Copper Trigram comes online to ask him. At that time, we would know the answer right away. How often does he come online? I'm quite curious whether he and that Senior have already conceived a child or not. Northern River's loose cultivator said, it should not be so fast. It's only been a few days, right? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, Northern River, you are too naive. There are some special races who can become pregnant in a single day and bear their children in 5 days. The bloodline of that Divine Beast Senior is very special. Maybe the next time we meet with him, there would already be a few little Copper Trigrams. At this time, Immortal Master Copper Trigram suddenly came online. Thrice reckless, go die. I curse you to have a son named Little PP. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, F***CK, Copper Trigram really came online? Immortal Master Copper Trigram replied, I've gradually been able to understand a few things. As such, I can go online for a short while every now and then if I stand in my current position. Northern River's loose cultivator, have you already gotten a child? Northern River, you go die as well. Immortal Master Copper Trigram exclaimed. Your first girlfriend didn't really exist, and you're going to be single your entire life. That was an inner demon, not my first girlfriend. Moreover, I've already gotten past that inner demon. Northern River's loose cultivator also became angry. Thrice reckless, Copper Trigram has a limited time online, stop talking about nonsense. Copper Trigram, we've got something to ask you. Were you the one who did that divination for little friend Song Shuhang before? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Immortal Master did not answer the question. Was he refusing to answer? Or was there something else going on behind the scenes that was making it difficult for him to reply? Fairy Lychee, could it be inconvenient for you to answer? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Northern River's loose cultivator, it appears that there are really some secrets behind this. Well, it doesn't matter, we already knew that there had to be some problem with this divination. All in all, you're still the Copper Trigram who conducts shady divinations, we can now rest assured. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, at this time, Song Shuhang was notified that Immortal Master Copper Trigram had gone online, and so he quickly went online as well and sent a message. Senior Copper Trigram, you're finally online. I've got a very urgent and important matter to ask you about. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, what is it? Song Shuhang quickly asked, do you know the origin of that divine beast senior who took you away? Is there any relationship between her and the ancestral golden dragon of the dragon clan? Could you please ask her about this for me? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, you know of the ancestral golden dragon? I just found out a bit quite recently, Song Shuhang replied. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, she said that she does indeed have some relation to the ancestral golden dragon. What do you want to ask her? Was the divine beast senior with Immortal Master Copper Trigram right now? The relationship between the two seemed to be closer than the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group imagined. In addition, as expected, that senior appeared to be the divine beast with 36 forms on that scroll within the Dragon King Palace, and it really seemed like she was the favorite pet of the ancestral golden dragon. Song Shuhang further asked, then, does she know of the relationship between the ancestral golden dragon and a guy with the nickname, Slow-Witted? Immortal Master Copper Trigram, she said that she refused to answer any questions related to a Slow-Witted. She also said that Slow-Witted should die 10,000 times. Song Shuhang, Jiao, I've done my best. He'd originally planned on getting the location of the treasure left behind by Slow-Witted Song and the ancestral golden dragon from that senior through Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Unfortunately, this method did not seem like it was going to work. It was apparent that the senior had a strong grudge against Slow-Witted Song, and refused to answer anything related to him. How much of a mess did Slow-Witted Song make back then? Song Shuhang's heart felt somewhat stifled, beating irregularly. Song Shuhang asked, alright, I won't ask about anything related to Slow-Witted. Senior Copper Trigram, please help me again, can you ask if she knows anything about the Divine Beast Department? According to the messages left behind by the ancestral golden dragon and Slow-Witted Song in the Dragon King Palace, the inheritance of the ancient heavenly city's Divine Beast Department had been secretly moved out by Slow-Witted Song. Afterward, he divided the inheritance into a part that would stay in the light and a part that would stay in the dark. It was clear that the 33 Divine Beast sect was the one in the light. As for the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department lying hidden in the dark, he simply did not know anything about where it could be. When it came to the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department, Slow-Witted Song did not conceal the matter from the ancestral golden dragon, so it was possible that the ancestral golden dragon and her favorite pet might know something. A few moments later, Immortal Master Copper Trigram replied, she asked if you wanted to know about the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. Song Shuhang, yes. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, she said that she did have some clues and information on her hands. However, you'd have to pay a price that would satisfy her. What does she require, Senior? Song Shuhang asked. She needs a lot of things, whether it be holy medicine or materials that can cure wounds. She can tell you about the clues first, and it's fine if you just slowly gather the materials. It will be a fair trade. If the materials you collect and provide at that time are precious, she will give you an equivalent reward, said Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Song Shuhang thought about it, and said, "It's okay, no problem. This information can only be imparted to you, little friend Song Shuhang," said Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Afterward, Immortal Master Copper Trigram privately sent Song Shuhang a message. The hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast Department is not in a human practitioner's possession. The hidden inheritance was given to a spirit beast and a monster beast, and they formed an alliance between monster cultivators and spirit beasts. The alliance is responsible for inheriting the complete inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. If you want to look into it, then this was what she recommended you to look into first. The hidden inheritance was left with a spirit beast and a monster beast? This was an unexpected yet reasonable answer. The Divine Beast Department originally had a close relationship with spirit beasts, with the experts of the Divine Beast Department having life-bound spirit beasts beside them. As such, it was indeed appropriate for the hidden inheritance to be passed on to spirit beasts and monster cultivators. Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked, in addition, little friend Song, has Senior White transcended his tribulation yet? Song Shuhang, not yet, but he should be done soon. Due to the heavenly tribulation weapons being unable to explode in the main world, Senior White's interest in them has greatly diminished, and so he should be done with his heavenly tribulation soon. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, I'm really looking forward to Senior White's profound sage speech. I almost ran out of time for staying online. I'll see you soon. Perhaps I can meet you right on time for Senior White's profound sage speech. Song Shuhang, Senior, will you be coming back this soon? Was the baby already born? Immortal Master Copper Trigram said with tears streaming down his face, should be able to come out for a while in a few days. After ending the conversation with Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Song Shuhang thought about it, and sent a note to Venerable White. Senior White, are you done transcending the tribulation yet? Senior White quickly replied to Song Shuhang, but it was his clone who wrote the reply. Almost. Currently, I'm just having my clone write the script for the profound sage speech that will be used for my show of divinity. Clones that could do homework instead of the main body? Please give me a dozen. Venerable White's kind of clone was the kind of clones that Song Shuhang dreamt of having. Not only could the clone write a script in the place of its main body, it could also chat in place of its main body, and also help its main body to cope with disasters. One's desire was everything that was needed, as the clone technique would do the rest. If he could learn this clone technique from Senior White, it would be excellent. As such, Song Shuhang couldn't help but write a small note which asked, Senior White, will you ever impart your clone technique to others? Venerable White replied, do you want to learn it? Song Shuhang nodded desperately, and wanted to reply, yes, 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 who wouldn't want such a clone technique? However, just as Shuhang was about to send a reply, Venerable White quickly added, sorry, but it's an innate skill. I won't be able to teach it to you. Song Shuhang raised his head to look at the sky. In the world of cultivation, innate skills were among the most buggy and unreasonable things. Venerable White said, however, if I have the time in the future, I'll try to research and create a similar clone technique. Although its function would likely be a simplified version, it should still work just fine. Would you want it? Song Shuhang hurriedly replied, yes, yes, yes. Venerable White responded, well, I'll try doing some research on it when I have time. By the way, can I have something to eat? Song Shuhang looked through his inner world and his spatial magical instrument, and found that he was actually already out of food. Senior White, just wait a while. After this ceremony here is over, I'll get you something delicious to eat, Song Shuhang said. Speaking of eating, he immediately thought of Sage Monarch Melon Eater. However, he immediately threw this thought out of his head. He was not the great Northern Emperor, and he didn't want to split Sage Monarch Melon Eater into several pots and make him into stew. Venerable White replied, "All right, then I'll wait until my show of divinity ends before coming out to eat. My main body is already transcending the final part of the tribulation. I'll finish writing the script for the Profound Sage speech first. By the way, do you want me to specifically talk about something in my speech? At that time, I will prioritize talking about things that would help the fellow Taoists in the group, and talk about things that everyone wants to hear." Song Shuhang replied, "I do indeed want to learn about something, but no need to talk about it in your Profound Sage speech. I want to try learning about your disposable flying sword. I'll be happy as long as I can launch a flying sword." Venerable White Sayu, a disposable flying sword requires one to have quite a bit of knowledge on formations, runes, and the chemistry of the weapons. I will give you some special supplementary classes when I have time. Can you ask the other fellow Taoists in the group what they want me to talk about? Song Shuhang replied, "I'll go and ask." Afterward, he opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group once again. When he opened it, he found that the group was very lively. He scrolled through the messages, and found that the liveliness was brought about by True Monarch Yellow Mountain showing up. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had finally changed his group nickname back. He was no longer, Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, "At everyone, the autumnal equinox which is on the 23rd of this month is a good day. As such, I've decided to let Daodu get married on that day. If you're free, I hope to see you at the Yellow Mountain on that day. I truly hope that there can be a lively atmosphere as Daodu gets married off. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, the autumnal equinox. I just checked the date. I should be able to spare the time to come. Fairy Lychee, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Senior, didn't you want to avoid having a marriage on a 23rd? True Monarch Yellow Mountain calmly said, "It's because Daodu's wedding is special. He'll be getting married as the bride, so there are some things that are reversed. Rest assured, I looked for an expert divinator, and that day is definitely suitable for Daodu to get married." Fairy Lychee, "All right, Senior Yellow Mountain, we believe you. It seems that I can be at ease, so I will definitely come." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, does Daodu know about this? I remember that Song Shuhang previously mentioned that Daodu's partner was not a female dog, but a male dog? Heaven Shrouding Hook Zhou, wahahaha, I have cooperated very well with fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer on this matter. We have done our best to isolate Daodu from the internet and make him think that the partner that he is going to marry is a female dog. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Nyahaha, now I'm really looking forward to Daodu having his red veil lifted up and seeing what his expression will be like when he sees that the one he's marrying is a male dog. Dongfang Snow, wait. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Senior Yellow Mountain, you won't really be so mean, right? To actually marry Daodu off to some male dog? Daodu is so cute, this isn't fitting for him. Anne. Fairy Lychee, do you not object to this at all? Fairy Dongfang Snow really liked Daodu's cuteness, she especially liked Daodu's literary talent, with the stupid Yellow Mountain song even being her favorite song. As such, she was the only fellow Taoist speaking up for Daodu. Fairy Lychee, I have chosen to trust Senior Yellow Mountain. Song Shuhang had with him some extremely hot news. It appeared that True Monarch Yellow Mountain and Fairy Fleeting Life's eldest brother, who was originally supposed to get married to Daodu, had plotted to swindle Fairy Fleeting Life into marrying Daodu. Song Shuhang suspected that when Daodu was going to get married, that eldest brother would probably be replaced by Fairy Fleeting Life, and the one who Daodu was going to marry would become a girl. However, there was still the possibility of a plot twist taking place, mainly because Fairy Fleeting Life still had a monster fox disciple who loved her deeply. And it was possible that this monster fox would replace Fairy Fleeting Life in being the one to get married to Daodu. If this were to take place, Daodu's partner would become a guy once again. So, how was Daodu's wedding really going to play out? Was it going to be one of these paths? Or could there even be a more complex plot twist that would take place? Even Song Shuhang was not certain. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, about Daodu's groom, everyone will naturally know when the wedding starts. At that time, as long as everyone can be happy and Daodu gets married, then everything will be fine. Once again, on the 23rd of this month, Daodu will be getting married. Please inform the others about this. In addition, the date of the event will be displayed on the invitation. I'll be getting back to the specifics of planning the wedding first, so it seems that I'll be busy for a while. After True Monarch finished speaking, he went offline. The topic in the 9 provinces #1 group drifted to Daodu's wedding. Everyone began to discuss what gifts would be better to give, whether they should attend the wedding together, and how they were going to send the gifts. For some reason, Song Shuhang always got the feeling that he had entered some fake cultivation group chat. After letting out a sigh, Song Shuhang sent a message in the group. Song, really awesome this time, Shuhang, seniors. Senior White told me just now that he will be done with his tribulation soon, and that he's currently preparing his profound sage speech. He told me to ask everyone if you would like him to discuss anything specific during his profound sage speech. Northern River's loose cultivator, so Senior White is finally going to finish transcending his tribulation. Honestly speaking, I feel bad for the tribulation. Also, little friend Shuhang, what's with your broken name? I didn't pay attention to it before. I don't know what Daoist name to use recently. If I were to use Tyrannical Song, some people end up saying Daddy Song, which makes me feel really old. Song Shuhang sighed. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, change it back to Tyrannical Saber Song 1, that's the Daoist name we're most familiar with. If you really don't want that, you could probably just use the other 7 Daoist names in rotation. Song Shuhang, I've already given one of the 7 Daoist names out to someone else. I gave Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman to Little Kai. This Daoist name actually suits her really well. Therefore, I can't go on that 7-day rotation. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, so what if you gave out Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman? Didn't you come back with the sage name, Tyrannical Song? It just so happens that you have 7 once again, you can continue the rotation. Song Shuhang, F***CK, how did I not notice this myself? Wait, the topic has changed again. I was asking what you wanted Senior White to talk about in his speech. Fairy Lychee, actually, I would rather listen to Venerable White talk about how he maintains his long hair. Have you all noticed that Senior White's long hair seems to be really well cared for? Sometimes, his long hair would beautifully flow with the wind. When this happens, I simply can't stop myself from wanting to take a photo. Dongfang Snow, how long is Senior White's hair? It reaches his waist, right? Vice Island Master Tian Wei, little friend Shuhang, please help us ask Senior White about this later. Ask him to explain how to maintain such long hair so well and how to make it dance so beautifully in the wind. Song Shuhang, Little White, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me? If he was really stupid enough to ask Venerable White this question, perhaps he would end up dead. I refuse. This question is literally seeking death. I'm not Senior Thrice Reckless, Song Shuhang said. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, little friend Shuhang, when did I offend you? Stop implicating this innocent man. Northern River's loose cultivator sighed. Actually, Senior White doesn't need to say anything in his profound sage speech at all. He could just stand still, and all the practitioners in the universe would be satisfied. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. What I was most worried about is actually happening. After this, how many rivals am I going to have among all the practitioners in the universe? My heart feels stifled just from thinking about it. Medicine Master sent a voice message. You guys are hopeless. Little friend Shuhang, don't ask them anymore, just tell Senior White to talk about whatever he wants. Otherwise, even if you continued asking until tomorrow, the topic would still be something unfitting. Any topic related to Venerable White would never return to the main topic. Song Shuhang felt tired. He wrote a note to Senior White. Senior White, just talk about whatever you want, the seniors in the group don't have any suggestions. He was trying his best to maintain the image of the seniors in the group. Senior White replied, alright, I guess I'll just write a script to my liking for the Profound Sage speech. What about you? Do you want me to discuss anything besides the disposable flying sword? Song Shuhang thought about it for a while, and really couldn't think of anything he wanted to know about. Nope, Senior White, anything is fine. After thinking about it, he suddenly remembered the question raised by Fairy Dongfang Snow in the group, how long was Senior White's long hair? Song Shuhang's heart started to itch. He tried to remember where Senior White's hair reached, but he felt that there was some deviation between his memory of it and reality. Should I ask? As long as it doesn't involve the marriage part, it should be fine, right? Song Shuhang couldn't stop himself from writing. Senior White, Fairy Dongfang Snow suddenly wanted to ask a question. How long's your hair right now? He threw the blame to someone else right away. If something went wrong, at the very least the consequences would not fall on him. I'm so King smart. Venerable White replied, hair? What do they want to do by asking about my hair? When Song Shuhang received the reply, he held his chin as he fell into thought. It seems that Senior White is very sensitive to topics related to his hair. He has actually replied so fast. Well, I guess it's good that I didn't directly ask Fairy Dongfang Snow's question whether his hair reached his waist yet. If I had, I would have really been seeking death. While he was thinking, Song Shuhang used the blame-throwing technique, and replied, just now, Senior Lychee and the other fairies in the group were talking about hair quality, and afterwards, they started talking about Senior White. At one point, Fairy Dongfang Snow inquired about how long your hair was, which all lead to this. Venerable White replied, oh, I haven't been paying much attention to it for a while now, but with the power of the heavenly tribulation truly being great, the ends of my hair have been destroyed a bit. It should only reach my back now. If I were to trim it, it would be even shorter. Song Shuhang replied, what? Only your back? It's going to grow long again after some time, right? That was dangerous. For a moment there, he was about to write, it's going to reach your waist again after some time, right? Fortunately, at the critical moment, he was able to resist the urge, and remove the keyword waist. He had a hunch that if he added something like waist, he would definitely be greeted with an irritating event that was beyond what he could handle after Senior White came out. For example, a complicated imprisonment technique might be placed on his body, and after that, he might be dropped from a height of 10,000 meters, or perhaps he might be launched from Earth to Mars. Venerable White, I keep on getting the feeling like you have something to say. Song Shuhang quickly responded, it's nothing, Senior White. I'm cheering for you. We will be waiting for your show of divinity and profound sage speech. When it comes to critical moments, how could I let myself be like thrice reckless? Venerable White replied, alright, I should be coming out at night by the latest. I'll continue writing my script first, see you soon. Song Shuhang had been able to avoid seeking death this time. However, for some reason, though he had clearly just managed to avoid seeking death, there was this empty sensation coming from his heart. Perhaps. Maybe. I should have written, it's going to reach your waist again after some time, right, on that piece of paper. If I did so, Senior White's reply would probably be much more interesting. It might even trigger some hidden plotlines, such as who Senior White keeps his hair so long for? Or perhaps there could be something interesting that happens after Senior White's hair reaches his waist? Song Shuhang said to himself. At this moment, he found that he unexpectedly had a small bit of understanding regarding Senior Thrice Reckless. Sometimes, when a person found a great opportunity to seek death, they could not help but want to try it out. For example, when people saw a small hole in a wall, they couldn't help going up to it and taking a look. Some would even get the urge to insert their fingers into the hole. This was but a simple truth. Furthermore, if one resisted that urge to seek death, although they could indeed possibly avoid it at that time, there would be a sense of regret that would emanate from their heart. After all, if one were not to seek death, they would never be able to find out what happened in the hidden plotlines that would occur when one sought death, risking to forever lose out on the fun that they might contain. If Senior Thrice Reckless had been present, he would have definitely written, "Senior White, when will your long hair reach your waist, right?" Having thought to this point, Song Shuhang suddenly felt a greater urge to make a move. Should I write the reply to Senior White right now? He thought to himself. If a thrice reckless disease really existed in the world, Song Shuhang would no doubt already be infected by it. "Teacher, what are you thinking about?" the monster bird Little Kai asked. "I feel like you're thinking of doing something very dangerous. Your expression is very wrong, conflicted, and desiring to seek death." "Cough, it's nothing dangerous. I'm just thinking about something that might have fun consequences if I were to do it. Of course, it's also possible that I'd simply bring disaster to myself by doing so," Song Shuhang replied. Little Kai blinked, and asked, "So, is teacher thinking of sacrificing himself to allow everyone to have their share of fun?" Song Shuhang quickly shook his head, and said, "How could that be? I'm not great enough for that." With that said, had Senior Thrice Reckless been sacrificing himself and seeking death to allow everyone else to have fun? Maybe Senior Thrice Reckless was actually a great senior. Song Shuhang was glad that he hadn't sought death, because his left arm was still with Venerable White. If he were to seek death, Venerable White wouldn't even have to do anything other than simply unlocking the seals on his left arm slightly. At that time, the hundreds of millions of heavenly tribulation weapons would bombard his arm, allowing Song Shuhang to experience the majesty of the heavenly tribulation directly. At this time, Little Kai yelled, "Teacher, there has been a change to the formation." Song Shuhang looked around, and saw that the large formation of light of virtue which filled the sky was rapidly shrinking. Soon, the dazzling light of virtue had already shrunk to the size of Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body. At this time, the large formation below, which had been created using Sage Monarch Melon Eater's whale blood, lost its luster. Furthermore, the layer of ice which had originally held together the formation had completely melted. The light of virtue completely dissipated, and Sage Monarch Melon Eater was finally revealed from the envelopment of dazzling light. At this time, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's appearance would cause those who were looking at him to feel pain in their hearts. If he had been a fat whale before the ceremony, he definitely was a dried whale right now. His body had seemingly dried up, with his blood appearing to have been evaporated. He actually looked like a mummy. Little Kai gulped, and asked, "Senior Melon Eater, isn't going to die, right?" Senior Melon Eater truly looked quite miserable at this time. Was the ceremony successful? Or did it fail? Song Shuhang replied, "The Great Emperor is still up above, maintaining the core of the ceremony formation. Moreover, fellow Taoist Melon Eater's vitality has not weakened in the slightest, and is actually increasing instead. As such, the ceremony should have been a success." The dried whale in front of him still had a powerful aura of life, and it was even more powerful than that of the previous Sage Monarch Melon Eater, who'd looked more like a fat whale. In the sky, the Great Northern Emperor said loudly, "Now, recite the incantation I imparted to you. Remember, obey your instincts and come out." As the Great Emperor finished speaking, a loud voice came out from the dried-up fleshly body of Sage Monarch Melon Eater. The voice recited the majestic incantation, pronouncing every word one by one with great power. After a total of nearly 10 incantations had been recited, a clear cracking sound came from Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body. In the next moment, his whale body split apart, and an entirely new figure stepped out of the dried body. This figure's body was like glass. One could clearly see inside and outside. The body was simply pure and flawless. On his head was a dazzling halo of virtue. The light of virtue contained traces of Buddhist virtuous intent, but it could clearly seen that it was a Taoist cultivation technique. This was the new Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Sage Monarch Melon Eater looked at his body in surprise. This brand new body was no longer a physical body, but was instead completely composed of power of virtue and the mysterious energy of a profound sage. It could be said to be extremely close to being an energy body. However, it was completely different from those energy creatures in the world of cultivators, and this was because he still possessed all of his physical properties. His meridians, his apertures, his original dantian, his immortal bones, and his flesh did not change in this new body. Sage Monarch Melon Eater tried to stretch out his hand and cast a technique from the dual system virtue technique. Soon, a ray of sword light shot from between his fingers and pierced the ocean. Boom! The ocean's surface was easily split apart. The ocean water shot upwards, and became a sea wall which did not seem like it was going to fall anytime soon. Very powerful. Powerful beyond words. In the past, when casting techniques of the virtue, he had been limited by his fleshly body, and so the power of a single technique would only be at 70% of its capabilities. But now, Sage Monarch Melon Eater felt that there was not anything limiting him when casting techniques from the dual system virtue technique. However, more importantly, he felt that he was no longer imprisoned in the 8th stage. He was finally able to feel the 9th stage realm that he had dreamed of for so long. Although this was only a feeling, as long as he continued to cultivate, it was no longer an unattainable dream for him to break through to the 9th stage. A new life in its fullest sense. After the surprise, Sage Monarch Melon Eater turned around and paid respects to the great Northern Emperor who was in the sky. This gift of rebirth, the gift of a new path to the future, such kindness was simply too great. It was not something that could easily be repaid. If the great Emperor has any orders for me in the future, Melon Eater shall tread through fire and water to accomplish it. Sage Monarch Melon Eater swore, and he swore this on his own sage seal. In the future, if the great Northern Emperor had an order for him, even if it was to climb a mountain of blades, or travel through a sea of flames, he would be willing to do it to repay the kindness shown to him. The great Northern Emperor smiled, and said, "It seems you do have a conscience, and you didn't just waste my time." If one were to look at the dried whale body below, they would find that all of its blood essence had already been extracted by the Emperor and become one of his many treasures. "Now that your ceremony has been a success, this old body of yours is useless," said the great Northern Emperor. Sage Monarch Melon Eater nodded, and said, "The great Emperor can do whatever he wants with it. Although this old body of his could still be made into a magical treasure, it would actually be of little use to him. As such, he simply left it to the bidding of the great Emperor." The great Northern Emperor said, "Great, then I'll be taking it. Little friend Shuhang, prepare a large cauldron. It's already past noon, but... Fellow Taoist Melon Eater, would you like to stay for dinner?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater, did the great Emperor just invite him to dine on himself? His heart felt stifled. How was he supposed to reply to him? "I'm just messing with you, I know that you definitely wouldn't have the appetite to stay for dinner." The great Northern Emperor waved his hand before landing beside the dried whale. The great Emperor looked at the body, which was the size of a small island. The scales could still be used to create some defensive magical treasures, and the bones could also be refined, but as they would only turn out to be 8th stage rank products, the great Emperor felt somewhat uninterested in them. The great Emperor casually asked, "Little friend Shuhang, is there any defensive magical treasure that you want to refine?" These scales and bones are good materials for refining. I have a set of black iron godly armor which is currently still a prototype magical treasure, and so it can still be further strengthened. As for the whale bones. Oh right, could they be made into guardrails? Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly brightened. Huh? The great northern emperor was dumbfounded. Guardrails? The great northern emperor felt that his thinking speed wasn't fast enough as he could clearly not keep up with Song Shuhang's thoughts. Weren't they talking about defensive magical treasures? How did railings suddenly come into the picture? Yep, guardrails, Song Shuhang said happily. The great northern emperor asked, tell me, what are you going to do with a guardrail? Could it be that you want to make an immortal boat-like magical treasure? Song Shuhang shook his head. He took out a piece of paper from his spatial bracelet. On this paper was the design for the treasured saber with guardrails that he had drawn not too long ago. He had thought of several different types of guardrails. Song Shuhang said, Senior, look. If you were to add a guardrail onto a flying sword or a treasured saber, flying would be much safer. This would be especially helpful for people with a fear of heights, as adding such guardrails would allow them to feel more assured even if they were to be flying really high. As long as they have a hand on the guardrail, their hearts would be able to remain calm. The great northern emperor, are you *king kidding me? If you can already ride a flying sword, would you even be afraid of falling down? Song Shuhang said, Senior, is it possible? If I could use the whale bones to make guardrails, that would be great. It was especially great with the body being sage monarch melon eaters, which was as big as an island. Casually picking a few bones would give him everything he needed. The great northern emperor, at the beginning, the great emperor wanted to personally make 1 or 2 magical treasures for Song Shuhang. After all, he owed Song Shuhang a great deal. An ordinary ice soul pill plus curing the cold disease of that little girl named Li Yinzhu was nowhere near enough to repay Song Shuhang's help in reviving him. Even if the benefits from the large formation for Sage Monarch Melon Eater this time were to be added, the great emperor felt that what he had done was still not enough. Therefore, he intended to forge 1 or 2 magical treasures for Song Shuhang in order to repay him for his revival. However, after seeing him take out the design of the treasured saber with guardrails, the great northern emperor immediately abandoned the idea of refining a magical treasure for Song Shuhang. He was a great emperor of the ancient heavenly city, an expert even amongst immortals, and the weapon that he was going to forge for Song Shuhang was some flying sword with guardrails? If this matter were to spread, he would lose all his face. When others would ask Song Shuhang about where he got his flying sword with guardrails from, Song Shuhang would naturally reply, it was forged by the great northern emperor. If that were to happen, would he still have any dignity left? As such, the great northern emperor stretched out his hand and patted the dried whale with great force. Crack crack, crack, 20 bones by the whale's tail were extracted and fell into the hands of the great emperor. At the same time, 20 hard scales similarly fell off little by little. The great northern emperor handed all the scales and whale bones to Song Shuhang and said, take it, try looking for an expert blacksmith and get them to forge the treasure for you. I feel that, your flying saber with guardrails is very creative. These whale bones possess the strength of an 8th stage profound sage, making them very suitable for you. Go on, I have high expectations for you. Song Shuhang took the scales and whale bones, and regretfully said, I thought that Senior was going to forge the magical treasure for me. You think too much, I'm very busy. How can I have the spare time to do something like that? The great northern emperor said seriously. He was now completely denying his previous decision of forging anything for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, that's also true. Well, thanks anyway, Senior. It was just about time for him to look for a master blacksmith. He still had the invisible saber insect for offense, so he could afford to have broken Tyrant modified to have guardrails. At that time, it would probably need a new name though, railed Tyrant? Furthermore, the black iron godly armor, which he had exchanged for from Senior Northern River, could also be strengthened with the scales he now had on hand. As Song Shuhang was in thought, the great Northern Emperor entered into action and quickly dismantled Profound Sage Melon Eater's body. The scales, sharp claws, dragon tendons, whale bones, and other parts that could be used for forging treasures were all taken out and stored away. And so, after a while, a dried whale was all that was left. Though it was called dried whale, it wasn't in such a bad state. It was just that when compared to the fat version of Profound Sage Melon Eater, this leftover could only be considered dry. However, it was different from a dried fish. It was unknown what was going through Profound Sage Melon Eater's mind right now, but he didn't leave and stayed there, watching as the great Northern Emperor dismantled his old body. It was especially so with his expression remaining calm all the way, with there completely being no mood swings at all. Profound Sage Melon Eater found that his thoughts now worked quite differently from before. After all, it was very reasonable for him to feel very upset as he watched his old body getting torn to pieces. However, other than at the beginning, when he watched his whale bones be taken out and felt slightly stifled, nothing but a calm sensation pervaded his body. As such, he kept watching as his old body was dismantled, without a single wave appearing in his heart. It was as if the event happening right in front of him had nothing to do with him at all. My mind works in strange ways right now. Could this be an effect of my new body? Did it make me enter some sort of sage mode? Profound Sage Melon Eater wondered. Due to his confusion and curiosity, he really wanted to stay and watch as his old body was eaten, and afterward see if he could still maintain this unperturbed state of mind. It just happens to be time for lunch. Since I like steaming and braising, I can divide the hot pot into spicy and slightly spicy, with the 2 degrees of spiciness having different flavors, the great Northern Emperor said. He turned his head to look at Song Shuhang and asked, "Little friend Shuhang, what about you?" "I want to have a barbecue. Other than that, perhaps having some fish soup would also be nice." Just when Song Shuhang finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that Profound Sage Melon Eater was still there, so he raised his head to look at the reborn Profound Sage Melon Eater. "Fellow Taoist Melon Eater, are you all right?" Profound Sage Melon Eater nodded and said, "I'm fine." "Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, please feel free to continue. That old body of mine no longer has anything to do with me, you don't need to watch your words." Song Shuhang, had Profound Sage Melon Eater always been this carefree? The great Northern Emperor said, "All right, so 4 pots and 2 barbecue grills. Did you bring any seasoning?" Song Shuhang, Great Emperor, are you also an immortal chef? The great Emperor was going to cook personally? Huh? Little friend Shuhang, are you not one? The great Northern Emperor asked, "Don't you have that monster onion with you? Isn't that the kind of monster pet used for condiments by immortal chefs?" Song Shuhang exclaimed, "Heavens!" The great Northern Emperor said, "It looks like you really aren't one. Well, that's unfortunate. You can't eat this whale body unless it is processed by an immortal chef first. It seems like I'll have to enjoy it by myself." Song Shuhang raised his hand and said, "Senior, in fact, I know Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, who's a well-known immortal chef. She should be the best immortal chef in the current world of cultivation. Should we go look for her?" The great Northern Emperor was an immortal-level being, and so he was capable of spatial teleportation and could instantly go to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. In addition, when faced with this 8th stage Profound Sage level ingredients, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue would definitely be moved. Under the temptation of such a level of ingredients, even if Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had to postpone the immortal feast, there would definitely be no problem. The great Northern Emperor asked, "Her cooking's really that good?" Song Shuhang nodded and said, "Immortal Fairy Bie Xue is very famous in the world of cultivation, especially her immortal feast, which is a feast that every practitioner would dream of attending. Fellow Taoist Melon Eater should also have some knowledge on this." In the sky, Profound Sage Melon Eater nodded slightly. He had participated in Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal feast several times, but he did not use his true identity and instead changed his identity to a loose cultivator, and he also suppressed his realm. The Great Northern Emperor said, "Excellent, then what are you waiting for? Give me her coordinates, I'll take us there right away." Song Shuhang said, "I'll contact her first." He brought out his cell phone and called Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. The call quickly connected. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "What's the matter? Is White coming out already?" Song Shuhang said, "Yes, Senior White is coming out soon." "Alright, I'll prepare a table of immortal dishes for him to celebrate." After saying this, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue hung up the call. Song Shuhang, it seemed he had to give her another call. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue answered the phone, "I'm busy, what else do you want? I have a very good ingredient on hand." "Immortal Fairy, are you interested?" Song Shuhang said. "Not interested, I'm busy." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said this and hung up once again. Song Shuhang, heavens, I feel so tired, can't I just have a normal conversation? He gritted his teeth and called Immortal Fairy Bie Xue again. "Do you want to be blacklisted?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said angrily. She was conducting a very important experiment. If it weren't for Song Shuhang telling her that Venerable White was soon coming out, she would have long exploded into a rage. Song Shuhang went straight to the point and said, "I have the body of a large 8th stage Profound Sage level whale that also possesses the bloodline of an ancient beast, it's very fresh. Given Immortal Fairy's cooking skills, how about it? Are you interested in taking up this challenge? Immortal Fairy, with your realm, will you be able to handle such a high-level ingredient?" "Little friend Shuhang, the weather is awesome today." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's voice immediately changed and became as gentle as water as she said, "You came to the right person. In the current world of cultivators, nobody other than I, who have grasped these secret techniques, would be able to handle 8th stage level ingredients. Where are you? I'll come to you right away." The best way to deal with an enraged woman was to give her what she desired. Song Shuhang said, "I'll come to you instead. Send me your coordinates, we'll be there immediately." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "Alright, just wait a second. I'll send you the coordinates." Song Shuhang said, "Great. Immortal Fairy, we want to have it steamed and braised, with spicy and slightly spicy for each, and we also want to have it barbecued and have fish soup. As long as you have enough ingredients, then we can go with whatever you want," said Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, her voice still as gentle as water. Song Shuhang hung up the call and waited for Immortal Fairy Bie Xue to send him her coordinates. But right at this time, Song Shuhang and the others had a strange feeling. They all raised their heads to look towards the sky. This was the feeling one got when someone had just become a profound sage, and what came after was the show of divinity. Is it Senior White? But Senior White said that he would still take some time, and maybe take until the evening. Could it be that a different profound sage has ascended? Song Shuhang wondered. At the same moment, all the practitioners in the universe similarly raised their heads. In the past few days, there had been a succession of profound sage showing their divinity. It seemed like it was a sign that a new crazy era was about to begin. In a while, the 6th sage in 1,000 years was also going to make his debut. In the eyes of the various practitioners, a white-clothed figure with long hair that reached his back appeared. This figure was so good-looking that some mere words expressing the concept of beauty were not enough to describe him. It was Senior White, who had finished transcending the heavenly tribulation ahead of time. Song Shuhang wondered if the poor heavenly tribulation had finally had enough of being ground by Senior White, and had lost its will to go against him. As such, maybe it rage quit, and allowed Senior White to show his divinity in advance. When it came to Senior White's tribulation, Song Shuhang really wondered whether it was really him who was transcending the tribulation, or if it was actually the heavenly tribulation going through some white tribulation. If he were to really speak his mind. Song Shuhang felt that the one who should be showing its divinity should be Mr. Heavenly Tribulation, who was finally able to get through the white tribulation. Just as Song Shuhang was ranting in his head, a screen that showed the show of divinity appeared in front of him, showing an image of Senior White. Heavens, this isn't good, Song Shuhang suddenly mouthed with his lips. Perhaps because of the heavenly tribulation just having finished, Senior White was in a state where he wasn't keeping his special charm in check. In this way, his indescribable charm was directly shown on the screen of the show of divinity. The picture was imprinted in the eyes of all the practitioners in the universe. At this moment, all these practitioners in the universe, whether they were cultivators, ancient witches, aboriginal deities, or ancient sorcerers, as long as they were a practitioner and looking up at the sky, they would be able to see the refined and handsome Venerable White. At this moment, each of them felt as if the entire world had completely stopped. Time had paused, and even the colors of the world had faded. The only thing that did not undergo any change was the white-robed man who was in the picture of the show of divinity. They were all experiencing something similar to when Song Shuhang had first encountered Venerable White's charm. The entire universe had stopped, and only Venerable White's long hair continued to flutter in the wind. The entire universe faded to black and white, and only Venerable White's color remained. At this moment, Senior White had truly become the center of the universe. In the past, whenever there was a new profound sage showing their divinity, it would always lead to discussions between all kinds of practitioners in the universe. Even if it was 1,000 years ago, everyone would use 1,000-mile sound transmitters to gather information and figure out the identity and origins of the new profound sage. In modern times, with the development of technology, practitioners could now use various online chat software on their phones to make calls and so on. However, at the moment when Venerable White showed his divinity, all the practitioners in the universe remained silent. Nobody sent messages, nor did anybody even whisper. Everyone was completely drawn in by Senior White's charm. They couldn't help it. Some people even forgot to breathe as they froze in place, holding their breath while looking at the screen in front of them. Nearly all of the practitioners in the universe were completely silent. It was as if they had been petrified. The thing that true Monarch White Crane was most worried about happening actually happened. In just a single moment, the number of love rivals it had increased by tens of thousands. Furthermore, this number continued to snowball while Venerable White's charm was on display in the picture of the show of divinity. Currently, only those practitioners who already knew Venerable White and had a slight immunity to his charm were able to exchange a few words. Inside the 9 provinces number 1 group, Northern River's loose cultivator was the first to send a message. A new profound sage has appeared, and it really is Senior White. To be honest, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. I've always wanted to see how all the practitioners in the universe would react to Senior White's charm when he showed his divinity. And sure enough, its effects are even more amazing than what I had thought. I was just strolling in a cultivator's market just now, but it has become deathly silent in an instant, and I bet that if a needle were to drop to the ground, the sound would be loud enough for anyone to hear. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. My emotions are in complete disarray. I'm getting a really contradictory feeling. Though I've also been looking forward to all the practitioners in the universe getting to know of Senior White's charm and everyone experiencing his beauty, the thought of my love rivals appearing everywhere makes me so heartbroken that I want to hide Senior White and never let anybody see him. Fairy Dongfang 6, Senior White, I love you. Senior White, I want to have your baby. Fairy Firefly, Senior White, please come over tonight. Fairy Lychee, bring me as well, let me join you in your appointment with Senior White. Fairy Dongfang Snow, how about we get everyone in the group chat to come together and have a date with Senior White tonight? True Monarch Yellow Mountain, at this moment, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber quietly said, sigh, if Senior White was a woman, how wonderful would that be? As soon as Thrice Reckless said those words, the entire 9 provinces #1 group went quiet. After a long while. Northern River's loose cultivator, thrice reckless, that's the last thing you should have ever said. Venerable White had just transcended his tribulation. After transcending, it was very possible that he would go and look through the chat history. Thrice reckless was simply looking for death. Young Master Phoenix Slayer slightly smiled, and said, however. Thrice reckless had indeed said what was truly in the minds of a lot of the fellow Taoists in the group. Moreover, those words were similarly in the minds of a lot of practitioners in the universe as well. Island Master Tian Kong, fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer, what is this truly you are talking about? Vice Island Master Tian Wei, fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer, don't blindly speak what you think is truly happening. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end, ha ha ha, at this point, I have the greatest advantage. No matter what Senior Wit's gender is, that won't stop me from loving him. Daluo Sect's true monarch Rain Moon, you guys are hopeless. What fun would there be if fellow Taoist White became a woman? It's exactly because his gender is male that one could get the thrill of taboo love. Every time I see a picture of you all going out to meet fellow Taoist White, I feel very excited and want to draw yaoi pictures of you guys. Daluo Sect's true monarch Rain Moon, an administrator of the 9 provinces #1 group, was a fairy of the same generation as true monarch Yellow Mountain. Under normal circumstances, she would not say anything. Though she was always online, she rarely spoke. In the past, at most she would go to Song Shuhang's online farm and steal some vegetables. Her hobby was to draw yaoi pictures. True monarch Yellow Mountain, after a while, true monarch Yellow Mountain silently changed his group nickname back to Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Dharma King Creation, at this time, I suddenly wanted to sing a song to express the feelings in my heart. The name of this song is 4 Conversions. Convert to Buddhism. Convert to the Dharma. Convert to monkhood. Convert to Senior White. It's what I currently want to sing. Monk Swallow Cloud, voice message, Buddha Senior Brother, shut your mouth. My ears are going to break, Master, save me, the fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces #1 group, it was lucky they did not join the same sect as Dharma King Creation. Great Master Swallow Cloud, may you have good luck on your journey. In your next life, you hopefully won't end up in the warring Buddha sect again. Moreover, may heaven not have a Dharma King Creation either. At this moment, the screen which showed the show of divinity slowly revolved around Venerable White. Nobody had ever experienced such a long broadcast of the show of divinity before. However, none of the practitioners in the universe were against this, as they were all satisfied. The picture slowly revolved around him, showing every angle of him to everyone. If the show of divinity had a photographer, he was definitely an expert. These shots of Senior White which he took, regardless of which angle it was, could all become treasures. In the end, the screen of the show of divinity showed a picture of Senior White from all angles before it stopped revolving around him. The next part was the highly anticipated condensing of the Sage Seal. Everybody wondered what kind of Sage Seal this 6th sage in 1,000 years was going to condense. What was his sage name going to be? All the practitioners in the universe were filled with anticipation. But just when everybody was looking forward to Venerable White condensing his Sage Seal, on the screen which displayed the show of divinity, there was suddenly a leakage of gas. That's right, in front of everyone's eyes, Venerable White, who was like an immortal in the world of mortals, deflated into a flat sheet of skin and fell to the ground. What the hell? What was this? What does this mean? Why did our beautiful white-clothed profound sage deflate? Are you playing some joke on us? Instantly, all of the practitioners in the universe were enraged. Some people felt an uneasiness in their hearts as they thought of a possibility. Could the power of the heavenly tribulation have been too great, which led to the white-robed cultivator amassing grave injuries? And afterward, when the white-robed cultivator showed his divinity in front of everyone, he finally could no longer bear it, died, and became a sheet of skin? Wasn't this too cruel? Such a tragedy had actually been put on the screen for the show of divinity? This was too much. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. The moment he saw Venerable White deflate, he had already guessed what had happened. It was a clone. The Venerable White that had just appeared on the screen was probably that helpful clone of his. It was the kind of clone that could write a script for the main body, chat with the group, and block incoming waves of tribulation for the main body. At the same time, not far from Song Shuhang, the reborn, profound sage Melon Eater looked at the sky. He held his chin as he was lost in his thoughts. After a short while, profound sage Melon Eater suddenly said aloud, "White?" He didn't know Venerable White, and Venerable White didn't have a sage seal yet. However, at the moment when he saw the other party, his heart was suddenly moved. Then, for some reason, he just knew that the cultivator's Taoist name was the single word white. Strange, why would I know his Taoist name? Profound sage Melon Eater's eyebrows creased. He felt his new body had a lot of weird features. The new body placed him in a very calm sage mode. In addition to that, due to his new body mostly being composed of light of virtue, it seemed that he could even receive some special information through it. If one were to make an analogy on what it was like, his old body would be like an especially old black and white phone. Although it could receive calls and had an SMS function, it was not able to access the internet. Meanwhile, his new body was like the latest smartphone. In addition to the old phone's functions, he could also receive some previously unreachable information through surfing the internet. Profound Sage Melon Eater felt that he had come into contact with a mysterious network-like world after his body had been reborn. Just now, when he saw Venerable White showing his divinity, he had a strange feeling. Afterward, his new body somehow got information from that mysterious network, with all of this leading to him subconsciously pronouncing the name White. Was this a new innate skill that he got after abandoning his old body? Profound Sage Melon Eater kept his calm, remaining in silence. He decided that he had to study this new body of his after getting back. This new body had a lot of mysteries that were worthy of his research. Meanwhile, over back at the Jiangnan area, inside the Blue Moon Hall, which was a hall for comedy performances, Senior White 2 raised his head and looked towards the sky. Oh, he's finally showing his divinity. At this time, he was floating above the comedy hall in a state wherein ordinary people would not be able to see him. Ever since he got the ability to pass through Song Shuhang's inner world, he could send out a projection of himself to the main world for a short time every day. He could control this projection of himself and move around the world. However, his range of activity was still limited. Moreover, even if he passed through Song Shuhang's inner world, his projection could not go anywhere besides Earth. Senior White 2 muttered, after the divinity show, the next step would be to become a tribulation transcender. And after that, the path to immortality. Is he the secret method that you left behind? I'll be able to tell once I see the path to immortality of this White. He hadn't made contact with Venerable White, and he even had consciously avoided him. Every time Venerable White was with Song Shuhang, he would deliberately not go to him. He wanted to avoid influencing the other party, so he checked on the other White only through Song Shuhang, if there was a need to. So boring. This comedy performance is so boring, there's nothing funny about it at all. No wonder the level of Song Shuhang's jokes is so low. It turns out that the comedic level of this entire world is still currently of such a low level. Senior White 2 felt rather distressed. He liked listening to jokes, but only if they were funny jokes. However, he found it difficult to find a joke that could make him laugh. He had high standards for what jokes he would laugh at. As he was in thought, Senior White 2 suddenly saw an advertisement outside the window. It was an advertisement of the movie Apocalypse War, and the trailer of thrice reckless Mad Saber's new movie My Reckless and Unrestrained Life. Senior White 2 once heard his own pet number 2, the demonic hamster, bring up the movie Apocalypse War. Senior White 2 thought to himself, perhaps I should go and see this movie. Besides Senior White 2, in the depths of the universe, in a small secret realm on some planet, a huge divine elephant raised his head and looked at the sky. The elephant said to himself, "Oh, a new profound sage has been born." This elephant was an immortal who had already found his own path and possessed enough power to fight for the will of the heavens. If a situation were to arise where the wielder of the will was not present, he was eligible to take over their place. However, he had lost interest in this competition for the heavens' will at some point in time. In the last battle for the heavens' will during the ancient era, after the wielder of that time suddenly quit their job and left, the scholarly sage suppressed the world, and was considered invincible throughout the universe. Back then, numerous immortals came forward to challenge the scholarly sage, with several of them ending up dying in his hands. However, the immortal elephant did not challenge the scholarly sage back then. Going further back in time, to the battle for the heavens' will before that, the elephant still did not leave his home. In the end, that lazy person that later quit their job took control of the heavens' will. If we go further back in time, to the battle for the heavens' will before that. At that time, the elephant had indeed made a move. However, it was exactly because of what happened back then that he had abandoned the idea of competing for the heavens' will ever again. He vaguely remembered that during that battle for the heavens' will, he experienced extreme desperation, he had suffered a defeat, an especially miserable kind. The party who defeated him was not an immortal, but rather a newly ascended Tribulation transcender. That defeat shook him to his core, and he was never able to let it go. After that, he returned to his hometown, and began to build his own secret realm, staying within it and letting himself be at ease. Inside that secret realm which he created, he played the God Simulator game. The immortal elephant murmured to himself, that time, whom did I even lose to? All I can remember is that he was a small Tribulation transcender, but why can't I remember what he looked like? As an immortal, his memory was very unlikely to ever suffer from any problems, unless his memory had been erased. But the only thing that could erase parts of an immortal's memories, was the wielder of the will itself. Could that Tribulation transcender who defeated me have continued fighting in the Great War and become the wielder of the heavens' will? Forget it, none of this matters to me anymore. The position of the wielder of the will is not something a mediocre person like me can take care of. The immortal elephant laughed at himself, and continued to play his building game. He wanted to make his own small world into something similar to an independent dimension, and develop a storyline for a fantasy-esque small martial arts world. The residents of this world had been carefully selected from beings from all over the universe. In this small world, he was the ruler. Just like this immortal elephant, other immortals had their own kinds of lifestyle. When these immortals casually looked up at the scene of Venerable White's showing of divinity, a vague memory seemed to appear in all of their minds. However, they couldn't clearly remember Venerable White in their memories. Similar to the immortal elephant, a part of their memory was missing. And so, after being in thought for a while, most of these immortals could only secretly praise, this new profound sage is really handsome. After this, they went back to their business. All the immortals in the universe were currently very busy. The reason for this was the coming of a big era. With the recent weakness of the wielder of the will, all practitioners at and above the Tribulation transcender realm were getting this unique feeling in their hearts. In other words, the next battle for the heavens will was soon going to take place. But this time, there was nobody like the scholarly sage or the ancient heavenly city's heavenly emperor. With this being the case, the battle for the position of heavens will was fair competition, everybody had an equal opportunity of becoming the next wielder of heaven's will. This was simply a wonderful era, an era filled with hope. Meanwhile, when Venerable White suddenly deflated on the screen of the show of divinity, all the practitioners in the universe who were watching the live broadcast went into a rage. If the show of divinity had had a TV station, it would have probably been long smashed to pieces by the angry practitioners. It was a pity that the show of divinity was merely a manifestation of the great way of the heaven and earth. The one behind the scenes was simply too difficult to deal with. This drove the practitioners in the universe, who couldn't do anything, into an even greater rage. Finally, just when they were about to be driven into madness, the situation changed once again. Not far from where Venerable White originally stood, a transparent crystal box appeared. It was not known how this crystal box appeared, but as it fell to the ground with a thud, all the practitioners in the universe were able to see it. When it fell, the crystal box came open and revealed somebody's left arm. It was a male's arm, with it having even muscles and long fingers. Within this arm's grasp was a white note. All of the practitioners in the universe immediately got into discussions. What's going on? Why is there an arm? This should be a turn for the better. Strong vitality can be sensed from this arm. It's the arm of a living person. Could this arm be the arm of the white-robed profound sage just now? Is he going to use this arm to achieve rebirth? I've heard that when some cultivation skills are cultivated to the profound sage realm, one can achieve rebirth through a drop of blood. Could this be the case? It could be. The screen of the divinity show hasn't vanished yet, which indicates that the white-clothed profound sage is still alive. Soon, he'll definitely be reborn and condense his sage seal in front of everyone. If he regenerates with his arm, it will be tantamount to demonstrating a brilliant rebirth technique in front of us, which will greatly benefit all of us. Yes, a great benefit indeed. Similar dialogues took place all over the universe. At this moment, Song Shuhang was also looking at the crystal box and the arm, and the corners of his mouth began to convulse repeatedly. They convulsed and twitched, and he couldn't stop them at all. That arm was undoubtedly the one he had lent to Senior White for communication. There was an unpleasant premonition in his heart. Inside the 9 provinces number 1 group. Fairy Lychee, this arm, young Master Phoenix Slayer, yeah, that should be it. Northern River's loose cultivator, its little friend Song Shuhang's. He didn't have a left hand before, and he also said that he had left his left hand with Senior White. It seems like it will be recognized by everyone soon, this arm, thrice reckless Mad Saber said. Little friend Song Shuhang had already condensed his sage seal. People only need to see him to know that he is Tyrannical Song. Under these circumstances, even if only one arm is seen, people should be able to quickly realize that this is Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's arm, right? Tyrannical Saber Song 1, heavens, it can't be, right? I feel like it's very likely. Can someone look for a fellow Taoist who doesn't know the truth and have them stare at this arm? Maybe they would be able to sense it. Medicine Master said by voice message. Fairy Dongfang 6, there's no need to try. There's a little monster right beside me. It stared at the arm for a while and looked like it suddenly realized, isn't this the arm of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song? It's the same as fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless has guessed. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, am I done for? I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end, yes, you're done for. Completely done for. As soon as I think of your left hand accompanying Senior White through his heavenly tribulation, I feel great jealousy in my heart. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, don't run from me tonight, see you at our school playground. Song Shuhang replied, it's the mid-autumn holiday, and there are 3 days off. Who would still be at school? True Monarch White Crane said, F***CK. Fairy Lychee, ***** Tyrannical Saber Song 1, ****** I feel that as long as Senior White handles it well, you aren't completely done for. As they were talking, the screen which showed the divinity show changed once again. Venerable White's body appeared on the screen. Though the white clothes on his body were a little tattered, he still went to the side of the crystal box with a tired face and picked up the box. Senior White appeared on the screen once again, and when he appeared, the previously deflating Senior White disappeared. It appeared that the clone technique had been cancelled. Afterward, he stretched out his hands and brushed his clothes. A stream of light flowed on his white clothes, and the clothes returned to their original state after a moment. This set of white clothes not only had a strong defensive ability, but also had the ability to repair itself. Other than that, it could also transform itself into various other appearances according to Senior White's thoughts. Song Shuhang had particularly been envious of this Taoist robe ever since he had met Senior White. He had hoped to get his hands on a similar robe in the future. It was a pity that things didn't always go as one wished. His current robe was a black iron god armor, and its style was crooked. After the clothes finished repairing itself, Senior White reached out and picked up Song Shuhang's arm. Since I've already finished transcending the tribulation, it should almost be time to go out and have dinner. However, a while ago I told little friend Shuhang that I would finish transcending the tribulation sometime at night. I wonder if he has already prepared the food. After that, while in the spotlight, he brought out a pen and wrote on the blank piece of paper on Song Shuhang's left hand. I'm done transcending my tribulation, when are we? When he was halfway through writing his message, his pen had run out of ink. Senior White shook his pen repeatedly, but even after doing so, he still couldn't write a word for a long time. Such an event, when it came to the lucky Senior White, was simply an incredible event. After thinking for a bit, Senior White extended his hand and threw the pen away. Afterwards, he wrote on Song Shuhang's palm instead. Shuhang, I'm done transcending my tribulation, when are we going to have dinner? Have you prepared the food? Song Shuhang, he felt an itchy sensation on his hand while at the same time feeling quite uncomfortable. This scene was seen by all the practitioners in the universe through the screen of the Divinity show. Although they could not really see what Senior White was writing due to the angle, this only made it seem even worse. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, a deathly silence pervaded the chat room. After a while, Fairy Lychee asked, Tyrannical Song 1, does Senior White not know that he's already in the state of showing his divinity? Tyrannical Song 1, I don't know either. Furthermore, with it being during the live broadcast of the Show of Divinity, he did not dare reply to Senior White either. If he did so, he would be revealing the secret that he could connect into the heavenly tribulation realm. Northern River's loose cultivator said, if a lot of people have already recognized that that hand is little friend Song Shuhang's hand, he's simply done for. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, a lot of people should have already realized it. Moreover, as long as some people see it, with the speed things spread on the internet, everyone should already know that that's little friend Song Shuhang's hand. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, a gun in the open is easy to avoid, while an arrow in the dark is hard to guard against. People who are driven by jealousy are capable of doing anything, one such example is White Crane. It is very possible that it might drug little friend Shuhang and do bad things to him. True Monarch White Crane was furious, and said, Thrice Reckless, you are looking for death. This idiot, he just said everything aloud. How am I supposed to secretly drug him now? Such a pig teammate. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, underwater cemeteries, 50% off. An exquisite cemetery that comes with free and considerate service. It's better to buy in large quantities. If you buy 3, you get an extra 1, and if we're familiar with each other, I'll even give you a better discount. Song Shuhang, weren't underwater cemeteries Yu Jiaojiao's business? Since when did True Monarch Flood Dragon start working in this trade as well? Could he be trying to take market shares away from his daughter? At this time, Senior White suddenly realized something. Senior White murmured, wait a minute, could I already be showing my divinity? Afterward, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he aptly stored Song Shuhang's left arm back into the crystal box and put it away. Senior White looked towards the sky, and loudly said, "The next thing should be, condensing my sage seal, right?" As he said this, a string of runes condensed in the skies and descended beside him. This was the second step of the show of divinity, the condensing of one's sage seal. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, Northern River's loose cultivator said, "Venerable White Sage name should be his Taoist name, White, right? Dharma King Creation, it should be." Senior White has always only had this single word for his Taoist name. Also, from today onwards, we will have to change how we address him. It is no longer Venerable White, but rather Sage Monarch White, or simply Sage White. At this time, Sun-Splitting Halberd Guada said, "Oh, actually, besides the White Taoist name, Senior White has another Taoist name. It's just that you guys have always paid no heed to it." This time, when he showed up, he had surprisingly not sent the dog head picture. Northern River's loose cultivator doubtfully said, "Senior White has another Taoist name? Why do I seem not to have any impression of it?" After all, he was one of the more well-informed within the group. Don't forget that Senior White's ID has the name Song Bie on it, Sun-Splitting Halberd Guada continued. As such, when it comes to the sage name, is it possible that something like Sage Monarch Song Bie might appear? F***ck. True Monarch White Crane was infuriated, and said, "Surname Song, you're dead meat. Today, I shall let you experience the power of a white crane's divine claws." Song Shuhang, how's it my fault again? The ID was created by the Senior Snow Wolf. At Cave Lord Snow Wolf, this isn't my fault. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, it's because the word white alone is not enough to get an ID. Furthermore, it was little friend Song Shuhang this time who welcomed Senior White, so I just casually gave Senior White the surname Song. I can't be blamed for this, right? Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "If, and I'm saying if, Senior White really has the option of choosing to have the sage name Song Bie, then I think that little friend Song Shuhang will probably last no longer than 3 episodes. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, so, little friend Shuhang, I have underwater cemeteries, 50% off. An exquisite cemetery that comes with free and considerate service. It's better to buy in large quantities. If you buy 3, you get an extra 1, and acquaintances get discounts." Song Shuhang, True Monarch Song Bie, Profound Sage Song Bie. With Senior White's personality, he couldn't possibly choose such a Taoist name, right? On the screen of the Divinity show, the runes around Senior White had finally formed. There was a rune in the script of the ancient era, and another one in Chinese. Fortunately, nothing like Song Bie appeared, and both runes were single characters of white. Senior White reached out to the rune in Chinese, and chose this character to be his sage seal. Seeing this, Song Shuhang finally let out a sigh of relief. Bzzz, in the sky, the sage seal had completely formed. It was a simple and beautiful sage seal that was divided into 2 rows. There were 2 characters, one used the script of the ancient era, and the other used modern Chinese, with which Senior White's sage name had been written. Sage White. The new profound sage, Sage White, the 6th sage in 1,000 years. All the practitioners in the universe recited the sage name inwardly. The name was imprinted in their respective minds. The sage name had been chosen, and the sage seal had been condensed. A profound sage-like dignity wrapped around Senior White's body. Unlike his clone, Venerable White's main body consciously retracted his special charm. At this time, Sage White was still beautiful and unparalleled, but not as captivating as before. Inside the heavenly tribulation realm, Senior White's long hair moved on their own, and while condensing the sage seal, he was able to recover his state to the peak. This is the true temperament of a profound sage. Involuntarily, all the practitioners in the universe thought so in their minds. Of the 6 profound sages that successively appeared recently, the first sage in 1,000 years. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song could be said to be the most domineering and had that dignified virtuous empress with him. However, at that time, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was bald, and his bearing was inadequate. The second, third, and fourth sages could only be said to be cowardly, and they were simply a disgrace to all the profound sages in the world, and should not even be mentioned. The fifth sage in 1,000 years, Sage Monarch Melon, was a profound sage who had taken a rather unusual path, the path of defense. He could be said to be the tortoise shell on a tortoise. When he stood on the screen, he was also somewhat lacking in terms of temperament. Looking back now, it was only in the show of the sixth profound sage, when they saw the captivating style of Sage White, that they were able to experience the true style of a profound sage. As the sage seal had been condensed, the time for the divinity show had come to an end. Following this was the profound sage speech. For an eighth stage profound sage, transcending their tribulation wasn't the true end of their tribulation. This was because the profound sage speech which they were to hold held great importance. It was important because the profound sage speech was a process wherein they collected power of virtue. If the content of their profound sage speech was insufficient, and the power of virtue that they collected was not enough to offset the inner demon tribulation, then the profound sage would be forced to take on a wave of the inner demon tribulation before leaving the heavenly tribulation realm. And so, Senior White entered the profound sage speech state. Just now, when he recalled his clone, the profound sage speech script that it had written beforehand had fallen into his hands. It is with great pleasure that I am presented with this opportunity to impart the experiences that I have had during my cultivation to everyone here today. Senior White smiled slightly, and continued, "It was difficult to choose due to the many things I know, but after giving it much thought, I've decided to discuss something that I find particularly interesting, and this is speed." Senior White liked speed, speed of the fastest kind. When the fellow Taoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group heard this opening remark, they already had a vague idea of what Senior White was going to talk about. Senior White seriously said, 1,000 can be defeated, 10 of thousands can also be defeated, but speed cannot be defeated. Although this statement is rather one-sided, I say it to emphasize the importance of speed. On top of all this, speed simply brings great excitement. With that said, I will now discuss a few conventional ways on how to increase one's speed with everyone. First, using external forces, this allows one to delve into formations. Second, using sophisticated, flying or escape techniques, this allows one to delve into one's body. Third, using natural treasures to refine magical treasures, this allows one to delve into external objects. These are several conventional methods. If you need to hone your skills and experiment with the said 3 methods, I can recommend an event that could even be said to be comparable to the flying sword competition, the hand-guided tractor competition. Afterward, Senior White began to talk about the excitement and benefits of the hand-guided tractor competition in front of the entire universe. The hand-guided tractor competition could not only allow one to be entertained and have a taste of excitement, but could also integrate the experiences from equipment refining, formations, flying techniques, modifications, and others. At this moment, all the practitioners in the universe wore confused faces. Wait, did we come to the wrong live broadcast? Is this a profound sage speech? Why are we listening to some talk about this hand-guided tractor competition? If they did not know that the speaker in this speech was the 6th profound sage, Sage White, many of the practitioners in the universe would have long flipped their tables. But soon, some of the more meticulous practitioners discovered that as Sage White was explaining the hand-guided tractor competition, they were able to acquire a considerable amount of knowledge related to formations, flying techniques, and equipment refinement. Moreover, the explanation was easy to understand. There was even that hand-guided tractor competition to make a comparison, which allowed the topic to be better understood. Was this a unique method of giving a speech? As Senior White's lectures gradually unfolded, more and more practitioners became aware of the hidden benefits in Sage White's speech. On the surface, it only seemed like Sage White was talking about a hand-guided tractor competition. However, the entire lecture was actually filled with knowledge about formations, rune-making, weapon refinement, and so on. When one looked back at the entire speech and thought things through, they would find that they were getting just what they needed, and all of it was filled with sincerity. In addition, with things being explained though a hand-guided tractor competition, the speech never got boring to listen to. This kind of feeling was like what one would get from kid stories. While listening to the story, one would unknowingly grasp some knowledge. Unknowingly, at one point, all of the practitioners in the universe had already been hooked, listening enthusiastically. Afterward, just like when Profound Sage Tyrannical Song had given his speech, as Sage White's speech got better and better, the Great Way started resonating with it, giving birth to auspicious clouds, spiritual mushrooms, flowers, and spiritual leaves, all of which appeared beside Sage White. Finally, when Sage White's lecture reached its concluding stages, the phenomena of the Great Way appeared in turns one after the other. Phenomena of carps leaping through the Dragon Gate, purple mist covering thousands of miles, unicorns treading the sky, and spirit foxes worshipping the sun seemingly appeared in a hurry as if they were afraid of not being able to have the opportunity to appear on the scene. Sage White's speech had become a gathering of phenomena of the Great Way. Nearly all, if not all, of the recorded phenomena that appeared during a speech appeared during Sage White's speech. Some of the old profound sages were stunned. They had simply never seen a profound sage speech invoking such a large number of phenomena. Was Sage White's speech simply that good? Nevertheless, they did have to admit that Sage White's speech was indeed wonderful. This profound sage speech was of such a high quality that was hard to come by. However, the first sage in 1,000 years Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's so-called Tribulation transcend-level speech on the Taoist canon a while back had not brought about such a large number of phenomena, right? Could this mean that the phenomena of the Great Way also took one's looks into account? Could it be that because Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's face value was not enough, the number of phenomena of the Great Way was not as high as it should have been? Well, honestly speaking, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's face couldn't be said to be bad, either. Anyway, regardless of that, it could no longer be denied that Sage White's speech had brought about such a large number of phenomena. The real question now was, how terrifying would the amount of power of virtue he would gain from this when he concluded his speech be? The old profound sages were left secretly guessing at the answer. At that time, would Sage White be able to directly materialize his power of virtue? Sage White's speech slowly came to a close. Although the practitioners from all over the universe wanted to listen for a while longer, Sage White was not able to talk for a few days and nights. Moreover, Sage White's speech was already full of sincerity, and they had learned lots from it. It would be fairly embarrassing for them to force him to continue speaking. But I can't bear it. I really want to continue watching Sage White give a speech. I will only be able to eat rice if I can continue watching Sage White. I'm willing to do good all my life in exchange for Sage White's speech to never end. A life is too short. I'm willing to live 9 lives of doing good in exchange for Sage White being able to extend his speech a bit more. Please sit there for a while longer, Sage White. You don't need to continue giving a speech. Just stay seated right there and let me look at you for a while longer. Sage White, let's go on a DD date. Right, you don't have to continue with the speech, just let us continue looking at you. Sage White, Sage White. I want to have a baby with you. Sage White, please sit for a little while longer, even just a few more minutes. Among the practitioners all over the universe, a small part of them began to express their heart's desires. As a profound sage who had properly transcended, Senior White could receive a part of the feedback from the practitioners of the universe, just like Sage Monarch Winter Melon did a few days ago. Senior White calmly sat as he pondered for a moment. Afterward, he seriously replied, "No, I'm going to go eat." With such a powerful reply, the practitioners from all over the universe could not find an excuse to keep him there. A practitioner shouted out, "How unfortunate, I hate this Sage White is currently in the heavenly tribulation realm. If it weren't for that, I would have definitely been able to send him the best food in the world. As long as Sage White sat and ate and let me be near him, watching silently, I would be satisfied." Their words drew a wave of approval from his nearby companions. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Fairy Dongfang 6, ha ha ha, I'm laughing too much. There's a good number of monsters on my side who are discussing whether or not they should prepare a feast and send it to Senior White. Moreover, there are so many monsters who only want to silently stay by the side and watch Senior White eat. Song Shuhang, he had heard that many streamers and viewers were very strange nowadays. The streamers would live stream themselves sleeping, eating, doing homework, and being sick, and even then there would still be a lot of viewers. He had never been able to understand what the point of sitting in front of a computer or mobile phone and watching some streamer eat and sleep was. Unexpectedly, there were actually also people in the world of cultivation who wanted to watch another person broadcast themselves eating. All good things had to come to an end. Even if all the practitioners in the universe continued to persist, Sage White's speech would still conclude. And so, Sage White calmly sat down and entered the final part of a profound sage's ascension, accepting the virtue coming from all over the universe. After listening to the profound sage speech, all the practitioners from the universe would produce a kind power according to their satisfaction from the speech. This power would turn into a force similar to the power of faith and gather around Senior White. And when this energy similar to the power of faith descended on Senior White, it would transform into something more fitting of the laws of the Great Way, it would transform into power of virtue, and wrap around Senior White. The profound sage speech, a speech for all the practitioners in the universe, a stage wherein one taught everyone with no regard as to who they might be, this was a huge and vast virtue. At the time when Song Shuhang's speech had ended, due to his explanation of the Taoist canon being at the Tribulation transcender level, far exceeding the expectations of most practitioners, and with there even being many profound sages who listened to it with satisfaction, the amount of power of virtue which he got was simply enormous. It descended upon him and the virtuous lamia like pouring rain. The power of virtue obtained by Senior White this time was also akin to pouring rain. Moreover, this rain became heavier and heavier, and the later waves of rain of virtue were already like hail. On Senior White's body, the power of virtue quickly piled up. Prior to becoming a profound sage, Senior White had only had a small amount of power of virtue as he did not practice techniques related to virtue, and his light of virtue had only just formed. But now, Senior White's light of virtue had completely undergone a qualitative change in an extremely short time. Immediately afterward, it already began to materialize. A cylindrical pillar of virtue emerged behind Senior White. It was the prototype of something. Before Song Shuhang completely condensed the virtuous lamia, there had also been a stage of his virtue being a stickman. Sure enough, with the continuous descent of power of virtue, the pillar of virtue behind Senior White began to experience subtle changes. Vaguely, the pillar began to change into a large tree. The trunk was straight, while its branches extended in all directions. After dozens of breaths, golden leaves began to condense on the bare branches. A 10-meter-tall tree of virtue emerged behind Senior White and came to life. Senior White, who had just condensed his light of virtue, directly skipped several stages and went straight to the stage of materialization. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Northern River's loose cultivator, I knew that this was going to be the case. Senior White's light of virtue really materialized. True Monarch fallout, well, it's Senior White, after all. I'm willing to bet 2 packs of chili sticks that even if Senior White had only sat still, he would still receive a great amount of power of virtue when his profound sage speech ended. Fairy Lychee, hey, what's that tree of virtue behind Senior White? Is it a prototype of something? I'm quite curious about it. Monk Swallow Cloud, looking at it, there should be many things like it. The leaves look weird, though. Maybe it's just something out of Senior White's mind? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, oh, great Master Swallow Cloud, you're still alive? You haven't died from fellow Taoist creation singing? Monk Swallow Cloud, since I decisively pierced my eardrums, I feel much better. Other than the small tremors still in my brain, going online to chat isn't a problem at all. After a few days, I'll simply do an eardrum repair operation. Song Shuhang, looking at its leaves, they look like the leaves of the bayberry tree. Northern River's loose cultivator, now that little friend Song Shuhang mentions it, it does indeed seem to be so. Fairy lychee, bayberry? Is there anything auspicious about this kind of tree? Song Shuhang, perhaps it's because Senior White likes bayberries? As they were talking, a small round fruit grew out on the tree of virtue behind Senior White. It really is a bayberry. True Monarch White Crane said. There was no mistaking it, although it had been condensed from the power of virtue and it was all golden and bright, it really was just like a bayberry. The virtuous golden bayberry tree was very tall. At this time, under the gazes of the practitioners all over the universe, Senior White turned his head and looked at the tree of virtue behind him, his face showing contemplation. After that, he turned around, tiptoed, and picked a fruit from his tree of virtue. He had really picked a golden fruit. The fruit lay in Senior White's palm, looking really cute and pleasing to the eye. Senior White looked at this fruit and fell into thought for about a second. Afterward, he decisively inserted the golden bayberry into his mouth. A moment later, Senior White's face showed satisfaction as he said, "The taste of this virtuous fruit clearly matched Senior White's tastes. The fruits of one's own light of virtue could actually be picked and eaten." At this time, one more topic for research emerged in the world of cultivation. In addition to the "could the lotus produced from the phenomena of the great way be eaten," from when Profound Sage Tyrannical Song showed his divinity, another new topic, "could the fruit from one's own light of virtue be eaten," had emerged to be researched. On the other side, Senior White stretched out his hand, brought out a small box, and opened it. A monster willow was released, fell into the heavenly tribulation realm, and appeared before the eyes of all the practitioners in the universe. Damn, Sage White had been carrying his own monster pet while he had been transcending the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage. After the monster willow Qing Wu was released, she looked around in confusion. When she saw the golden bayberry tree, she came to her senses. With her identity as a treasure picker monster pet, Qing Wu understood her responsibilities. The monster willow stretched out her own branches. Her branches, which were more dexterous than human hands, quickly picked off the fruits from the golden tree, and then she handed the fruits to her master. She moved just as fast as an assembly line would. In the blink of an eye, half of the golden bayberries on the virtuous tree had already been picked. She packed the fruits into a wooden box, and handed the box to Senior White. As a qualified treasure picker monster pet, Qing Wu would always bring several spatial bags that had various equipment inside with her. Those equipment included more bottles, boxes, tanks, boxes, and other things that could also be used to hold treasures. When it came to picking up treasures, she had already become a professional. Senior White picked up a bayberry from the wooden box, placed it into his mouth, and his eyes narrowed. The taste was very good. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang, the fruit is actually edible. Northern River's loose cultivator, I'm afraid that just like little friend Shuhang's virtuous lamia, Senior White's virtuous tree is also some kind of variation. Fairy lychee, I suddenly remembered Song Shuhang's lotus blossoming tongue power which procures edible lotuses. Song Shuhang, you have corrupted Senior White. Why's this pot, blame, being thrown on my head? What is this, some 1,000-mile flying pot? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, I can't be blamed for this, can I? Besides, since this golden bayberry is actually edible, the practitioners from all over the universe should probably be very interested in this scene. True Monarch White Crane, what scene? Song Shuhang, the pew, pew, pew scene. True monarch white crane, speak properly, bastard. Today, I'm really upset with you, alright? I'm burning with jealousy right now, do you know that? Song Shuhang, you'll know when you see it. True monarch white crane angrily said, I keep on getting the feeling that you're showing off to me. Tyrannical Song, let's see what happens tonight. I'll have you taste the power of a white crane's divine legs. Thrice reckless Mad Saber curiously said, Wasn't it the white crane's divine claws the last time? How did it suddenly become divine legs? Enraged, True monarch white crane said, I'm a crane. A bird, and my legs are claws, are you trying to say something here? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, sorry, I'm not trying to say anything here. Actually, I just wanted to ask if the white crane's divine claws and white crane's divine legs were a set of unique skills. For some reason, Thrice Reckless felt that True Monarch White Crane was especially angry at him today. Did he somehow offend it today? Song Shuhang, here it comes. True Monarch White Crane, what? At this time, on the screen of the live broadcast, Senior White had unknowingly already placed 7 or 8 bayberries in his mouth. He was simply too fast, so nobody from the audience could clearly see his movements. They could only see the flashes on the screen as Senior White's 2 cheeks began to bulge. In the next moment, pew, 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 the cores were spat out by Senior White like bullets, all of them falling into another box by the side. This box had been readied ever since the beginning by the monster Willow Qing Wu. The cores of virtuous bayberries were also golden and dazzling as all of them had been condensed from the power of virtue. From the monster Willow Qing Wu's perspective, these should also be treasures, and couldn't be wasted. As such, she collected them, perhaps they could be useful elsewhere. After that, the camera moved. Senior White's cheeks bulged once again. Pew, 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 the cores of the fruits fell into another box accurately once again. For the practitioners in the universe, this was something they treated as a blessing, as it was not a problem for them to just sit still and watch Sage White eat bayberries and grow old. Unfortunately, Senior White had no intention of continuing to let them have this blessing. After 2 eating sessions, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and swept away the several boxes of bayberries. Senior White lightly said, all right, this fruit can still be eaten after dinner. I'll go have myself some proper food first. Behind him, the monster Willow Qing Wu also stopped picking fruits. Strangely, not only did the number of bayberries on the virtuous tree not decrease, but it even seemed like there had been an increase in their number. This was because when Senior White was spitting out cores, another terrifying wave of light of virtue that came from all over the universe descended upon him. This wave of light of virtue not only allowed the virtuous tree to grow by 4 or 5 meters and reach a height of 20 meters, but it also made the tree grow more fruits. Qing Wu had already picked several boxes of bayberries, but her picking speed was simply not fast enough. Alright, that's it. I'm leaving. Senior White yelled at the heavenly tribulation realm. However, the light of virtue above his head was still desperately descending. It seemed that the light of virtue was still not done yet. Senior White said, having this much light of virtue is useless. I don't want it, I'll be taking my leave first. In response to his words, greater amounts of light of virtue came at him violently. This likely happened because the practitioners of the universe had become more desperate to give him power of virtue. The tree of virtue behind him grew bigger and bigger, and more golden bayberries appeared on it. If this were to continue, the tree would soon reach a height of 100 meters. Senior White, after a while. Senior White suddenly clapped his hands, and said, well, I guess I could try sharing it with others. After saying that, Senior White opened a crystal box, revealing a left arm. This left arm was familiar to the practitioners from all over the universe, and that was because it came with its own story. As long as they stared at it for a while, the practitioners would naturally come to realize that this was the arm of the first sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. It was just that they did not know why it appeared in the hands of Sage White. Afterwards, Venerable White threw Song Shuhang's left arm towards the virtuous tree. And so, Song Shuhang's arm hung on a branch of the tree. As the huge amounts of power of virtue descended, a part of it fell onto Song Shuhang's left arm and poured into it. As Senior White had envisioned, as long as he was willing, the power of virtue that descended from the sky could enter Song Shuhang's arm and become part of Song Shuhang's virtue. Senior White succeeded and nodded with satisfaction. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Northern River's loose cultivator, life is truly unjust, nothing can compare to hanging from the southeast branch. Thrice reckless mad saber, shocking. Why is the left arm of the first sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, hanging on a branch? Fellow Taoist thrice reckless, that doesn't quite work. This is how you do it, Island Master Tian Kong said. Shocking, there's a profound sage-level left arm hanging on a branch. Why is this left arm hanging on a tree branch? Who is its owner? For what reason is it hanging on that big tree? Please check in on the 9 provinces number 1 group's Discovery Channel at 5 o'clock tonight to find out the amazing secret behind this. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, shocking, the left arm of the first sage in 1,000 years, Tyrannical Song, had actually been heartlessly hung on a giant tree. Who was the murderer that left behind Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's left arm? Please check in on the 9 provinces number 1 group's Detective Channel at 6 o'clock tonight to get an analysis of the case of the left hand on the tree branch. Dongfang Snow, I will give you some background music. A song I just found would be quite fitting, it's old and interesting. Its lyrics are, mischievous left hand who, mischievous left hand, who. It's old but appropriate. Song Shuhang, you seniors are really having fun, aren't you? But his heart felt stifled. One day, if he became an administrator of the 9 provinces number 1 group, he would definitely have these patients who were severely ill with the thrice reckless disease have a taste of the small black room. Wait a minute. Speaking of thrice reckless disease, his own condition was also rather problematic. In the eyes of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, could he also be a critically ill patient? That was truly depressing. Going off on a tangent, Song Shuhang felt that his left arm had become slightly warm. It should be because of the great amounts of light of virtue that were pouring into it. After his left arm returned, that power of virtue should be able to integrate itself into the virtual lamia, right? In the heavenly tribulation realm. Senior White looked up at the growing tree of virtue behind him. The rain of virtue in the sky did not seem like it had any intention of stopping. Oh right, I almost forgot about him. Senior White suddenly thought of another thing once again. After saying that, he took out a large box that looked like a coffin. When the large box opened, a pale cultivator was revealed within. It was the 3rd sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage Eternity. One of the 3 cowards. At this moment, the practitioners from all over the universe fell into deep thought. Why is Profound Sage Eternity still in the heavenly tribulation realm? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who had transcended the tribulation together with him, has already returned to the main world. I heard that Profound Sage Horizon and Profound Sage 7 Lives Talisman also came back. Why didn't Profound Sage Eternity return? Also, he seems to be in quite a perilous state. His face is very pale, it seems like he's been struck by inner demons. Some of the old Profound Sages already understood the reasons behind this. Eternity had not taken the Profound Sage speech seriously. During his Profound Sage speech, he had actually taken the opportunity to confess to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. If Eternity himself had had a huge amount of power of virtue like Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, he would have been fine. However, that was not the case. And so, After he finished with his confession, he did not have the power of virtue to offset the inner demon tribulation. It seemed that eternity had been in this state, and had been unable to extricate himself from it ever since the day when he had shown his divinity. Bie Xue, don't leave me, eternity murmured. His voice was very soft, so nobody could hear him except for Venerable White, who was right beside him. Senior White squeezed his chin. This guy was an admirer of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. Then, for fellow Taoist Bie Xue's sake, let me help you, Venerable White said. He extended his hand and threw eternity onto the tree, allowing him to hang together with Song Shuhang's left arm. In the sky, a huge power of virtue came falling down. Some fell onto Song Shuhang's left hand, and some fell onto eternity. Eternity was still currently trapped in the inner demon tribulation, so Senior White hoped that the light of virtue could help him. All things contrived are like a dream, illusion, bubble, shadow, and as dewdrop or lightning, they should be regarded as such. Everything is illusory. Everything is empty. Emptiness, illusion, everything is false. These words came from eternity's mouth as he began to recite. Senior White glanced at him. This guy, what lines is he reading? There's no saving him. Even if he can get through this inner demon tribulation, I'm afraid that his principles will be reshaped. This time, eternity's voice became relatively loud, and the practitioners from all over the universe could hear his voice. Expressing one's love brings one to death much quicker. Right beside Song Shuhang. The great Northern Emperor watched Venerable White's speech from the beginning to the end. Isn't this Sage White's luck a bit too strange? The great Emperor muttered to himself. There was no lack of extremely lucky existences among practitioners. There was the common practice of falling off a cliff and picking up a divine technique, and there were also cases of practitioners simply walking when they suddenly awakened an inexplicable cultivation physique, and some would casually be taken in as disciples by some powerful expert that was passing by. There was even the type that would always get the most benefits every time they ventured into a secret area. But generally speaking, even if a practitioner's luck was especially strong, it would still be within an acceptable range. There was a limit to the amount of luck that a person could have. However, Sage White's luck was clearly abnormal. Looking at the amount of luck that Sage White had, the great Northern Emperor racked his brain, and could only think of one existence that was somewhat similar, the scholarly sage. The scholarly sage was also like this, his luck was simply unmatched. Moreover, he carved his own path and ascended into the immortal realm in a very short time, and from then on became a peerless existence. At that time, the great Northern Emperor vaguely remembered that the Heavenly Emperor had mentioned that the scholarly sage was very unusual. The Heavenly Emperor had repeatedly mentioned that the scholarly sage was very abnormal, saying that his luck was not that of a human. The great Northern Emperor thought to himself, could this Sage White be an existence similar to the scholarly sage? If things were to continue to develop in this way, would this Sage White also become like him, defeating everyone and finally battle for the heaven's will? The great Northern Emperor looked at Song Shuhang, and asked, "Little friend Song, do you know this Sage White?" After all, Song Shuhang's left hand was hanging on the branch of Sage White's virtuous tree. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "Yes, Senior White is a senior I know. When he left closed-door cultivation, I was the one to pick him up and help him learn some modern knowledge." The great Northern Emperor asked, "Has Sage White's luck always been very good?" Song Shuhang replied, "Very much so, Senior White's luck is really good. I have never seen anyone who had better luck." The great Northern Emperor asked, "Does Sage White have any other characteristics besides having great luck?" Song Shuhang subconsciously replied, "Other characteristics? Like, tripping on flat ground? Or the tenfold acceleration?" The great Northern Emperor, he found that his thinking and Song Shuhang's thinking were not on the same page, which sometimes made it very tiring to communicate. Also, Great Emperor, why do you suddenly care so much about Senior White? You couldn't have, fallen in love with Senior White, right? I know Senior White's charm is great, but, Song Shuhang's illness had recurred. Sometimes, he just couldn't shut his mouth and keep himself from seeking death. When he thought of this possibility in his head, he blurted out those words without thinking. However, when he was halfway through the sentence, he realized that this old illness of his had recurred again, and he quickly stopped talking. The Great Northern Emperor said, "Little friend Song, I heard that you got a life talisman recently, and that because of it you can resurrect once after you die. Should I help you test out if this life talisman is effective?" Song Shuhang quickly apologized, admitting his mistakes. "I'm sorry, Great Emperor, I made a mistake." The Great Northern Emperor said, "I just feel like this Sage White is really similar to the scholarly sage." Song Shuhang said, "Great Emperor, are you talking about the one who had an amazing birth, an amazing childhood, and cultivated amazingly? I feel that the scholarly sage is very different from Senior White, be it how they act or their personal styles. Apart from the scholarly sage's luck being similarly heaven-defying, their styles are almost complete opposites. Have you ever seen the scholarly sage?" The Great Northern Emperor gave Song Shuhang a sidewards glance. Song Shuhang was talking about the scholarly sage as if he had personally encountered him, causing some doubts to appear in the Great Northern Emperor's head. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "Not long ago, I followed Senior White to the scholarly faction's White Cloud Academy as a guest. Later, something had occurred, and we encountered an image left behind by the scholarly sage himself. That image told us about the super-duper amazing life of the scholarly sage for a whole afternoon. The Great Northern Emperor, the Great Emperor fell in though. A moment later, he suddenly asked, 'Little friend Song, how's your luck?' 'My luck? It seems to be good recently, but it was pretty bad not too long ago. Every time a senior who is considered to be a shady fortune teller divines me to have great fortune, so many bad things happen. Recently, there were countless encounters wherein the chances of dying and living was 9 to 1, and I felt very depressed and wanted to take a rest," Song Shuhang said. At this time, he felt his whole body weak. The Great Northern Emperor nodded. As they were talking, beads of cold sweat suddenly drenched Song Shuhang's forehead. "Ouch!" he hissed in pain. The Great Northern Emperor. "My left arm feels really hot, it feels like it's boiling." "Hot, hot, hot," Song Shuhang said as he gritted his teeth and raised his head to look at the sky. In the heavenly tribulation realm, the hail of virtue on Senior White's head finally started to become weaker, and it soon reverted to rain of virtue. At this time, Song Shuhang's left arm, which was still hanging on Senior White's virtuous tree, had become golden. Furthermore, as the rain of virtue continued to fall, the left arm faintly began to turn transparent. It looked like it had become made of golden glass. The Great Northern Emperor calmly said, "If I'm not seeing wrong, your left arm should be mutating." Song Shuhang asked, "How's it going to mutate?" A mutation was not necessarily a good thing. He had no idea whether the arm would turn into a real fapping arm and be rejected by his body when he tried to reattach it. Moreover, even if it did not become a fapping arm, it would still feel quite weird to put back a golden arm. The Great Northern Emperor pointed not too far away, Sage Monarch Melon Eater, and said, "Do you see fellow Taoist Melon Eater? Is my left hand going to become like fellow Taoist Melon Eater?" Song Shuhang said in shock. Sage Monarch Melon Eater turned his head, calmly glanced at Song Shuhang and the Great Northern Emperor, and then looked up once again at the screen that showed Sage White. "In your dreams," the Great Northern Emperor said. "Your left arm is still currently in a fleshly state, so after the mutation, it should become the same as the old body of fellow Taoist Melon Eater. The flesh and the light of virtue would merge into one, but there are always going to be some small differences between a physical body and the light of virtue." Song Shuhang inquired, "Then when I ascend to the 9th stage, will I also have to go through a body abandonment ceremony?" The Great Northern Emperor replied, "Do you practice the dual system virtue technique? If you don't, why would you have to abandon your fleshly body? The monster bird Little Kai said, Slurp, how good would it be if I could replace teacher's left arm? With so much power of virtue descending onto my body, my own power of virtue would definitely rise like a rocket. Song Shuhang gently patted Little Kai, and said, Don't worry, Little Kai. You will be my right-hand bird in the future. Little Kai, teacher, you aren't going to make me replace your left hand and have me act as your left hand instead, are you? Song Shuhang, a colorful bird as his left hand? What kind of style would that even be? As they were talking, Song Shuhang's left arm suddenly began issuing a boiling sensation once again, bringing him severe pain. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, Here it is again. Ow, ow, ouch. This time it hurts even my heart. The level of pain this time was no less than the pain that he would feel when he used the secret appraisal technique. In Sage White's divinity show screen, the rain of virtue that filled the sky finally stopped. At this time, Song Shuhang's left arm experienced another change. All the gold color covering his left arm, which had become like golden glass now, seemed to gather it all rushed towards the index finger of his left hand. After a while, his left arm recovered to how it was before, but his forefinger remained pure gold, and it even had its own light effects as it let out a dazzling light. A real golden finger, one, from today onwards, teacher, you are a man who has the makings of a protagonist, the monster bird Little Kai said, you have the most essential thing for every protagonist, the golden finger. Song Shuhang, that single golden finger looked especially weird. People who didn't know would think that his finger had been cut off, and he replaced it with pure gold. As Song Shuhang's left arm mutated, the third sage in 1,000 years, eternity, who had also been hanging on a branch of the virtuous tree, also underwent some changes. Eternity was still shouting some messy lines. However, as a steady stream of power of virtue fell onto his body, his voice became softer and softer. Finally, when the reign of virtue ended, Eternity's eyes opened. His eyes were no longer chaotic, they were bright. His inner demon tribulation was over. The various practitioners in the universe couldn't help but start discussing again. The third sage in 1,000 years has quite the good luck. He got to meet Sage White, and even took advantage of Sage White's power of virtue to get through his inner demon tribulation. With this being the case, the third sage in 1,000 years will be able to enter the main world, right? He owes Sage White a huge favor. However, the great Northern Emperor slightly shook his head, and said, he was defeated, he lost to the inner demon tribulation. Song Shuhang asked, he lost? But isn't he awake? The great Northern Emperor said, he really has to thank Sage White for lending him his power of virtue. If it weren't for this wave of power of virtue, after he lost to the inner demon tribulation, flames of tribulation would have directly engulfed his body and destroyed him for good. This wave of power of virtue that came from Sage White kept him alive. While they were talking, Eternity leapt from the tree of virtue, and he bowed down deeply towards Senior White. He knew that he had been defeated by the inner demon tribulation, and that it was only because of Senior White's help that he was able to survive. Eternity thanked Sage White, Eternity said with much pain in his heart. It was painful because the person in front of him was none other than Sage White, the person who had always been the focus of Eternity's envy. After all, he was the only man that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had ever loved. But now, he had to bow to this love rival of his. After giving his thanks, Eternity extended his hand and took out his sage seal. At this point, his sage seal was dim and without a trace of dignity. Eternity sighed softly. He missed a big opportunity due to using his profound sage speech to confess to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, thereby leading to his failure to transcend the tribulation. When he sighed, his sage seal began to dissipate. A profound sage's sage seal was actually dissipating. Such an event was something that had never been witnessed by any practitioner in the universe. It was indeed possible that there had been profound sages who had failed their inner demon tribulation, but when they did so, they were no longer showing their divinity. And so, even if their sage seal dissipated, none of the practitioners in the universe was able to see the scene. But now, due to Sage White's divinity show being broadcast, everyone was able to witness the scene of eternity's sage seal dissipating. When the sage seal completely dissipated, all of the practitioners in the universe felt their hearts tighten. When the seal vanished, something seemed to have disappeared from their minds. The name, Eternity, which had been imprinted in their minds, was now gone. With this being the case, the third sage in 1,000 years was now part of the past. From now onwards, Eternity would be known as the former third profound sage. For a moment, all the practitioners in the universe fell silent. At this moment, nobody gloated at his misfortune. It was a very grave matter that the universe was going to lose a profound sage. Eternity sighed silently. This was the result of his own death-seeking behavior. Now, he could only suck it up and move forward. Fortunately, although the sage seal dissipated, his previous ascension had not been reversed. He was now a genuine sixth-stage true monarch. Eternity whispered softly, "It's still fine." As soon as he said that, his body disappeared. He had been removed from the heavenly tribulation realm and had returned to the small courtyard of Medicine Master's building in the Jiangnan area. He raised his head to look at Sage White, who was still showing his divinity. Eternity said, "Owing my life to my biggest rival, this feeling cannot be described even with 100,000 words. Young master, with your literary talent, you could never write a 100,000-word article anyway. So, there wouldn't even be a need to try describing it." At this time, an honest voice sounded. Eternity turned his head and saw his capable subordinates standing outside the courtyard, beckoning at him. Eternity angrily said, "Shut your mouth, I am a member of the Writing Association, and both my poetry and painting skills are perfect. Don't even mention 100,000 words, even 1,000,000 words would be easily achievable." The honest man kept a blank expression as he said, "Yes, yes, yes, young master, you are definitely a master of both poetry and painting." Eternity said, "Let's go back home first. I will close up for a while to consolidate my new realm. After that, we will have to think up new plans on how I am to impress Immortal Fairy Bie Xue." The honest-looking man replied, "It shall be as you say." "Let's go," Eternity said. Though his sage seal had vanished, it wasn't really a problem as he still had another chance. After all, he was only at the sixth stage true monarch realm. After another 100 or 1,000 years, he would have another opportunity to rush to the eighth stage profound sage realm. At that time, he would definitely be able to condense a sage seal once again. Just in this fashion, one young master and one servant left Medicine Master's building small courtyard and disappeared into the Jiangnan area. Inside the heavenly tribulation realm. After Eternity disappeared and his sage seal dissipated, there was a block made of neither gold nor stone that had been left behind. Were those the remains of the sage seal? With a curl of her branches, Qingwu picked up the sage seal remains and placed them into a spatial bag prepared for her by her master. As a treasure picker, her ability to pick treasures was at a professional level. It was clear that the remains of a sage seal were a treasure, so of course, she had to keep them. Who knew, perhaps her master would have some use for them someday. If her master was pleased with her, he might even reward her. As Senior White's monster pet, Qingwu had also been benefiting a lot recently. Senior White would always share some good things with her, and this caused her realm to make rapid progress. One had to take note that something that might not even be worth looking at in Senior White's eyes would likely be a treasure for another practitioner. For example, that box of golden bayberry cores that he had pewed out. Although they were fruit cores, they were all made of extremely pure power of virtue. There was no doubt that they were treasures. Senior White stretched out his hand and placed Song Shuhang's left hand back inside the crystal box. And after that, the monster willow Qingwu was also stored away. And with a thought, the tree of virtue behind him also returned to him. Finally, Senior White's figure disappeared from the heavenly tribulation realm. When he left, Song Shuhang did not know if he was seeing things, but it seemed like there was a flash of lightning inside the heavenly tribulation realm. It seemed like it was celebrating. Yeah, he was definitely just seeing things. After leaving the heavenly tribulation realm, Senior White's figure appeared right beside Song Shuhang. When he started the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage, he had entered the space from Song Shuhang's inner world. Which was why he appeared directly beside Song Shuhang after transcending the tribulation. Yo, Shuhang. Senior White was in a good mood when he saw Song Shuhang, and his eyes narrowed. He felt that Song Shuhang should have already prepared his meal for him. Song Shuhang congratulated, "Congratulations, Senior White, for becoming a profound sage. You don't need to be so polite. Right, this is yours, I'm returning it." Senior White brought out the crystal box, took out Song Shuhang's left arm, and handed it to him. Song Shuhang took back his left hand. He had missed it so much. In the past few days, after losing his little left, there had been many times where he had found himself in a tight spot. Fortunately, today his hand was returned. Song Shuhang grabbed his left arm and reattached it to its rightful place. It naturally reattached to his body, and there was no trace of it ever having been removed at all. He rubbed his left hand lightly, and it felt great. Other than his left hand becoming slightly more powerful than his right one, there was nothing that had changed from before. Oh, right, there was still that golden index finger. Song Shuhang poked at this golden finger. It felt no different from ordinary fingers. When he poked it, it did not feel like it had become metal or anything. The Great Northern Emperor had stated that this finger of his would become similar to Sage Monarch Melon Eater's old body, whose light of virtue and flesh had fused together. I wonder if I was able to get some strange ability out of this. So Song Shuhang squatted down, found a stone, and poked it with his index finger. The monster bird Little Kai asked, "Teacher, what are you doing?" "I want to see if this golden finger can turn stone into gold," Song Shuhang said. Unfortunately, his experiment failed. The golden finger did not have such an alchemic ability. Senior White said, "You haven't learned the turn stone into gold technique, so it's obviously impossible for you to do such a thing. There is such a magic spell in the world of cultivation?" Song Shuhang's eyes widened. With such a spell, wouldn't all the gold in the world lose its value? It's just a small deceptive spell. It temporarily turns stone into gold through spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy is gone, the stone will return to be stone, said Senior White with a shrug. The usefulness of this magical technique is simply too low. If you want gold, then you could just dig for it. I, myself, once found a lot of golden sand in a small stream. A random scoop would already net me great amounts of gold. Senior White, where in the world did you find such a stream? Please bring me to dig there sometime. The Great Northern Emperor, it seemed that I was mistaken. I previously thought that this Sage White's luck might be comparable to the scholarly sage. But now it seems that this Sage White's luck might be even better than that of the scholarly sages. Song Shuhang asked, "So, this golden finger. What special function does it have?" A great quantity of light of virtue had all been compressed into a single finger. If it didn't have any special abilities, wouldn't that be too unworthy of such a large amount of virtue? The monster bird Little Kai suggested, "Teacher, try pouring energy into it, maybe you can shoot out sword chi or something." Song Shuhang groaned and said, "This isn't the yang slashing finger." After saying that, he still gave Little Kai's suggestion a try. He stimulated the true yuan in his body and poured it into his golden finger. In the next moment, the golden finger shone brightly. It was very bright, just like the light from a lamp. And with Song Shuhang's continuous infusion of true yuan, the light coming from the golden finger became even more dazzling. It was as if it was the sun, causing people to be unable to directly look at it. It's bright, really, really bright, shouted little Kai. This light contained special power of virtue, causing it to be even more dazzling than sunlight. Senior White commented, "What a marvelous technique. If you suddenly use this move while fighting against others, you would be able to affect the other party's vision and perhaps create a flaw." The Great Northern Emperor, this move can be called Sun Finger. Song Shuhang, Great Emperor, since you want to call it Sun Finger, then you better be prepared to receive this Sun Finger of mine. Senior White looked at the Great Northern Emperor, and greeted him, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." "Greetings to you as well, fellow Taoist White." The Great Northern Emperor smiled slightly and said, "You can directly call me Gu Beifong." Song Shuhang, does this golden finger have any other ability? At this time, Sage Monarch Melon Eater suddenly said, "It does." Sage Monarch Melon Eater's face remained calm and expressionless. Song Shuhang said with great joy, "Please guide me, fellow Taoist Melon Eater." Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "If your golden finger is really the same as my old body, then it could temporarily undergo a virtuous transformation and become anything you want. Due to the flesh having become one with the power of virtue, for a short time, it would be able to transform into various forms just like the light of virtue." Transformation? Song Shuhang urged his finger. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, his finger extended and became a small saber. The monster bird Little Kai said, "It really transformed." "Heavens," Song Shuhang said. "I wanted my finger to become a sword. I feel like this ability is quite interesting." Senior White held his chin. "However, it can only be used for fun." The Great Northern Emperor added, "It was quite weird. Apart from this one, does it still have any other abilities?" Song Shuhang expectantly looked at Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Sage Monarch Melon Eater calmly shook his head. "I knew it would be like this." Song Shuhang sighed. "Well, it's better than nothing. Sun Finger plus Finger Transformation ability. Ugh, what the hell is up with this Sun Finger?" Senior White asked, "Shuhang, can we have dinner?" Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at the Great Northern Emperor. "Great Emperor, should we dine?" The Great Emperor said, "You haven't given me Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's coordinates yet, give me her coordinates and we'll be there right away." Over at the Spirit Butterfly Island. Soft Feather rested her chin in her palm as she said, "Live broadcasts are really interesting." Not too far away, the hands of Venerable Spirit Butterfly, who was drinking tea, shook slightly. Soft Feather had just finished watching the live broadcast of Sage White's show of divinity. After this, her heart stirred. In fact, when Song Shuhang, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, Taoist Priest Horizon, and Eternity had shown their divinity together, the scene had already caused Soft Feather's heart to stir. And today, Senior White's wonderful live broadcast again deeply touched her. She also wanted to be in a live broadcast just like Senior Song and Senior White. However, her strength was too low as she had only just ascended to the 4th stage realm. Moreover, she would not be able to transcend a group tribulation and somehow end up in the heavenly tribulation realm like Senior Song. Her father, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, would never allow her to take on such a huge risk. In addition, though Venerable Spirit Butterfly was preparing for his imminent heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage, he would obviously not take her with him, let alone show their divinity together. However, even if her father gave her permission, she would not him, because that would strengthen the power of his tribulation, which was definitely not something that she hoped to happen. Soft Feather was a very filial girl. As such, in the end, she thought of online live streaming. Although it was not as cool as the live broadcast that spanned the entire universe, it should also be rather enjoyable. Soft Feather loudly said, "Father, I want to be a female live streamer." Venerable Spirit Butterfly's hand trembled once again. The thought of his lovely daughter showing her face to a broadcast room like those female streamers on the internet caused his heart to ache. But on the other hand, he wanted to let people all over the world know about his daughter's cuteness and have all of them praise his daughter. He was currently very conflicted. In the end, he put down his teacup and sighed. In fact, he knew that he would become unable to control his daughter in a while. He was soon going to prepare for his tribulation. If his daughter wanted to live stream when he closed up, there would not be anyone on the entire Spirit Butterfly Island who could stop her from doing so. His eldest disciple, Lu Jianyi? That guy was simply too lazy, and just thinking about him caused Venerable Spirit Butterfly's heart to ache a bit. If he was to encounter the inner demon tribulation while transcending the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage, Lu Jianyi would definitely be one of his inner demons. Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked, "If you're going to live stream, what are you planning on streaming?" Soft Feather replied, "Well, I haven't thought about that yet. I just suddenly wanted to live stream." "I understand. But before you start live streaming, you have to at least have an idea in mind. For example, what content do you want your stream to be on? Is it food? Or tourist spots? Or singing and dancing? Jungle adventure? Undercover exploration? Underwater world? And so on. You would only be able to attract an audience with eye-catching projects," Venerable Spirit Butterfly said calmly, although he felt that his daughter could attract a large number of viewers just by sitting in front of the camera. This was the thing that he was the most unwilling to let happen. Soft Feather's eyes widened as she said, "Father, why do you know so much? Do you pay attention to live broadcasts?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly sipped his tea slightly, and said, "It's just common knowledge. I do not need to pay attention to those things at all. You only need to have a rich knowledge reserve, and with some calculations in your mind, you would be able to figure this out." Soft Feather exclaimed, "Father is amazing." The corners of Venerable Spirit Butterfly's mouth slightly rose. In fact, when Song Shuhang had been broadcast in the entire universe, Venerable had seen through his daughter's heart. Later, he had happened to see his daughter searching for news related to online live streaming several times. As such, the Venerable, who knew his daughter extremely well, was immediately able to guess what she was thinking. He knew that with his daughter's personality, she would go and try out live streaming sooner or later. To prevent himself from being at a loss when his daughter asked him about live streaming, Venerable Spirit Butterfly secretly looked up some information on the subject. Soft Feather blinked, and said, "Well, Father, what do you think would be best for me to live stream? When it comes to dancing, I'm not very good at it, or should I try performing breaking stones with my chest?" The corners of Venerable Spirit Butterfly's mouth twitched. "Just kidding, Father. However, when it comes to eating food, I only know how to eat, but not how to evaluate it, and when it comes to tourist spots, there would only be a few places I could go to, and I don't think it would be that interesting to talk about them." Soft Feather held up her chin with one hand as she thought out loud. Venerable Spirit Butterfly calmly said, "We cultivators are different from ordinary people, we have our own advantages." Soft Feather's eyes lit up, and she asked, "Like what?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly said, "For example, if there is an island in the ocean that ordinary people wouldn't be able to reach, we would be able to do it. When it comes to jungle adventures that are dangerous for ordinary people, they would not really pose any danger to us. Furthermore, there are even some secret places that are no longer worth exploring, and have become sightseeing areas for cultivators. You could choose to show them if you wanted. So, if you really want to live stream, you could probably try it out with an adventure and exploration theme. I'll have Jianyi and Jiu cooperate with you on this." If he couldn't stop his daughter from getting into live streaming, he could at least take the initiative to cooperate with her, and arrange Jianyi and Jiu to be by her side so that he could feel more at ease. Soft Feather happily said, "Father, you're the best." A slight smile appeared on Venerable Spirit Butterfly's handsome face as sweetness welled up within his heart. "Father, is my Taoist name for tomorrow ready?" Today's fairy cherry boat felt rather lacking. Soft Feather blinked. "Tomorrow's Taoist name? Your father still has to give it some thought, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said as he raised his head by 45 degrees to look at the sky. You bastard who started that 7 Taoist names bullshit, go and die. Soft Feather was not too clear on what her father was thinking. However, she had an idea on what she was going to do. After her adventure stream gained some popularity, she wanted to have her own online concert and sing some songs that she liked. If she had the chance, she would even pull Senior Creation over to have a concert with her. She believed that at that time, it would definitely create a big sensation. In Soft Feather's heart, she had always wanted to make big news. Inside Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's Immortal Cave. After receiving the call from Song Shuhang, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue paused her experiment and sealed the contents of her research. Compared to an experiment, the 8th stage Profound Sage level Divine Whale ingredient was of greater importance. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue sorted out her appearance and waited at the entrance of her immortal cave. Song Shuhang said that he was coming soon. Moreover, with Venerable White having just finished his tribulation, becoming Sage White, perhaps he would bring Song Shuhang over directly by riding a sword? While she was in thought, suddenly, a spatial gate opened right in front of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. It's actually spatial transmission? Song Shuhang was the first person to step out of the spatial gate, together with little Kai, who stood on his shoulder. Song Shuhang waved, and said, Fairy Bie Xue, we've come. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue responded, I've been waiting for you for quite a while, little friend Song. Her temperament was gentle like water, sweet and smooth. Song Shuhang was really not used to such a style of speaking coming from her. After him, Sage Monarch Melon Eater came out. He remained completely calm as he arrived. Song Shuhang really couldn't understand Sage Monarch Melon Eater at this time. He kept on getting the feeling that his state was a bit weird. When Immortal Fairy Bie Xue saw Sage Monarch Melon Eater, her heart moved. She could sense it, this was a profound sage-level existence. After that, the Great Northern Emperor arrived. As the Great Emperor concealed his realm, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue couldn't sense what realm he was at. However, she did not dare underestimate him. From the momentum of the other party, and with Immortal Fairy having met people of great status and power, she knew that the Great Northern Emperor was even stronger than those sect masters of large sects in the current world of cultivation. The last one that came out was Venerable White, who was carrying a box in his hand. White, we meet again. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's tone softened. Well, this time I'm just freeloading. Senior White handed her the box, and said, here's a gift from me. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue opened the box and found that it was full of golden bayberry cores. All the people in the universe would know what these things were. Immortal Fairy happily accepted this box of bayberry cores. This was the first time that White had given her a gift. After keeping the gift, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, little friend Shuhang, where are the ingredients? Song Shuhang replied, it's with Senior Bei Fong, he's the one who's providing the ingredients. The Great Northern Emperor extended his hand and brought out a portion of the processed, 8th stage whale. The entire body of the large whale was the size of an island, so just a small part of it would already be enough for one sitting. It's really an ingredient of the 8th stage realm. After Immortal Fairy Bie Xue came into contact with the ingredient, her expression changed, becoming extremely serious. She entered working mode. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, the size of the whale is quite big, so I'll need someone to help me. Little friend Shuhang, you can help me at that time. Song Shuhang nodded and was about to agree, when suddenly, Sage Monarch Melon Eater took the initiative, and said, can you let me take that role? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue nodded, and said, Senior wants to help? That's great. This Senior was at the 8th stage realm. With him helping out, he would definitely be more precise and be able to help her more. Sage Monarch Melon Eater calmly said, it's my pleasure. In this way, Sage Monarch Melon Eater picked up the huge 8th stage whale body and followed Immortal Fairy Bie Xue into the Immortal Residence's kitchen. Song Shuhang, the great northern emperor, Little Kai, Senior White asked, "What's wrong with all of you?" Song Shuhang asked, "Could fellow Taoist Melon Eater's brain have been broken by the ceremony?" The great northern emperor frowned, and said, "The ceremony formation was perfectly fine, it carried out its job wonderfully. However, Melon Eater seems to have entered a strange state." Senior White was confused. Song Shuhang explained, "Senior White, the body of that 8th stage whale is related to Senior Melon Eater, who went to help Immortal Fairy Bie Xue." "What?" Senior White said. Inside the kitchen, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue set up 10 cauldrons in a single breath. To process an 8th stage ingredient, there would have to be a lot of procedures. Immortal Fairy said, "Senior, please help me cut this big whale into pieces." "No problem," replied Sage Monarch Melon Eater. He grabbed a knife, and the task was done in an instant. "Senior, it seems you have a great understanding of the structure of this whale's body," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said with surprise. "Yeah." Sage Monarch Melon Eater continued, "After all, it's my body." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue froze. Could she have heard things wrong? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue questioned if there was something wrong with her ears. Did Senior Melon Eater say that this is his body? Is the body he's talking about the 8th stage Profound Sage level whale that he has just cut up a few moments back? While Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was doubting her ears, Sage Monarch Melon Eater took out an incomparably huge liver. The Great Northern Emperor gave a part of the whale's meat and a part of the internal organs to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. "This is my liver, which is actually smaller than I expected. You should know that my body is comparable in size to an island, but this liver is surprisingly only this big. If it weren't for my unique race, I might have thought that I had liver sclerosis, which would have caused my liver to shrink," Sage Monarch Melon Eater said calmly as he fiddled with the huge liver. "Fairy Bie Xue, what should I do with my liver? Slice it?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's hairs stood on end as she asked, "This is really your body?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater calmly said, "Well, if we're going to exclude me, it would be very difficult to find another whale of the Profound Sage level with the bloodline of the Divine Whale in this world." At this time, 10,000 horses were stampeding around in Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's heart. "While I'm cooking, the ingredient itself is helping me? How am I supposed to cooperate with him? Send help, quick. Senior, I'm going to be cooking your body, are you not disturbed in any way?" The corners of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for the calm expression of Sage Monarch Melon Eater, she would have wondered if Sage Monarch Melon Eater was going to kill her. Sage Monarch Melon Eater calmly said, Rest assured, I don't have any malicious intentions. This old body of mine is something I abandoned with the help of Senior Beifang's formation. Now, I'm in a fairly strange state that makes me really calm. As such, I want to learn more about my new self and see what happens when I watch my own body being cooked. However, so far, there haven't been any fluctuations in my heart. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, Senior Melon Eater wants to help me cook his body. Is he going to eat it as well? Can I change assistant? This Senior Melon Eater is too scary. Should I slice it? Sage Monarch Melon Eater asked again as he clutched the huge liver. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue quickly shook her head. Oh, what else can I help with? Sage Monarch Melon Eater asked with an indifferent expression. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue pointed at the pile of whale meat that had been cut into pieces. Senior, please carefully put them into the first pot and let them cook there. Inside the pot are the ingredients that I have prepared beforehand. This is the first procedure. Leave it to me, Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, and went toward the first pot. After that, he laid the sliced whale meat flat inside the pot with a calm face. The pot was also a magical treasure, though it looked small, it was able to hold all the whale meat without a problem. Later, Sage Monarch Melon Eater stood blankly in front of the first pot. After he saw the ingredients which Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had prepared beforehand, he wrapped the whale meat with the other ingredients. Sage Monarch Melon Eater suddenly said, "Were the emotions of that Buddhist who had sacrificed his own flesh for the lives of others one the same as mine?" "Immortal Fairy Bie Xue," Sage Monarch Melon Eater lightly said, "despite clearly watching my own body being boiled in a pot, my mind remains completely unperturbed. Sure enough, this new body of mine has brought me to be in a rather unusual state. It feels like I'm being forced to be in a sage mode, which causes me to be indifferent to everything that has no direct impact on myself." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue suggested, "Senior, perhaps you need a good rest. Maybe you should take a nap or just relax." Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "What you said does make sense. Perhaps it's due to having finally, after 1,000 years, found a way to ascend to the 9th stage that I've become overexcited, causing me to enter this sage mode. As they were talking, he suddenly looked down at the whale meat in the pot that was being stewed. After that, he calmed down and went on without saying another word. After a long time passed. "I've got it, so this is the case. I finally understand." Suddenly, the corners of Sage Monarch Melon Eater's mouth rose. "With my old self already having been abandoned, and this new me having come out of that old self, I now see myself anew. Now, virtue is me, and I am virtue, but in the end, I am not virtue. As I am not virtue, I'm Melon Eater, but I'm also not Melon Eater, in the end, I am I, and I am still Melon Eater. Seeing mountains as mountains, seeing mountains as not mountains, but still seeing mountains as mountains," Sage Monarch Melon Eater said at a very fast pace. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was confused. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Bie Xue. I now understand." After he said that, light of virtue was released from his body and enveloped him, turning him into a moving light source. Sage Monarch Melon Eater strode out, leaving Immortal Fairy Bie Xue with a confused face. Sage Monarch Melon Eater exited the kitchen and went to the Great Northern Emperor, Song Shuhang, and Sage White. "Thank you, Senior Beifong. And thank you, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song." He politely bowed to the Great Northern Emperor and Song Shuhang to express his gratitude. Song Shuhang was puzzled. The Great Northern Emperor asked, "What have you realized? After this guy went in and sliced his old body, did he realize something? This enlightenment was quite strange. I'm Melon Eater, and I'm not Melon Eater. But in the end, I'm still Melon Eater." Sage Monarch Melon Eater revealed a slight smile. Song Shuhang, the Great Northern Emperor, fell into thought. The scene was familiar, as Fairy at #% had also said something like this in the past. Sage Monarch Melon Eater politely bowed to the figure behind Song Shuhang, and said, "Fairy Maiden, thank you for giving me this opportunity." Song Shuhang turned his head and found that the virtuous Lamia had appeared behind him without him knowing. At this time, her head was tilted as she looked at Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Song Shuhang was puzzled, and was just about to pose a question when Sage Monarch Melon Eater took the initiative to explain. "After I abandoned my fleshly body, my newly born virtuous body came into contact with some kind of mysterious network. Within this virtuous network is countless information. And this unimaginable quantity of information came rushing into my mind. Because of this, I ended up entering a state of absolute calmness, seemingly as a response to assimilating such a large amount of information. However, when I was no longer confused and was able to determine that I am still Melon Eater, I was able to slightly recover from that state. At the same time, I was able to receive a lot more information from that virtuous network. Though Sage Monarch Melon Eater was still affected by the sage mode, he was doing much better than before." Sage Monarch Melon Eater calmly said, "Before me, this Fairy Maiden also came into contact with this virtuous network. This network contains a path to immortality, and it is a path to immortality without an owner. Which means that as long as I accept this network and the information within it, and practice every day, I have hope to achieve immortality. This fairy maiden chose not to tread this path to immortality, but I decided to accept it. Congratulations, fellow Taoist melon eater, said Song Shuhang. The immortal realm could be considered the ultimate goal of every practitioner in the universe. After all, there could only be one person who could finally take control of the heavens' will. There were a lot of tribulation transcenders in the world because not a lot of people were able to create their own path. Although they did indeed possess an extremely long lifespan, in the end, they were not immortal and would die. Sage Monarch Melon Eater was undoubtedly fortunate. Despite him only being at the 8th stage, he had already obtained a clear method to achieve immortality. If this news were to spread, there would definitely be countless tribulation transcenders whose eyes would go red in jealousy. The Great Northern Emperor said, "I'm quite curious, what is this virtuous network? Why had Fairy at #% not accepted this path to immortality in the past?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater replied, "I'm not exactly sure why this fairy maiden had not accepted his path to immortality, but when it comes to the virtuous network, how should I say this? It is spread all over the world, and one can only make contact with it after giving up their fleshly body and being reborn into a virtuous body. It is similar to a wireless network, just much, much, much bigger. So far, only this fairy and I have ever made contact with it. Perhaps this network had been created by the creator of the dual system virtue technique." The Great Northern Emperor frowned. Fairy at #% hadn't mentioned anything about this virtuous network in the past. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "I will be closing up for some time. Senior Beifong, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, Sage White, we shall meet again at a later date." The Great Northern Emperor nodded, and said, "This is your fortune. I hope I will be able to see you on the path to immortality." Sage Monarch Melon Eater replied, "Thanks for the kind words, Senior Beifong." Finally, Sage Monarch Melon Eater gave a deep bow to White once again. It was a very respectful bow. With Melon Eater's identity, his action towards White was very out of place. However, he went on with the action very seriously. After which, without saying anything further, Sage Monarch Melon Eater rose into the sky, shrank into a small divine whale, and flew far away. Senior White was puzzled. He was also completely clueless as to why Sage Monarch Melon Eater had suddenly given him such a respectful bow. When it came to their identities, the other party was an old profound sage. In addition, Senior White had never provided any assistance to Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, did you secretly help Sage Monarch Melon Eater at some point in time?" Senior White shook his head vigorously. The Great Northern Emperor said, "Perhaps he had seen something in that virtuous network." Song Shuhang asked, "Like what?" The Great Northern Emperor shrugged, and said, "How am I supposed to know?" Song Shuhang was about to ask again when he heard Immortal Fairy Bie Xue shout from the kitchen. "Little friend Shuhang, come here and help me, I can't do this alone." "Coming." Song Shuhang hurried to the kitchen. There was nothing he could do. The Great Northern Emperor and Senior White were both well-respected figures, so of course he was the one who had to attend to such things. After running into the huge kitchen of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, Song Shuhang looked at her, and said, "Senior Bie Xue, how can I help you?" "Try slicing this liver," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said without turning her head. Song Shuhang responded, I heard Senior Melon Eater say that he was going to slice the liver, but you refused his offer." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue felt like crying. That Senior Melon Eater said that it was his liver, how could I possibly dare to let him cut it? "Good point," said Song Shuhang. After saying that, he lifted up a special knife and slashed at the liver with great force. Clang! Sparks went flying. This was truly the liver of a being at the 8th stage. Even though Sage Monarch Melon Eater's old body had already been drained of its power and blood, it was still the body of someone who was at the 8th stage Profound Sage level. Thus, the liver was still very strong, and Song Shuhang's knife couldn't damage it at all. It was too hard. At the end of the day, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was only a cultivator who had just entered the 4th stage realm. In ancient times, getting to his level merely meant being qualified to leave the sect to gain experience. Song Shuhang complained, "This liver is too hard." At this time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was busy taking out the whale meat from the first pot in preparation for the second procedure. Without looking back, she replied, "Rest assured, this liver doesn't have cirrhosis." Song Shuhang, was Immortal Fairy teasing him? "How do you cut the liver of an 8th stage Profound Sage?" Song Shuhang asked. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, please try cutting it with saber intent. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue still did not turn her head as she said, "How can you say you're the first sage in 1,000 years when you're this cowardly when facing a liver? Immortal Fairy, it's not like you don't know that my title of first sage in 1,000 years is completely false. Moreover, my saber intent is." "Just forget it, I'll try it out," Song Shuhang replied as he tried to use his saber intent. Although it was a saber intent armor, it did still increase his damage by a little bit. Song Shuhang controlled his saber intent and infused it into the kitchen knife. At the same time, he tried to control the saber intent's degree as much as possible. He did his best to prevent the saber intent from completely forming armor, and only wanted it to attach itself to the knife. However, he failed. After the saber intent wrapped the kitchen knife, a small and exquisite armor condensed directly on it and suited it up. Song Shuhang, at this point, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue turned her head. PFFF, she almost forgot that there was something wrong with Song Shuhang's saber intent. Song Shuhang felt his liver was in great pain. He gritted his teeth as hard as he could and chopped at the liver with the kitchen knife. Clang! Once again, the sound of metal hitting each other rang out, with sparks flying everywhere. Song Shuhang said, "Nope, I still can't cut it." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "As a man, stop complaining. Find a way to cut it, otherwise, I also won't be able to handle such a large liver." Song Shuhang asked, "Immortal Fairy, do you not have any means to make it softer first?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue shrugged her shoulders. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "Sure enough, I'm going to have to get Senior White to come in. He has now become a profound sage, he would definitely have no problem dealing with this liver." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's ears moved slightly. In fact, she had been waiting for Song Shuhang to say these exact words. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, as the most famous immortal chef in the world of cultivation today, had the ability to cook an 8th stage Profound Sage whale. As such, she would naturally have the means to soften the 8th stage Profound Sage ingredient. However, she wanted to be in the kitchen together with Venerable White. It was simply a scene that she dreamt of. She and White would cook in the kitchen, and while cooking, she could take the opportunity to feed him. Just thinking about the scene brought her great joy. However, she was too embarrassed to directly call White to come. As such, she could only use this roundabout way to call White over to the kitchen through Song Shuhang. If Song Shuhang knew what Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was thinking, he would stare at the sky and sigh, saying, "People in the city sure are scheming." Song Shuhang ran out of the kitchen and saw Senior White, Little Kai, and the Great Northern Emperor playing cards. They seemed to be playing the game, Fight the Landlord, and Senior White was the landlord. When Song Shuhang came out, he only saw the scene of a calm Senior White who was constantly throwing cards like crazy. The Great Emperor and Little Kai were completely dumbfounded, they almost no longer had any cards in their hands. Song Shuhang stroked his forehead. When playing this kind of luck-based game with Senior White, he wouldn't play at all unless he was ready to cheat. Song Shuhang said, "Cough Senior White, the liver in the kitchen is too hard, I can't cut it. Can you come in and help me out?" Senior White nodded, and was just about to reply. At this time, the Great Northern Emperor put down his cards, and said, "I'll go instead, I suddenly don't want to play cards anymore." After he said that, the great emperor ran into the kitchen. At this time, inside the kitchen, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's face was slightly red, and her hands were shaking as she carefully sliced a piece of whale meat and made it into the first dish. This small piece of whale meat had been given extra care by her from the beginning, and after completing several procedures, she finally arrived at the finished product. After that, she held the piece of whale meat with chopsticks and took a deep breath to force herself to calm down. When she heard footsteps coming from behind her, she smiled and turned around while holding a piece of whale meat. "You've finally come. It just so happens that the first dish is already complete, you can have a taste of it first." As she said this, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue extended her hand out and held out the whale meat. In Immortal Fairy's imagination, the scene would go like this: White would push through the door and come behind her. At this time, she would pick up the piece of whale meat and nonchalantly bring the whale meat to White's mouth, letting him taste this secretly produced whale meat. After that, White would open his mouth wide and, with an "ah," eat the whale meat. Just thinking about this scene made Immortal Fairy Bie Xue feel really happy. She had always wanted to feed White with her own hands. Expectations were always full of wonder. However, reality was often cruel and full of thorns. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue nonchalantly turned around while holding the whale meat, but her hand froze the moment she saw the man behind her. The cold and handsome face of the Great Northern Emperor reflected in her eyes. The Great Emperor was handsome, but if he wasn't smiling, his handsomeness would appear as cold ice that would never melt. The smile on Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's face froze, and her cheeks became red. Little did she expect that it would not be White that would come in but the mysterious Senior Beifong. This Senior Beifong's aura was completely restrained. Coupled with Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's preconceived belief that it would have been White that would have appeared, this scene was just a disaster waiting to happen. So embarrassing. This script is wrong. I really want to dig a hole and hide inside it. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's hand, which had extended out, froze in place. The smile on her face became rigid as her entire body began to petrify. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, You Have to Die. Besides her embarrassment, this was the only thought in Immortal Fairy's mind. The Great Northern Emperor also felt very embarrassed. Immediately as he came in, he saw Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, who looked like a peach blossom, smile brightly at him with a piece of whale meat held in her chopsticks, bringing it over to his mouth. However, as she was halfway through her actions, she had become petrified. The Great Northern Emperor recalled that when Song Shuhang had come out, he had called Sage White into the kitchen to help. With his rich life experience, he was immediately able to guess what had happened. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue must have been waiting for Sage White, and had not expected that it was him who was going to help out in the kitchen. Both people were extremely embarrassed and frozen in place. After a while, seeing that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was really about to become petrified, the Great Northern Emperor sighed. Although he cultivated the ice element, he was actually a very gentle man. The Great Northern Emperor opened his mouth, and with an "ah," he ate the whale meat that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had brought over. Afterward, he felt a great fragrance fill his mouth as dozens of different flavors burst inside his mouth like a bomb. The taste did not lose out to the cuisine of the top immortal chefs of the ancient heavenly city's time. Furthermore, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had mastered more sophisticated cooking techniques, and had more advanced equipment. As such, the overall taste was of an even higher grade than those of the ancient heavenly city's era. The Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was indeed worthy of being the top immortal chef in the world of cultivation of her time. Little friend Song Shuhang's recommendations were really great. It's delicious, fellow Taoists' cooking is truly at the top of the entire universe. The Great Northern Emperor revealed a warm smile. When he smiled, the coldness completely disappeared, and he instantly transformed from an ice-cold man into a warm and gentle man. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue felt her face heat up. If I didn't already have white in my heart, perhaps I would like this Senior Bie Xue, Immortal Fairy secretly thought to herself. This Senior Bie Xue was really a gentle person. Additionally, he was also handsome and only slightly worse compared to white. The Great Northern Emperor said, "Little friend Shuhang said that you needed some help. Should I cut this liver first?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, whose face had turned red, nodded. "Leave it to me." The Great Northern Emperor grabbed a kitchen knife. The same kitchen knife exuded an extraordinary power in the hands of the Great Emperor. After a few cuts, the hard, iron-like liver was cut into thin slices. The Great Emperor asked, "Is there anything else I can help with?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue replied, "Senior, you can help by putting those into the 5th pot and stewing them in low heat. After that, there are still 3 more procedures." After the embarrassment had passed, Immortal Fairy quickly entered into working mode. With the help of the Great Northern Emperor, the 8th stage Profound Sage Whale Feast made rapid progress. Outside, Senior White had suddenly found great interest in playing cards. Song Shuhang naturally couldn't just abuse himself, so he brought out Lady Onion and let her replace him in taking part in the battle. At the same time, Senior White released his own monster tree on Song Shuhang's suggestion. The game turned into a 4-player game. It was no longer Fight the Landlord, and was Big 2 instead. Song Shuhang pulled out his phone, logged into the 9 Provinces #1 group, and scrolled through the chat. Coincidentally, True Monarch Eternal Fire was online. True Monarch Eternal Fire sent him a private message. "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, you were looking for me?" "Yeah," Song Shuhang replied. "Senior Eternal Fire, I met a scholar at sea near Wenzhou City. He was probably Daozi, the head of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders of the scholarly faction. He looked exactly like the statue that I had seen back then." Song Shuhang did not mention Daozi's erratic behavior for the time being. True Monarch Eternal Fire went silent. After a while, he replied, "Little friend Shuhang, the Daozi you saw, was he in a good condition?" When Song Shuhang heard those words, he had a feeling. Honestly speaking, it appeared like there was something wrong with his mind. True Monarch Eternal Fire sighed, and replied, "Indeed, the one who you saw was our ancestor, Daozi." Has the scholarly faction always known about Daozi's situation? True Monarch Eternal Fire said, "Thank you for telling me about this, little friend Shuhang. I will send someone to the sea area to see if they can find ancestor Daozi. Also, little friend Shuhang, I have something to ask you. It's about the transferring of the heavenly city's fragments." The scholarly faction had always known about Daozi. However, ever since the great disaster that struck the scholarly faction back then, Ancestor Daozi had descended into madness. The scholarly faction had tried several times to send people to contact him, but with the state that he was in, they were never able to communicate with him. They had also sent people to follow him, but he was a powerful expert at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. Who would be able to catch up to him without being at the same level? It was possible that he was running in the sea for one moment, and then opening a spatial gate to disappear in the next. What else could the pursuers do other than stare? The scholarly faction was also very desperate. Song Shuhang could feel from True Monarch Eternal Fire's tone that his heart was stifled. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Eternal Fire, is there a problem with your transfer of the heavenly city's fragments?" True Monarch Eternal Fire, there wasn't really a problem. We tried to transfer a small piece of the ancient heavenly city into the world of the Golden Lotus. However, the fragment did not integrate with the world, and it was just like a building that had been moved into it. As such, in the near future, we would like to invite little friend Shuhang to the world of the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction to see what's wrong with it. Song Shuhang said, "Alright, I'm free on weekends and holidays right now. You can always find me." True Monarch Eternal Fire, that's great. Thank you in advance, little friend Shuhang. I am now arranging for members of the scholarly faction to bring over another fragment of the ancient heavenly city and see what will happen after a second fragment is moved into the world of the Golden Lotus. If nothing changes, we'll be requesting little friend Shuhang to come over. Song Shuhang said, "All right, Senior Eternal Fire, there's no need to be so polite. In addition, I also have something to ask you, Senior Eternal Fire." True Monarch Eternal Fire, little friend, please tell. Song Shuhang said, "Previously, I acquired the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha at the inverted myriad books mountain. Now, I've accepted a disciple, and I would like to ask True Monarch to permit me to impart this technique to my disciple." True Monarch Eternal Fire replied, "So that was the case. Well, I can take charge of this matter. Little friend Shuhang, you can impart the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha to your disciple, just don't impart it to others." As he was the owner of the world of the Golden Lotus, True Monarch Eternal Fire's status in the scholarly faction was quite high. Furthermore, he was about to ascend to the 7th stage venerable rank. Once he did, his status within the scholarly faction would rise even higher. Song Shuhang replied, "Thank you, Senior Eternal Fire." With this, he could now formally teach little Kai the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. After little Kai practiced this technique, she could truly bear the name of virtuous Buddhist sabersman. Steel Hands Technique, scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. After that, I could also impart all my saber techniques to her. However, little Kai still lacks a cultivation technique. Song Shuhang held his chin as he fell into thought. Little Kai was still at the 3rd stage realm. She was still only an ordinary monster bird. Before reaching the 5th stage and transforming into a human cultivation techniques would not be suitable for her. Teacher, are you thinking about a cultivation technique for me? Little Kai turned her head while her eyes lit up. At this moment, little Kai was sitting on the sofa. Her 2 claws were holding the cards, while her wings were quickly fiddling with them. She looked really cute. Boom! Senior White's voice steadily sounded out. Senior White, we aren't opponents in this game, we're allies. If you keep on doing that, you're going to make me lose." Little Kai wanted to cry but had no tears. Senior White said, "Oh, then I'll remove the good cards in my hand and give them to you. Do you want a card or a pair?" Lady Onion said, "Senior White, don't do this. How come you are communicating directly? This is against the rules." At the side, the monster tree Qing Wu also had tears streaming down her face. "Oh, that's right. Then I won't say anything." Senior White nodded, and said, "I'll just play 3 cards, 3 threes." Lady Onion laughed. "Ha ha ha, 3 fours, barely got through." Little Kai laughed too. "Ha ha ha, eat my 3 jacks." Qing Wu responded, 3 aces. Senior White said, "Boom." Song Shuhang glanced at the cards in Senior White's hands, and sure enough, they were all excellent. As such, he suggested that everyone play 4 Kingdoms chess instead. When it came to playing cards, which relied on luck, it would be extremely difficult to find someone who could win against the King of Luck, Senior White. By the way, teacher, let's continue with our discussion just now. Were you thinking about a cultivation technique for me? Little Kai said in excitement. Although she was a member of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization, everyone in this organization knew that the only thing taught there was the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. Apart from that, it didn't actually give them any decent cultivation technique whatsoever. For members of the organization, besides enjoying some benefits and being able to call other members for help when in battle, they would have to completely rely on themselves for everything related to cultivation. Little Kai, for example, relied only on herself to cultivate all the way to the 3rd stage realm. Her cultivation technique was very ordinary, and this was one of the reasons she was very happy when she got to worship Fairy Dongfang 6 as her teacher. Song Shuhang said, "I just got true Monarch Eternal Fire's permission. Soon enough, I can teach you the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. It is a kind of body tempering technique created by the scholarly sage, and its effects are very strong. I also have some Demodragon medicine on hand that you can use together with your practice. As for the cultivation technique, I will still have to look for one for you." "Thank you, teacher." Boom, boom, boom. "I'll definitely become powerful," little Kai said happily. Song Shuhang, it sounded like little Kai wanted to blow him up, his mind felt very tired. At this time, Senior White raised his head, and said, "You should consider the 33 Divine Beasts technique." Song Shuhang, Senior White, are you going to let me teach little Kai the 33 Divine Beasts technique? Yes, Senior White said. This technique has 33 forms. Moreover, the technique itself is suitable for monster cultivators. In those years, a great number of the 33 Divine Beast sect's disciples were monster cultivators. Song Shuhang immediately remembered beloved dog 43B, or Fairy Fleeting Life, who was a female dog. Moreover, her disciple, Dugubai, was a monster fox. Both of them practiced the 33 Divine Beasts technique ever since they were at first and/or second stage. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, "Great, I know the 33 Divine Beasts technique the best. When little Kai practices this technique, whenever she doesn't understand something, I, as her teacher, will be able to guide her." As compared to other techniques, if little Kai were to encounter something that she doesn't understand, I would probably have to ask other seniors in the group. "Little Kai, teacher, there are some truths that we, as teacher and disciple, already know about one another. Saying it out loud would only make it seem like you're a very unprofessional teacher, it really causes your disciple's heart to feel stifled." Senior White got bored after playing 5 rounds with the 3 little monsters. Running them over was fun at first, but it got boring when it was still the same by the 5th and 6th rounds. "Is the food still not done?" Senior White asked. He could smell the scent coming from the kitchen, and it was making him drool. However, none of the dishes had come out yet. Song Shuhang replied, "Fairy Bie Xue said that the preparation of the body of an 8th stage profound sage requires several complicated procedures, so it's quite acceptable that it's taking her a while." Senior White yawned, and said, "Then I'll just sleep for a while. Spending consecutive days transcending the tribulation has made me rather tired." After saying that, Senior White took out a cocoon from his spatial magical treasure. That was right, it was the cocoon that Senior White had spun after using the Demodragon medicine previously. "Call me when it's time for dinner." After Senior White said that, he got into the cocoon, and fell asleep. Song Shuhang, teacher, if you're free, you might as well tell me about the 33 Divine Beasts technique, little Kai said excitedly. Because of the benefits she had received from Sage Monarch Melon Eater's ceremony, little Kai was now at the peak of the 3rd stage, and with another step, she would be able to rush to the 4th stage realm. She hoped that she could switch to a more powerful technique before she ascended. Other than that, she also wanted to practice the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha that Song Shuhang had talked about before breaking through. In this way, her chances of successfully transcending the tribulation would greatly increase. "Alright, I'll tell you about the cultivation technique first." While he said that, he saw Lady Onion, and his mind stirred. "Right, Lady Onion, have you been diligently practicing the Tome of Never-Ending Tears? Or have you been lazing around?" Song Shuhang asked this question because ever since Lady Onion had begun practicing the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, he rarely saw her crying. It wasn't that he wanted to see Lady Onion crying, but after practicing the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, she never seemed to cry that much, which was just plain questionable. As such, could Lady Onion be slacking in her cultivation? Lady Onion smiled proudly, and said, "Song Shuhang, are you asking because you haven't seen me cry much and think that I'm not practicing diligently?" Hee, you are too sweet. Song Shuhang. It's because I've found a way to resist the crying caused by the tome of never-ending tears. Lady Onion raised her chin high up proudly. At this time, she was still in her green onion state, and so her green onion sprouts were being pushed by the wind. A way to resist crying? How did you do that? Song Shuhang was surprised. Even Yi Si hadn't achieved such a thing. Do you still remember the technique I got from the still pond of wisdom from the Myriad Books Mountain? It was that berserk technique, and it was exactly this technique that helped me solve the crying problem of the tome of never-ending tears. The corners of Lady Onion's mouth rose. The berserk technique can deal with the tome of never-ending tears? What is the theory behind this? These two cultivation techniques are completely unrelated, right? Song Shuhang was puzzled. I'll show you, watch carefully, Lady Onion smugly said. First off, I'm going to activate the tome of never-ending tears. As she said this, she used the tome of never-ending tears, leading to her eyes becoming covered by watery mist, seeming like tears were going to fall at any moment. At this time, Lady Onion yelled, "Berserk technique." In the next moment, the onion sprouts and Lady Onion's eyes turned red, and the tears disappeared. As long as I maintain the tome of never-ending tears and the berserk technique, I won't have to worry about crying, Lady Onion said. I am a genius. Is this all right? Song Shuhang said in surprise. It looked like Lady Onion was forcibly suppressing the tears of the tome of never-ending tears through the anger brought about by the berserk technique. Lady Onion proudly said, "Of course. Ever since I tried this method out, it has worked every time. My tome of never-ending tears has already been upgraded to tome of never-dropping tears. Ha ha ha, after all, I am a genius." In the next moment, Lady Onion fell into a complete rage. Joy begot sorrow, and that was that. Lady Onion's onion sprouts completely turned red, and her eyes seemed to lose their focus as she lost her senses. Gray. She made a roar similar to that of a beast, but while she was roaring wildly, her voice was still sweet and cute to listen to. After that, Lady Onion madly rushed toward Song Shuhang. It was clear that Little Kai and the monster Willow Qingwu were closer to her, but after she spotted Song Shuhang, she couldn't stop herself from rushing towards him. Song Sandbag, the best punching bag. Song Shuhang, Aya. Lady Onion roared. She extended her fists and pummeled Song Shuhang's calf. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds could be heard. Lady Onion's small fists were now coated with second-stage true chi that could be said to be an entire level higher than before. It was a pity that Song Shuhang's physique had also gotten stronger compared to before. Now, Lady Onion's fists could not even cause Song Shuhang to itch, let alone feel pain. However, the berserk Lady Onion did not care about this at all. She continued to madly strike at Song Shuhang's calf, jumping up from time to kick Song Shuhang's knee. Clang, clang, clang. Clink, clink, clink. Song Shuhang sighed. It was a repeat of a previous scene. However, honestly speaking, he was not opposed to it. Because while Lady Onion was in berserk mode, he could coordinate with her and use a godly skill. Song Shuhang gravely said, "Come here, Lady Onion. Let everyone see how powerful you are." Secret skill, sharp green onion getting unsheathed. Afterward, he spread his hands wide and held onto Lady Onion's sprouts. Aya. Lady Onion struggled desperately. She violently hammered Song Shuhang's arm with her hands while her legs kicked wildly in the air. When she realized that she could not break away from his grasp, she decisively used the godly skill, sharp green onion getting unsheathed. Shirring, a new onion sprout grew out of where the old one had previously been. Just like a scabbard, it fell into Song Shuhang's hands. The newborn Lady Onion continued to jump around and punch and kick at Song Shuhang. This time she jumped higher so that her little fists could hit Song Shuhang's chest. Bang, bang, bang. Lady Onion's fists pummeled Song Shuhang's pectoral muscles. Little Kai's eyes lit up. She quickly grabbed her special phone and played a song. Humph. It's all your fault, don't coax me, I want to cry, I want to beat your chest, bastard. Bah, I'll beat up your chest, you bastard. Hold me and take these punches to your chest. Bastard, I'll kill you. Song Shuhang, Little Kai said, Teacher, how's the background music of your disciple? Song Shuhang responded, I will blacklist you if you follow the virtuous Lamia's footsteps and blindly learn random things again. After saying that, he caught Lady Onion once more. Both players cooperated once again as they both used the divine skill, Sharp Green Onion getting unsheathed. Player Song Shuhang acquired a 300-year-old onion's onion sprout ×2. Little Kai, Qing Wu quietly turned her head as she wiped the tears in the corners of her eyes. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was truly worthy of being her Master White's good friend. Their attitude towards their monster pets were really similar. Whenever Master White lacked materials for making his disposable flying swords, she would have to sacrifice her branches. As for Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, he had the habit to pinch off Lady Onion's onion sprouts. Qing Wu felt that she would be able to become good friends with Lady Onion in the future. There were simply too many common topics between them that they could talk about. Song Shuhang cooperated with Lady Onion, and after performing the secret skill 33 times, Lady Onion's berserk technique finally came to an end. Immediately after the berserk state ended, Lady Onion found that her legs were so weak that she could not even stand. Her entire body felt weak and very sore, and her true chi had been drained empty. Lady Onion, who had already had a similar experience, immediately glared at Song Shuhang. Afterward, she saw the pile of onion sprouts beside him. There was no doubt that these differently colored onion sprouts were hers. Wah! Lady Onion immediately began to feel intense sadness, and the tome of never-ending tears began to take effect. Her tears came pouring down, and she looked like she was going to cry herself to death. At this time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's voice came from the kitchen. Shuhang, I'm lacking some onion sprouts. Do you still have any in stock? There's simply too much whale meat this time, so I need a lot of onion sprouts. If you do, can you give me some? I'll just owe you a favor. Sigma, degree winky face. Lady Onion heard Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's voice and forcibly stopped herself from crying. She covered her mouth as tears continued to roll down from her eyes. Nevertheless, she did her best to keep herself from making a sound. It was her archenemy, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. She was so proud of herself that she had forgotten that she was in the dwelling of her natural enemy. It was extremely terrifying just thinking about it. In other words, ever since a while ago until now, she had been dancing on the tip of a knife and rolling around at the edge of a lion's mouth. Shuhang, I want to go back to the inner world, Lady Onion begged. Actually, the size-reducing purse is also fine. Song Shuhang comforted her, saying, rest assured, everything has already passed. The effect of the berserk technique has already finished, you can go back to the inner world and have a rest. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Wah, Shuhang, you're so nice. Lady Onion felt so moved that tears filled her face. After that, she was sent to the inner world by Song Shuhang. Should I really bring out Lady Onion for dinner? Although it is a hard-to-come-by 8th stage Profound Sage feast, there will still be some of her green onion sprouts in the dishes, Song Shuhang thought to himself. While he was in thought, he got the 33 onion sprouts that he had just acquired and brought them to the kitchen. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue praised Song Shuhang when she saw such fresh onion sprouts, and said that if he could provide more of them, she would gladly take them. Song Shuhang smiled and shook his head. Today, Lady Onion would no longer be able to use the berserk technique. Moreover, it wasn't easy to get these onion sprouts from her. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue added, "Alright, I will owe you since you gave me these onion sprouts. After the immortal feast is over, I'll make several immortal dishes for you. And of course, you'll have to take care of the ingredients." Immortal Fairy felt like she had become a private chef for Song Shuhang. Recently, she was making more and more immortal dishes for Song Shuhang. After gaining Immortal Fairy's favor, Song Shuhang responded with a smile. To actually be able to get Immortal Fairy Bie Xue to make immortal dishes for him, he and his friends would surely have quite the wonderful food in the future. Immortal Fairy and the Great Northern Emperor were still hard at work, cooking the 8th stage whale meat. The Great Northern Emperor was very attentive, and cooperated with Immortal Fairy Bie Xue seamlessly. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was someone who had been cooking for many years, but she had never met with such a great helper. After Song Shuhang delivered the green onion sprouts, he left the kitchen and went back to the living room. The monster Willow Qing Wu stayed beside the big cocoon which contained Senior White. She had completely accepted her status as a monster pet. As for little Kai, she was just waiting for Song Shuhang to return. After seeing Song Shuhang coming out, little Kai happily said, "Teacher, can we start studying the 33 divine beasts technique?" Song Shuhang said, "Alright, but before we can have you learn the cultivation technique, I will have to give you a test to see which chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique suits you best." Little Kai asked, "How are you going to test me?" "Teacher, did you take a test as well?" Song Shuhang said, "Yeah, it was Senior White who had tested me before. However, after reaching the 4th stage, I now also have a way to test you to see which one suits you best." With a thought, the fat whale illusory core swam around inside his life dantian and let out a roar that sounded like it came from whales and dragons. Afterward, Song Shuhang stretched his hand and pressed on little Kai's body. A stream of innate true yuan gathered in Song Shuhang's hands and turned into a rune. After reaching the 4th stage realm, Song Shuhang's fat whale illusory core had become a combination of the projections of the 33 spiritual beasts. In this way, he could use the fat whale illusory core to test which one of the chapters of the cultivation technique would match little Kai the best. The rune landed on little Kai, and vaguely transformed into a fat whale. Song Shuhang thought to himself, little Kai is a monster bird, so she should be more suited to either the chicken, the crane, the goose, or the eagle chapters, right? After all, they were all bird kind. Just as this thought emerged in his head, the fat whale illusory core that resonated with little Kai. However, the part that resonated the most was the huge whale. PFFF whale? How could this be? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. As a little monster bird, the huge whale chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique was unexpectedly the one that resonated the most with little Kai. Song Shuhang thought, could my testing method have something wrong with it? No, the test results are right. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind Song Shuhang. It came from the virtuous Lamia, more specifically, from Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was in her stomach. Song Shuhang, who did not know whether to laugh or cry, said, "But little Kai is a bird, how could she have the best affinity with the huge whale?" Scarlet Heaven Sword calmly said, "Have you forgotten? You and little Kai have just gone through Sage Monarch Melon Eater's ceremonial formation. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body was that of a big monster with the bloodline of the divine whale. Under the influence of that formation, little Kai experienced a rebirth. It's normal that she is best suited to practice the huge whale chapter now." Song Shuhang asked, "So, should I let little Kai practice the huge whale chapter?" Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "There's nothing you can do about it, she is now best suited to practice the huge whale chapter. After her transformation due to Sage Monarch Melon Eater's power, the other chapters would definitely be 1,000 miles away in terms of affinity with little Kai." Song Shuhang nodded. However, with this being the case, little Kai's cultivation technique, body tempering technique, virtuous technique, and saber technique would all be the same as his. She would simply become his clone. What would little Kai be like in the future? Shuhang felt that ever since he gave little Kai the Taoist name, virtuous Buddhist sabersman, and began to form karmic ties with her, her style got increasingly closer to his. It was especially so this time as she was also going to practice the huge whale chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique. Song Shuhang asked, "Little Kai, have you decided on practicing the huge whale chapter?" Little Kai cutely said, "I will listen to you, teacher. As long as it suits me, it won't matter which one I practice." She was actually set on the huge whale chapter. Even if teacher might be unreliable, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is definitely reliable. After all, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is so powerful, if he says it's good, then that means it's good, little Kai thought to herself. Fortunately, Song Shuhang didn't have a mind-reading technique, otherwise, he would definitely disown her. Song Shuhang imparted the huge whale chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique to little Kai by means of sound transmission. After all, it was a cultivation technique, so it was necessary that he maintain confidentiality. He imparted Senior White's modified version of the cultivation technique, starting from the first chapter, which was for the first stage, and all the way until the third chapter. Although little Kai was already at the third stage realm, now that she wanted to practice the 33 divine beasts technique, she would have to recultivate all the way from the first chapter. Of course, it was only a recultivation of the cultivation technique, and she would not have to truly go back to square one and have to practice all the way back to her current realm. She would only have to sacrifice a short amount of time to master the 33 divine beasts technique and consolidate the foundations of the huge whale chapter. After that, with her being in the third stage realm, she would very quickly be able to practice the 33 divine beasts technique to the third chapter and condense her pseudo-innate true qi. After Song Shuhang imparted the cultivation technique, he said, "Little Kai, since you're practicing the huge whale chapter, it saves me a lot of time because I don't have to look for the auxiliary, secret technique for you." The 33 divine beasts technique also needed a matching, secret technique that would allow one to absorb the energy from spirit beast crystals. The matching secret technique for the huge whale chapter was the whale swallowing technique. Song Shuhang said, "I will wait until you start practicing the cultivation technique and reach the second chapter before imparting the whale swallowing technique to you." Little Kai nodded, and said, "I understand, teacher. I will definitely strive to master the cultivation technique in the shortest time possible." "Very good," said Song Shuhang. Honestly speaking, he was rather looking forward to little Kai reaching the fourth stage. He wondered if little Kai would also condense a fat whale illusory core in her dantian at that time. Was his fat whale illusory core brought about by the modifications which Senior White had done to the cultivation technique? Or could it have been brought about by the Sage Seal? This was still unclear. As such, the confirmation of Song Shuhang's speculations depended on whether little Kai would condense a fat whale illusory core. After the impartation was completed, little Kai began to practice the 33 divine beasts technique since the meal had yet to be served. She hoped that she would be able to reach the beginner level as fast as possible. It might have been because she experienced what it felt for one's lifespan to almost reach its limit, but when little Kai found out that she had hopes of ascending to the fourth stage, she cherished the opportunity and practiced very hard. The monster Willow Qingwu remained by Senior White's cocoon, lost in thought. She was currently thinking about something. Now that she had become Sage White's pet, would she be able to get him to give her a suitable cultivation technique? She used to be a creature of the netherworld, and her cultivation technique had also been of the netherworld. However, after being seized and purified by Sage White, her original cultivation technique was no longer suitable for her. As for Song Shuhang, he began playing on his phone once again. He had originally wanted to practice for a while, but for the time being, he had to look after little Kai first should any accidents happen while she attempted to change her cultivation technique to the 33 divine beasts technique. As such, while he was playing with his phone, he was also monitoring little Kai. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, everyone was talking about Senior White's ascension to the 8th stage. Northern River's loose cultivator, Senior White has already exited the heavenly tribulation realm, right? Tyrannical Song 1, little friend Shuhang, has Senior White returned? Song Shuhang, replying to Senior Northern River, Senior White has just come out. He is currently resting at Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's Immortal Cave. Northern River's loose cultivator, little friend Shuhang, are you also over at Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's? Song Shuhang, yep. Thrice reckless mad saber, I really envy those who can freeload food. Song Shuhang, ha ha ha. He wanted to tell everyone that he and Senior White were going to have an 8th stage profound sage level whale feast, but after some more thought, he felt that it would be better not to draw more hate at this moment. A person sometimes had to remain low-key. After chatting for a while in the group, Song Shuhang went to check his farm. The 9 provinces number 1 group actually still had several seniors playing this old game every day. At the beginning, true Monarch Yellow Mountain had joked with Song Shuhang that if he was really free, he should arrange his farming ranch better. Maybe some of the seniors would come steal his vegetables and give him something in return. Nobody had expected that Song Shuhang, who was simply a mortal at the time, would advance this much in such a short span of time. More importantly, he was getting closer and closer to the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group, and the farming game was now useless to curry favors. Nowadays, he would only go and check on this game every once in a while. Today, he had once again opened the game to check up on his ranch. Suddenly, he saw that there was an account that had paid a visit to his ranch about an hour ago. Xian Nu Sect Skylark? Song Shuhang froze. Hadn't Senior Skylark lost control of her body and gone back to the Netherworld realm? How could she still have the time to go to open the game and steal his crops? Could she have broken out of control over her and returned? Song Shuhang quickly clicked on Senior Skylark's account, and sent a private message. Senior Skylark, is it really you? Are you back in the main world? However, Skylark did not respond. After Song Shuhang gave it some more thought, he took a screenshot of the game's interface and sent it to the 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang asked, Seniors, did anyone see Senior Skylark go online a while ago? She seemed to be online an hour ago, has she returned to the main world? Northern River's loose cultivator curiously said, it seems that crop of yours that got stolen an hour ago. However, I didn't notice Senior Skylark go online. Could she have been in invisible mode? Thrice reckless mad saber, well, sorry. Actually, it was me who used Senior Skylark's account to steal from your ranch. Song Shuhang, since when had Senior Thrice Reckless relationship with Senior Skylark become so good? He even knew her account name and password now. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked, by the way, little friend Shuhang. Have you met with that mysterious senior lately? Do you have any news about Senior Skylark? Song Shuhang, I haven't met him lately. I still haven't gone back to the Jiangnan area. Every time he encountered Senior White too, he was always in the Jiangnan area. After sending the reply, Song Shuhang tried to call out Senior White in his mind in an attempt to summon Senior White too. However, Senior White too did not respond. It appeared that he wasn't anywhere in the vicinity. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, if you have any news, remember to tell me. If you don't get any news in the next few days, then I'll be heading to the Netherworld realm. Song Shuhang, got it, I will try to contact that senior as soon as possible. Thrice reckless Mad Saber's style had suddenly changed, causing Song Shuhang to be slightly uncomfortable. After about an hour, the Great Northern Emperor came out of the kitchen. As he walked, he untied his apron and hung it at the side. We've made everyone wait for quite a while. The great emperor smiled. Song Shuhang raised his head, and asked, Senior, is it finally time for dinner? The great emperor nodded, and said, I have completed the final procedure for Fairy Bie Xue. Now we only have to wait for her to serve the food. What about Sage White? He's over here. Song Shuhang ran to the big cocoon, extended his hand and patted it. Senior White, get up. Senior White's lazy voice sounded out from the cocoon. However, after he answered, there wasn't any other response. Song Shuhang, could Senior White be dawdling in bed again? No, dawdling in the cocoon is more suitable. Every time he slept in the cocoon, Senior White would become unwilling to get up, and it was really hard to wake him up. This cocoon seemed to possess some magical powers. It could get such a firm hold on Senior White that it was extremely difficult to get him out. Song Shuhang said, Come on, Senior White, it's almost time to eat. I'm telling you, today's dishes are really fragrant, an 8th stage sage whale feast. If you're late, there won't be any left. So fast? Senior White murmured. But I'm so sleepy, let me sleep for a while, you can all eat first. Just tell Immortal Fairy Bie Xue to save a portion for me, I'll go and eat after I've had enough sleep. Sure enough, he was dawdling in the cocoon again. Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders. Alright, it looks like we'll just have to let Senior White sleep for a while. With the lessons that he had learned in the past, he was not going to seek death again and try to vigorously shake the giant cocoon that Senior White was in. Previously, he was crushed by that giant cocoon such that his ribs almost broke. So this time, he decided that it was either he let Senior White wake up on his own or have someone else perform the wake-up service instead. After returning to his place, Song Shuhang brought Su Clan 16 and Sure out from his inner world. Good morning, Senior Brother Song. Sure rubbed her eyes. It's already noon, Song Shuhang said. Oh, good afternoon, Senior Brother Song, Sure corrected herself. Su Clan 16 was also very sleepy. After being taken out of the inner world, she sat next to Song Shuhang. Her head tilted and she leaned on Song Shuhang's shoulder, and she continued to sleep. Song Shuhang tried to relax his shoulders. Strange, why were there so many people dead asleep today? After about 5 or 6 minutes, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue brought out a dining cart out of the kitchen. Is everyone here? Immortal Fairy said. I'm going to serve the dishes now. The first dish is crystal clear soup. Where's White? He's still in his cocoon, Song Shuhang said. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue froze. She parked her dining cart and ran to the cocoon. Fellow Taoist White, wake up and eat. Senior White responded. How are we supposed to wake him up? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked. She had an entire feeding plan laid out in her mind. If White didn't wake up, was she supposed to perform a one-person show? Song Shuhang said, it's safest to wait for Senior White to wake up by himself. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, that can't be. The dishes would become too cold to be delicious. After thinking for a bit, she stretched out her hands and hugged the big cocoon and shook it. White, get up and eat. When Immortal Fairy Bie Xue reached out to get a hold of Senior White's cocoon and started shaking it, Song Shuhang could already foresee her ending. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, my eyes have already foreseen your future. Your future only consists of death, ugh, no. Your future is to be brutally crushed by Senior White's cocoon. Song Shuhang thought in his mind. Senior White called out, Shuhang, don't shake it, let me sleep for a while. Just a while more. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, fellow Taoist White, I'm Bie Xue. Immortal Fairy's heart was greatly saddened. Then, due to the jealousy she was currently feeling, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue shook the cocoon even more violently. Fellow Taoist White, I'm Bie Xue. The first dish of the 8th stage whale feast is ready. It's a delicious broth, come out and enjoy it while it's still hot. If the soup gets cold, it's going to lose its unique flavor. Senior White said, stop shaking it. Unlike Senior White 2, Senior White appeared to dislike being shaken while sleeping in the cocoon. It seemed he didn't want the quality of his sleep to be ruined. On the other hand, Senior White 2 felt very comfortable when being shaken while sleeping in the cocoon. For him, it was like he was being cradled, which made him sleep better. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue sighed and her heart softened. Finally, she decided to put down the giant cocoon. Well, I'll just make it again for you at that time. The huge white cocoon suddenly flew up and crushed her. Shuhang calmly said, I knew this would happen. Su Clan 16's eyes, which were half opened and half closed, glanced at Immortal Fairy Bie Xue as she said to Shuhang, at that time, at the scholarly faction's White Cloud Academy Plaza, it was you who was crushed. Shuhang said, we are to never talk about such dark parts of our past. The corners of Su Clan 16's mouth rose. She rubbed her eyes and sat up straight. It was time for the meal. She could smell the fragrance coming from the dining cart, which whet her appetite. Beneath the giant cocoon, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was screaming, but it was not like Shuhang's pitiful scream at that time. One reason for this was that her strength was higher than Shuhang's. Compared to him, she could withstand much more pressure. Another reason for this was that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had a great body, and her figure gave her an extra layer of cushioning compared to Shuhang. At this moment, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue looked at the cocoon that was crushing her, and tears filled her eyes. If there wasn't this damned cocoon in the middle, how amazing would it have been? No, this isn't the time to be thinking about such things. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, fellow Taoist White, move aside. You're crushing me. I already stopped shaking the cocoon, isn't that good enough? I still have to go and deal with the 8th stage Profound Sage feast in the kitchen. I'll first serve the other fellow Taoists their food, but I'll make sure to leave you your share. Senior White, who was in the cocoon, replied muddle-headedly. However, the cocoon did not move aside and Senior White was still fast asleep. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, if it was some other time, she would not have minded getting crushed until the dawn of the next day. However, as an immortal chef, she needed to complete the final procedures for the 8th stage whale feast in the kitchen. She couldn't leave those dishes alone. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue tried to extend her hand and push the large cocoon away from her body, but the large cocoon was as heavy as a mountain, and she couldn't move it at all. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue tried to push it away from several different angles, but it just would not budge. Help me, this cocoon is too heavy. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue tilted her head and asked for help. Shuhang stood up and went to the side of the giant cocoon, and then patted it vigorously. Senior White, you can move aside now. Fairy Bie Xue said that she won't shake the cocoon anymore. And, she'll even leave you your share, so you can sleep well and eat when you come out. Senior White responded. However, the giant cocoon showed no signs of movement. Shuhang sighed, and said, all right, I'll help you move. However, let's agree in advance that you won't cause any trouble. I'll just move to the side and you will continue to sleep. Senior White responded. As such, Shuhang stretched out his hands, hugged the giant cocoon, and raised it forcefully. However, the giant cocoon still did not budge. The last time, at the Scholarly Factions Plaza, the same thing happened while I was the one being crushed. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group and Yi Si all entered into action, but none of them could move the giant cocoon. At that time, I remember that Fairy Lychee had guessed that it might be because Senior White had been using a sealing technique when he used the giant cocoon to crush me. Shuhang said, Senior White, deactivate the sealing technique. Otherwise, the 8th stage Profound Sage feast is going to go bad, and we aren't going to have anything to eat. Senior White responded. After that, the seal was released, and the giant cocoon was now easily picked up by Song Shuhang. All right. Song Shuhang carried the giant cocoon over to the side and placed it down. At this time, Su Clan 16 warned, "Careful. Song Shuhang." Crack! When the giant cocoon was placed on the ground, a sound akin to glass cracking echoed. After that, the giant cocoon in Song Shuhang's hands suddenly sank into the ground. What the hell? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? Why would there be a hole in the living room of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave? Could it be a trap? However, it wasn't the time to be thinking about this issue. Right now, a bigger crisis was on hand. When the giant cocoon suddenly fell through the floor, it happened to shake. Senior White said, "Let me sleep for some more, stop shaking the cocoon." In the next moment, Song Shuhang saw the giant cocoon leap up high and come crushing at him. Song Shuhang screamed, "No. Senior White, it was an accident. Don't crush me." Thud! A deep sound of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded out. Song Shuhang was crushed as the giant cocoon fell onto his back, standing on top of him like a roly-poly toy. At the same time, the suppressive sealing technique was activated once more, and Song Shuhang was now glued to the ground. Song Shuhang hammered at the cocoon. "Ah! My waist is about to break. Senior White, please reduce the weight." The giant cocoon slightly adjusted, and then sank once again. It had now completely suppressed Shuhang. Song Shuhang called out, "Senior White, it was an accident just now. Please let me go." However, this time, Senior White didn't respond. He didn't even use his iconic Song Shuhang had a very bad feeling. "Senior White, you didn't plug your ears again, right? Senior White, Senior White? If you can hear me, please respond. Please, say something. Ouch, my waist. I'm going to die." Senior White really isn't listening anymore. Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. Little Kai leaped toward Song Shuhang and asked gently, "Teacher, are you okay?" Song Shuhang rolled his eyes, and said, "What do you think? How about you try getting crushed by a giant cocoon instead?" Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was to get a blade and carve out the word innocent on the ground. Little Kai's eyes brightened up as she said, "Actually, I just wanted to ask this. Since teacher is now being suppressed by Senior White and can't get out, could you let me eat your share of the 8th stage whale feast? There is this saying that if the teacher is busy with something, the disciple should complete the task in their stead. Therefore, I could finish your food for you." Song Shuhang gritted his teeth as he said, "Believe it or not, I'm going to drive you out, you traitor." Little Kai grinned and jumped back again. She told Su Clan 16 and sure, it looks like teacher is all right. He still looks very energetic, and can even be scary. There's definitely nothing wrong with him. Song Shuhang, "Oh yeah, when I placed down Senior White's giant cocoon, why did a hole suddenly appear in the ground? It really ked me up." Song Shuhang tried to tilt his head, but he couldn't see the hole from his current angle. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had already crawled up from the ground. She looked at Song Shuhang, who was lying on the ground, and replied, "There was originally a glass floor for viewing a fish pond that was down below. It was a trendy design, and you would be able to see the fish swimming below through tempered glass. However, there was a monster cat that came to visit, and after seeing the small fish in the pond, she succumbed to her instincts, broke my tempered glass floor, took out the fish, and ate them. I originally planned on getting the glass changed, but as I've been quite busy with the Immortal Feast lately, I haven't gotten the time to get that done. So, my luck was just so horrible that I accidentally dropped the cocoon right where the glass had been broken." Song Shuhang's eyes widened. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue nodded in embarrassment. Song Shuhang hammered the ground vigorously. How unlucky, the great Northern Emperor's mouth twitched. Little friend Song Shuhang's luck had indeed been quite terrible just now. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "Cough, little friend Shuhang, I'll save you your share as well, together with White's share. But I want to eat it immediately. Senior Beifong, can you move the cocoon?" Song Shuhang looked expectantly at the great Northern Emperor. The great Emperor was an immortal of the ancient heavenly city. Moreover, he was very strong even among immortals, so he should be able to easily move Senior White's cocoon aside if he made a move, right? The great Emperor grinned, pointed at the cocoon, and said, "Sage White's luck is very strange. Since he wants to suppress you, it's best if you just let yourself be suppressed. Otherwise, with his strange luck, even if I were to rescue you, you might end up having to face something even worse." Song Shuhang, Sheet, the great Emperor had a good point. Just give me Shuhang's share. Su Clan 16 yawned, and said, "Shuhang, I'll feed you later." Song Shuhang, huh? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue raised her head and looked at the sky, forcing back her tears. She was the one who was planning to feed White the 8th stage sage whale feast. She had even prepared several plans. However, in the end, humans could not compete with the heavens. The plot had finally changed into Su Clan's 16 feeding Song Shuhang. Had she worked so hard just to prepare marriage clothes for others? She really wanted to flip a table at this time. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue gritted her teeth, and said, "It's almost time for the first dish." After saying that, she brought out everyone's share of the crystal clear soup. As 16 was representing 2 people, her bowl was double the size. Bie Xue had originally prepared this big bowl for White, but things just didn't end up how she had planned. 16 held the big bowl and squatted beside Song Shuhang. "Open your mouth." 16's eyes narrowed. Song Shuhang was slightly embarrassed. He had hardly ever been fed like this ever since he was a child. For this to be happening in such a public space on top that. Additionally, if it really came to feeding another person, shouldn't it have been him feeding 16 instead? Wouldn't that have been a more normal scene? Su Clan 16 said, "Do you not want to eat?" After saying that, she suddenly forced the spoon into her mouth. Song Shuhang, 16 even if you want to feed me, give me some time to adjust first. Shuhang raised his head to look at Su Clan 16. After he did so, he noticed that there was a light red blush on her face, which looked especially pretty. Due to how close they were to one another, he could smell the scent from her body, as well as the scent of the crystal clear soup, both assaulting his nose at the same time. What a nice smell. Song Shuhang said, "Of course I want to eat." For a moment there, he thought of saying, "Actually, only my waist is getting crushed. My hands are still free, so I can eat myself." But after seeing the redness on Su Clan 16's face, Shuhang's heartbeat accelerated, and he swallowed those words just as they reached his throat. Little 16's eyes narrowed. She carefully scooped up another spoonful of soup and blew on it to cool it down. Here, she brought the spoon toward Song Shuhang's mouth. It was her first time doing such a thing. She brought the spoon directly to Song Shuhang's lips, and it even appeared like it was being forced into his mouth. Song Shuhang opened his mouth to drink the soup. In the next moment, the flavor of the delicious soup made from the 8th stage sage whale exploded in his mouth. It was indescribably delicious, and brought with it an indescribable joy. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's superb cooking skills were truly able to bring into full display the deliciousness of the 8th stage sage whale ingredient. 16 softly asked, "Is it delicious?" Song Shuhang nodded vigorously. In all honesty, if he were Senior White, and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had used this kind of 8th stage sage level ingredient to make such a great meal to seduce him into becoming her companion, odds were that he would have succumbed to the divine food. Only art and food could truly transcend all borders. Of course, this was with the premise that he was Senior White. If he were still himself, he would definitely not succumb to the temptation of food. Different people made different choices. Su Clan 16 smiled slightly as she sat next to Song Shuhang and continued to feed him. At the side, the great Northern Emperor silently turned his head away and stuffed himself with the soup. What else could he do? Ever since the ancient era up until now, he had always been single. He was also quite desperate. As for Sure, she scooped up a spoonful of the clear soup, brought it towards little Kai, and with a serious look, she said, "Open your mouth." Little Kai was dumbfounded. Then, Sure quickly brought the spoon to her own mouth, and with a face of great satisfaction, she said, "So delicious." Little Kai, Sure, you aren't acting according to the script. At this moment, something came to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's mind, and she said, "Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, what about Lady Onion? Is she not going to come out? I prepared a bowl that doesn't have any green onion for her." Song Shuhang raised his head, and said, "She went into hiding and refuses to come out." "Did you really not add any green onion?" I didn't add any." "Does she want to eat it?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, this time, as she had a lot of ingredients, she also prepared a lot of servings. Even White's monster pet, Qing Wu, got her small share of the crystal clear soup. "Immortal Fairy, you can just give it to me. I'll transfer it over to her," Song Shuhang replied. "Does she not want to come out to eat? It's much more lively if everyone is eating together." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's eyes flickered. Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, "I'm afraid that she isn't going to be coming out anytime soon." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "All right then, you can give it to her. It truly is quite a pity, though." After saying that, she placed an extra bowl of soup beside Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang extended his hand toward the clear soup. After that, he sent it to the inner world and gave it to the feeble Lady Onion, who was completely out of true qi. Lady Onion was currently lying down on the edge of the crimson jade as she recovered her strength. At this moment, a bowl of fragrant soup appeared in front of her. "Lady Onion? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue deliberately prepared this crystal clear soup for you without adding green onion, so you can rest assured." Song Shuhang's voice sounded in Lady Onion's ear. When Lady Onion heard Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's name, her heart became vigilant, and she said, "She's actually this kind?" In addition, hearing the statement, "without adding green onion," caused her to feel sad. If she didn't add green onion to this one, didn't that mean that she added it to everyone else's soup? Song Shuhang said, "If you don't want it, you can just keep it there for me. I have quite a good appetite today." Lady Onion embraced the bowl with both of her hands. "It's mine, mine." She held up the bowl and gave it a sip. Together with the delicious flavor that exploded in her mouth, there was an incomparable energy that poured into her body. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's delicacies were truly comparable to spiritual pills. They could actually increase one's strength. Lady Onion was already at the peak of the second stage. After this bowl of clear soup, she sensed that the true qi within her body was getting quite restless. It seemed like she was entering the tribulation transcending mode. Lady Onion's eyes suddenly became wet. In the dining room, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "Oh right, there's still this other share. It was originally prepared for White, but since he isn't coming out right now, I'll just make another bowl for him when he comes out, so I'll just be giving this to you." After that, she gave Song Shuhang another bowl of soup. As she was talking, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue raised an eyebrow at Song Shuhang. "You brat, only your waist is being crushed. Your hands are free, so why are you letting this girl feed you?" Song Shuhang took the soup, and said, "Thank you, Fairy Bie Xue. Can I store away this one as well?" As he said that, light of virtue emerged from behind him and turned into the virtuous Lamia. When she showed up, she lay on the ground just like Song Shuhang. Afterward, she naturally took the additional bowl, skillfully scooped up a spoonful, and tasted it with her small mouth. When she drank it, her eyes lit up and her long tail went flapping on the ground. It seemed that the virtuous Lamia greatly enjoyed it. F***ck. I'm drenched. Can you at least take me out of your body before you drink soup? I'm going to rust. Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice could be heard coming from the virtual Lamia's belly. Scarlet Heaven Sword was really unfortunate as it was now soaked in crystal clear soup. Moreover, it was a sword and couldn't drink the soup. At the side, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's eyes widened. This was the first time she had ever seen Light of Virtue eating food. Song Shuhang also turned his head and looked at the virtuous Lamia. He had long since known that the virtuous Lamia could eat food. However, before this, she only ate energy, for example, when he used something like the lotus blossoming tongue to create lotuses, or the saber intent condensing lotus seed. This was his first time seeing her eat something that wasn't solely made of energy. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "She can eat food?" Song Shuhang replied, "In the past, she would only eat things made of energy. It's her first time eating something like this." At this time, the Great Northern Emperor turned his head, and said, "You don't have to be so surprised. Fairy #% can indeed eat things composed of energy, in her current state. Also, don't forget about that 8th stage whale from before. Although his body and Light of Virtue had fused together, his body still had physical properties. In a sense, it was close to being a body of energy. As such, it isn't surprising that Fairy #% can dine on this food." Song Shuhang mused, after eating this, is she going to evolve again? The Great Northern Emperor smiled slightly, and said to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, "Fellow Taoist Bie Xue, please prepare an additional 8th stage sage whale feast for Fairy #% later. After this meal is over, I'll give you another part of the whale's body. I'll be sure to repay you." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue shook her head, and said, "Thank you, Senior Beifong. However, you don't have to give me anything other than the ingredients. To have the opportunity to cook an 8th stage Profound Sage whale is already enough for me. Treasures can be given to the right people to make the most of them. The 8th stage whale flesh can only be made most of in your hands. At most, you can consider it as me repaying you. In the future, if I can find delicious and rare ingredients again, I will definitely look for you to cook them for me. At that time, I hope Fairy won't reject." The Great Northern Emperor smiled slightly. His smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue embarrassedly said, "Then I shall humbly accept it." The attraction of the body of an 8th stage Profound Sage whale was simply too much for her. Additionally, Senior Beifong smiled so warmly that she was embarrassed to even make eye contact with the other party. Song Shuhang said, "Speaking of which, the Light of Virtue in my golden finger hasn't been absorbed by Fairy #*. He'd originally thought that after his left arm returned, the Light of Virtue contained within it would merge with the virtuous Lamia. However, the virtuous Lamia did not seem to be interested in the power of virtue in his golden finger." The Great Northern Emperor sighed, and said, "It's #% Little friend Song, have you still not remembered her name yet?" Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. "The pronunciation of the last word is too difficult, my tongue is currently unable to handle it." The Great Northern Emperor said, "Your study of the language of the ancient era is lacking. The language of the ancient era is very important, you have to learn it when you have time. This is my piece of advice to you." Song Shuhang replied, "I'm studying hard." As they were talking, after drinking the large bowl of soup, the virtuous Lamia began to transform. The Light of Virtue around her body brightened up. It was clear that the power of virtue was increasing. Song Shuhang willed, and his right hand secretly condensed saber intent. During the process of the virtuous Lamia's evolution, her snake tail would recede each time afterward. If it were to recede again this time, it would already be below her lower abdomen. If he didn't do something in time, the Great Northern Emperor, who was at the side, might become enraged. As such, if the virtuous Lamia's snake tail were to indeed recede, he'd immediately attach the saber-intent armor to her, giving her a layer of armor on her body. The virtuous Lamia tilted her head, and the tip of her tail changed. There was now a mini divine whale there that started swelling. Very quickly, this virtuous divine whale swelled up to a length of more than 5 meters and a height of more than 3 meters. With a big smile, the virtuous Lamia rolled her tail up and crawled onto the whale. From today onwards, she was to be known as the whale-riding Lamia. Shuhang. Shuhang. I'm going to transcend the tribulation. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. At this time, Song Shuhang received Lady Onion's cry for help. Little Kai also cried out, "Teacher, I suddenly feel really restless. It's possible that I'm transcending my heavenly tribulation soon." Song Shuhang. You too, did you set an appointment to transcend the tribulation? Transcending the tribulation as a group is not a joke. Little Kai said, "What should I do, teacher? I don't seem to have any control over my realm." Song Shuhang, who was still lying on the ground, said, "Don't worry, Little Kai, try suppressing your realm first." Are any of Taoist Priest Horizon's tribulation avoidance techniques from his speech suitable for you? Little Kai's realm had mostly been built from today's ceremonial formation and the 8th stage Sage Whale Feast, so it wasn't strange that she was lacking control over it. An analogy for this was upgrading the hardware, but not upgrading the operating system software. Even her tribulation transcending formation had yet to be prepared. Under such circumstances, if she were to attempt to transcend her tribulation, let alone having a 90% chance of dying, it would be closer to a 100% chance of dying. She was simply going to feed herself to the heavenly tribulation. Little Kai shook her head, and said, "The tribulation avoidance techniques that Senior Horizon taught are mostly suitable for human cultivators. Moreover, the several ones which are suitable for monster cultivators aren't suitable for me." Due to Senior White's sudden emergence in Taoist Priest Horizon's profound sage speech, he had attracted most of Little Kai's attention. As for what Taoist Priest Horizon said after White got there, she couldn't remember. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples in distress. It was unfortunate that he wasn't young Master Phoenix Slayer, otherwise, he could just lend his CPU to Little Kai so that she could directly become an expert when it came to the 33 Divine Beasts technique, scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, steel hands technique, and the several saber techniques. Other than Little Kai, there was still Lady Onion who was yelling inside his inner world. Her heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage was about to descend, and her situation was almost exactly the same as that of Little Kai. All kinds of hidden dangers would appear during the heavenly tribulation for someone who had built up their realm through treasures. Song Shuhang patted Senior White's big cocoon, and said, "Senior White, stop sleeping for a moment, a situation has come up. Little Kai and Lady Onion are going to be transcending their tribulation soon. Is there a way to solve this problem?" However, he wasn't even able to wait for Senior White to reply when the Great Northern Emperor, who was at the side, placed down his bowl and smiled slightly. "Shuhang, you don't need to disturb fellow Taoist Sage White's sleep. You can let me handle such a trivial matter." Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Still lying down, he said to the Great Northern Emperor, "Then my disciple, Little Kai, will be troubling Senior Beifong." The Great Northern Emperor smiled, looked at Little Kai, and asked, "Little Kai, the virtuous Buddhist sabersman, right? Alright, I'll ask you this first, do you want to transcend your tribulation now? Or would you prefer to seal your cultivation and prepare yourself before transcending your tribulation some other time in the future?" Little Kai blinked. "Do you even need to ask? Of course I'm going to choose to transcend my tribulation immediately. A powerful person like the Great Northern Emperor is better than any tribulation transcending formation. If I were to miss this chance, I would never be presented with such an opportunity again. Replying to the great emperor, little Kai wants to transcend her tribulation right away. Please provide your instructions. Little Kai's voice was firm and strong. The great northern emperor chuckled. Little Kai, your mind is pretty quick. You made the right choice, as it isn't that difficult to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. I'll be teaching you a technique for transcending the tribulation. This technique will allow you to mobilize all the energy in your body, including your monster power, power of virtue, and the power of your bloodline. It will transform all of them, making it a very practical defensive technique. As long as the tribulation isn't too overpowered, you will definitely be able to transcend it. Though if the heavenly tribulation is really overpowered, then I'll disperse it for you. Such words were truly worthy of the great northern emperor, an immortal of the ancient era, one who could even be called an emperor in the ancient heavenly city. To him, the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage was something he could get through with slight effort. Little Kai asked, "Can I learn it now?" The great northern emperor laughed, and said, "Rest assured, this technique isn't difficult." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, and said, "Fairy Bie Xue, can you delay the serving of the next 8th stage Sage Whale Feast a bit? This won't take that long." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue replied, "No problem, I can control the heat a little bit. In fact, the next few dishes are going to taste better after using slow heat." While saying that, she made a hand seal and remotely controlled the heat in the kitchen. The great northern emperor beckoned towards little Kai. "Come here, I'll teach you the tribulation transcending technique now. However, the posture for this technique is fairly unique, I hope you don't mind. As long as I can transcend the tribulation, then it's alright. It doesn't matter what the posture I have to assume is." Little Kai patted her chest with her wings. Honestly speaking, this pose was especially similar to the posture in the recent popular internet expression, "Do you not have a conscience?" 1. This tribulation transcending technique was created by a junior of mine. She was a genius who took an unusual path, but unfortunately, as he was halfway through what he was going to say, the great northern emperor sighed, and no longer continued on this topic. He turned to little Kai, and said, "Get ready, I will impart the operation route for this technique to you now." Little Kai shouted, "I'm ready." As soon as she said this, the great northern emperor extended his hand and touched her forehead. In the next moment, there was a complicated set of true chi and monster power operation routes that was transferred into her mind through the great emperor's finger. This set of operation routes was very peculiar. Together with it came an incantation composed of 7 runes. This impartation technique was truly of a high level. While it's still fresh in your memory, quickly go ahead and try it out, said the great northern emperor. Yes. Little Kai swiftly moved the monster power in her body and made it follow the operation route of the technique to make a round around her body. It ran smoothly, almost without any obstacles. When the round was completed, little Kai could feel that her entire body was filled with strength, and her entire being was seemingly in a state of extreme defense. She had the confidence to face any blow. Little Kai said, "There isn't a problem, Great Emperor, the operation route for the technique has worked successfully." The Great Northern Emperor said, "Good, there wasn't any mistake. Let's go out and prepare for your transcension of the tribulation." As such, Little Kai, Sure, the Great Northern Emperor, and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue all left the immortal cave and went outside to transcend the tribulation. Su Clan 16 continued to kneel beside Song Shuhang, and did not follow the others. As Song Shuhang was still being crushed by Senior White's cocoon, he was unable to move. Song Shuhang asked, 16, "Don't you want to go out and watch?" Su Clan 16 replied, "I'll just accompany you and watch the live broadcast." Song Shuhang ordered the whale-riding virtuous Lamia to follow the others out of the immortal cave to watch Little Kai's transcension and stream a live broadcast for him. Shuhang, Shuhang. what about me? What should I do? I'm also about to transcend my tribulation, Lady Onion yelled from the inner world. Read the on our VIPnovel.com song. Shuhang replied, there's no rush, we'll do this one by one. He checked on Lady Onion's state, and though she was already at the stage of having to transcend her tribulation, she could still hold on for a while. Speaking of the inner world, a thought suddenly came to Song Shuhang's mind. Heavens, wait! Su Clan 16 asked, what's up? Song Shuhang said, I have the inner world. When Senior White's cocoon came crashing down on him, he could have simply escaped into his inner world to avoid it. His inner world was so powerful that even an immortal spatial interference could not completely block the connection it had with him. Only, when Senior White's giant cocoon suppressed him, Song Shuhang's body instinctively recalled the fear of being crushed from when he'd been at the Scholarly Factions Plaza. As such, he did not remember the inner world special ability in time, and could not avoid the suppression of the cocoon. Song Shuhang said, let me try it out. He willed it and transferred his body into the inner world. It was a success. The suppressive seal did not have any spatial power, and Song Shuhang was able to successfully escape. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, ha 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 ha, just as I thought. Next, as long as I go back from the inner world, I should be able to get rid of the suppression of Senior White's cocoon. He definitely was Song, super smart, Shuhang. Afterward, he willed it and returned to the main world. In the next moment, he screamed, "Aw, my waist, it's going to break." When he returned to the main world, he reappeared under Senior White's giant cocoon, even the posture was the same as before. The giant cocoon continued to crush his waist hard. Su Clan 16, Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, heavens, although I indeed have to reappear where I left, why did I appear under the giant cocoon again? With my current control of the inner world, I should have been able to move the coordinates by a certain distance. Su Clan 16 blinked, and said, perhaps it's due to Senior White's luck. No matter how you move, you won't be able to escape the result of being crushed by the giant cocoon. When Song Shuhang had entered the inner world just now, Senior White's cocoon didn't drop to the ground at all. The giant cocoon remained suspended in midair like it was waiting for Song Shuhang to reappear. After that, the giant cocoon fell once again and crushed Song Shuhang's waist. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, heavens, how unfortunate. 16 said, do you want some more soup? Ah, open your mouth. Song Shuhang raised his head stiffly. Ah, at this time, outside Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave. In the skies, the heavenly tribulation had begun to gather. Everyone stayed away from Little Kai to avoid affecting her heavenly tribulation. Little Kai murmured, my heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. I wonder how it will change after having modernized. Modernized? The great Northern Emperor asked in confusion. Lolishur said, don't you know, Senior? The heavenly tribulation has now modernized. Various kinds of heavenly tribulation tanks, heavenly tribulation planes, and even heavenly tribulation nuclear bombs have emerged from it endlessly. When Senior Brother Song and the others crossed their tribulation, they encountered an 8th stage level hydrogen bomb that almost wiped them out. The great Northern Emperor replied, I went to a special secret realm in the past few days to gather the materials for the Ice Soul Pill, and I've just returned today. In just a few days, so many things actually have happened. No wonder little friend Shuhang already had a sage seal when I met him. I've been wondering about that for a while now. The great Northern Emperor's special secret realm was similar to the crystal clear water pavilion. In those kinds of places, even the divinity show would not be shown. Chapter 1186 The Genuine, Crouching Down While Holding Your Head. Other similar places included the Mysterious Island, where the masked Senior and Senior 9 lanterns were, the Still Pond of Wisdom at the Scholarly Faction's Myriad Books Mountain, and the few well-preserved fragments of the ancient heavenly city. As the current wielder of the will was weakened, these places actively blocked its power. As such, it was not possible to view the scene of the divinity show in these places. Moreover, when they left these places, they would not get the chance to get a rebroadcast of the show, as they were completely cut off from the signal of the heavens when it was broadcast. When one was in such places, it was just like they were in the netherworld realm. The heavens would not be able to make contact with them, so they'd lose the chance to watch the divinity show forever. I was only gone for a few days, but so much has already changed. The world sure is changing fast. The great Northern Emperor's mind felt tired. Little Kai shouted, "It's come." Boom! The first course of the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage, heavenly lightning. A thick bolt of heavenly lightning violently came crashing down on Little Kai. The great Northern Emperor gravely said, "Say the incantation and use the cultivation technique." Little Kai had long been prepared to do this. And so, she chanted the incantation, and at the same time operated the secret technique taught to her by the great Northern Emperor. Together with the incantation, the effects of the secret technique became stronger. When facing the heavenly tribulation, the incantation and the secret technique were truly quite useful. Little Kai felt all the power in her body, the monster power, the power of virtue, and the pure power she had obtained from tempering her fleshly body, being taken away from her and then kneaded into one as it was attached to her body. At the same time, when she recited the incantation, she felt her feet seemingly becoming placed under tremendous pressure, and her little claws gravitated down involuntarily. Fortunately, she was a little bird, and it wasn't that unusual to see her squatting. However, following that, her wings gradually rose uncontrollably. My wings are rising up. If this posture were to be taken by a human, it'd be squatting down together with hands rising? This posture, why does it feel so familiar? Of course it was familiar. The three cowardly Taoists that transcended the tribulation with teacher. Oh wait, no, it should be the three Taoist sages, when they were showing their divinity had been assuming this posture. What was this posture called again? Oh right, it's called crouching down while holding your head. It was a posture that could not be any more cowardly. So the tribulation transcending technique that the great Northern Emperor had imparted to me was actually this move? Wait, could those three cowardly Taoists be the inheritors of the junior that the great Emperor was talking about? At that moment, Little Kai's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. The great Emperor transmitted his voice into Little Kai's ears. Just allow the effects of the incantation and the secret technique to take over your body, raise your wings. Little Kai lifted her wings over her head, covering it. This posture was really cowardly. Boom! A thick bolt of tribulation lightning descended on her body. At this time, her body began to tremble. It started to shake rhythmically. Shake, shake, shake. It was hard to conceal the emotions rushing forth from heated blood. Shake, shake, shake to the east, the west, the south, the north, back to the middle, and again anyway, as Little Kai, who was crouching down and holding her head, began trembling, a faint layer of golden light appeared on her body. Little Kai was drowned in tribulation lightning, and the pillar of lightning remained on her for an entire 5 breaths of time. After 5 breaths, everything around Little Kai's body had been scorched black, and not a single blade of grass could be seen remaining. However, where Little Kai was, there was not a single trace of damage. Her state seemed great, and she did not seem to have suffered any damage whatsoever. Although it was cowardly, the power of this tribulation transcending technique truly spoke for itself. Little Kai continued to hug her head with her wings while swaying left and right as she thought to herself, the 3 Taoist sages that had transcended the tribulation with teacher at that time had even been able to survive through a hydrogen bomb. This technique is really incredible. The crouching down while holding your head tribulation transcending technique? Sure said in surprise. Little girl, have you seen this tribulation transcending technique before? The great Northern Emperor said in curiosity. As far as he knew, ever since his junior had developed it, other than the backup of the cultivation technique he had, the technique had never been taught to any outsiders. She had been improving and perfecting this technique, and had originally intended to spread it in the ancient heavenly city, but she did not expect the city would get destroyed before she even had the chance to spread the technique. It was really a pity. This meant that, the copy of this unusual technique was in the sole hands of his junior, whose life and death was currently unknown, and him, who had a backup of the technique. As such, where could Xue have possibly seen the technique being used? Lowly Xue replied, I saw it when senior brother Song showed his divinity. At that time, together with senior brother Song, the second, third, and fourth sages also showed their divinity. When they finished transcending the tribulation, two of them had appeared in that crouching down while holding their heads posture, while the other one had been directly kneeling on the ground. Daoist Priest Horizon and Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman would not be going out of home any time soon. They would at least wait for the divinity show to lose its effects before even considering going out. There was actually such a thing that happened? The Great Northern Emperor frowned. Read the on our VIPnovel.com. It looked like after this monster bird finished transcending her tribulation, he would have to ask Song Shuhang about the specifics of what had occurred. Inside Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 watched the live broadcast through the perspective of the virtuous Lamia. Little Kai's posture, the corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, the posture was simply too familiar. Su Clan 16 asked, wasn't that the technique that Senior Seven Lives Talisman had used at that time? If this tribulation transcending technique had been created by the Great Emperor's Junior, how did Senior Seven Lives Talisman learn the technique? Actually, when Senior Seven Lives Talisman used that technique, it was due to a puppet I have with me. Song Shuhang first briefly described what had happened to Su Clan 16. At the same time, he sank his consciousness into his magical bracelet and contacted the high-quality puppet. Do you know the Great Northern Emperor? Song Shuhang asked directly. The puppet maiden had an independent consciousness. At the time of his show of divinity, she had even sold a Profound Sage speech script to Senior Seven Lives Talisman, although it was a Buddhist scripture. I don't know. My memory is quite hazy, and my condition isn't good at all. Perhaps it's because my body has been damaged too much, the puppet maiden replied. Maybe I can remember some things after my body gets repaired. Your body doesn't even have anything to do with your memories. Song Shuhang complained. The high-quality puppet had the base body of a maiden. If anything, the memories that were left behind should have been those of this maiden. More importantly, you say that your memories are hazy, but how could you remember the Profound Sage speech script? Did such a thing really occupy such an important place in your memories? Such an important place that you could remember it even when you've contracted amnesia? When Song Shuhang recalled the selling of a Profound Sage speech scripts, he could not help thinking of the other guy surnamed Song. During the era of the ancient heavenly city, Slow-Witted Song seemed to have done something similar. He had successfully sold a script for hammer cultivators to a fairy who cultivated the sword, which led to that fairy hunting down Slow-Witted Song. Slow-Witted Song really seemed like some aggro-pulling freak. The puppet maiden replied, is that so? But I feel that I still need to have my body repaired. When are you going to contact that person who bought from me? Has he prepared the materials yet? Song Shuhang sighed, and said, I'll contact Senior Seven Lives Talisman to check on him in a while, but he should be currently closing up and consolidating his realm, so I don't know if I'll be able to contact him. Thank you, fellow Daoist, she replied politely. Song Shuhang said, anyway, I'll bring you out to meet the Great Northern Emperor in a while, okay? Perhaps he may be able to recognize you. The puppet maiden refused. Don't. I'm so badly beaten up right now. If I were to meet an acquaintance, I would feel greatly ashamed. Song Shuhang said, however, maybe the Great Emperor can help you. Moreover, the Great Emperor has a good personality, he wouldn't laugh at you. The puppet maiden replied, then, all right. But it's only to meet up. Song Shuhang said, all right. Perhaps the original body of this puppet was the Great Northern Emperor's junior? At this time, the waves of the heavenly tribulation successively descended. There were 3 waves in total, and each wave of the tribulation was no different from the past. It hadn't modernized at all. It was merely the same old 5 elements tribulation that descended repeatedly. Little Kai maintained her posture and continued to tremble as she resisted the waves of the heavenly tribulation. Sure said, did the heavenly tribulation not change? It might just be that Little Kai is lucky, and hasn't encountered any mutations, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said. After all, the mutated heavenly tribulation had just emerged recently. It seemed like not every cultivator's heavenly tribulation had experienced a mutation. Little Kai raised her head to look at the heavenly tribulation and let out a sigh of relief. It was good that her heavenly tribulation did not mutate. A mutated heavenly tribulation was way more difficult to resist. At the same time, she was glad that she was a little colorful bird. With her being a bird, even if she were to crouch down and hold her head, she would not look that cowardly, after all. A colorful bird that was covering its head with its wings and swaying left and right would actually look quite cute. This was a world that greatly valued appearances. As long as it was cute, even if the posture was cowardly, it would not be looked down on. While Little Kai was thinking this, in the sky, her heavenly tribulation suddenly changed. The 4th wave of the heavenly tribulation had become a giant steel cannon, and it was now aiming at Little Kai. Here it is, it's a modernized heavenly tribulation. Sure said. Little Kai, please be careful. The Great Northern Emperor looked at the heavenly tribulation that had transformed into a cannon, and the corners of his eyes twitched. The wielder of the will was indeed different from before. Now that it was weakened, even such a modernized heavenly tribulation could appear. Boom! In the sky, the cannon fired relentlessly. A cannonball that consisted of the 5 elements combined shot towards Little Kai wildly. Little Kai shouted, I'll definitely resist you. At this moment, her body began to continuously absorb the medicinal power of the crystal-clear soup that she drank a short while ago. This medicinal power was then transformed into defensive power by the secret technique. Indistinctly, everyone was able to see that a faint figure had unexpectedly condensed around Little Kai's body. It was a little girl with a round face donned in a colorful dress. Sure, and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue did not know this little girl, but Song Shuhang recognized her at first glance. This was what Little Kai looked like when she transformed into a human. At that time when she'd eaten Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's human morphing feast, she had transformed into this appearance, and had even confessed to a monster hunter. After the illusory girl in a colorful dress appeared, she quickly squatted down, placed her white arms over her head, and began to shake rhythmically. It was the genuine crouching down while holding one's head. Little Kai, who believed that she would look very cute, was truly quite naive. Chapter 1187. When knowledge was needed, you'd regret having too little. Actually, the round-faced and slightly chubby human version of Little Kai also looked quite cute. Song Shuhang watched the live broadcast from the perspective of the virtuous Lamia. It cannot be denied that the tribulation transcending technique that the great emperor imparted to Little Kai is really powerful, disregarding the cowardly posture. At this time, Su Clan 16 frowned, and said, "Are there even any secret defensive techniques as strong as this without any downsides or negative after-effects? It's just like a life sacrifice, wherein one would be able to temporarily get a burst in power in their strength at the cost of having to stimulate their own potential and overdrawing their true yuan." The defensive effect of the crouching down while holding one's head technique was almost unbelievable. Little Kai, who was at the 3rd stage realm and did not even have a tribulation transcending formation, could easily resist the waves of the heavenly tribulation without suffering any injuries. This feeling reminded 16 of overdrawing techniques such as life sacrifice. Song Shuhang said, "Even if it is an overdrawing type secret technique, as long as it doesn't use up too much, what's lost could still be regained after the tribulation. Especially for this secret defensive technique, considering the small price that has to be paid, it is completely worth it to use it. He had personally experienced the effects of the crouching down while holding one's head secret technique. At that time, under the protection of the high-quality puppet, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, Taoist Priest Horizon, Eternity, and himself were all able to get through the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage without getting injured. Even if he would have to overdraw his potential and pay a price, as long as it didn't hurt his foundations, it would be worth using. After he said that, Song Shuhang thought of the puppet maiden once again. She also knew about the crouching down while holding one's head secret technique, so she would certainly know if any price had to be paid for using this technique. As such, Song Shuhang used his consciousness to contact the puppet maiden who was inside his magical bracelet. Are you still awake? Can I ask you a question? Does using the crouching down while holding one's head technique have any drawbacks? The puppet maiden replied, I've always been awake. Of course it does. If this secret technique is only used for a short time, it will only use up a small part of one's energy. Otherwise, it could bring backlash onto one's physical body, but that could usually be healed after a few months of cultivation. However, in more serious cases, after using the secret technique, one might have to sacrifice a part of their body and have to repair it with special natural treasures or magical treasures. Sacrifice a part of one's body? After thinking about that, he asked, then when I transcended the tribulation, did you use the secret technique and sacrificed a part of your body? The puppet maiden calmly replied, of course. Did you really think that a heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage would be able to damage me this much otherwise? However, my body's just the body of a puppet anyway, even if I sacrificed a part of it, it could still be reassembled later. As long as the core part of this body is fine, then there won't be much of a problem. Song Shuhang sincerely said, thank you. The puppet maiden curiously said, thank you? Why? Song Shuhang replied, thank you for saving us. The puppet maiden said, oh. Song Shuhang suddenly asked, by the way, did your original body use that secret technique often? The puppet maiden quickly responded, I don't know, my memory is incomplete. Song Shuhang nodded. At this moment, a thought suddenly came to his mind. If the original body of the puppet maiden had been forced to often use this secret technique or had to use it for an extended period of time during some disaster, and finally had to pay a huge price and sacrifice most of her body, could her body have needed to be puppetized to allow her to live? In other words, this puppet maiden, could this be her original body? Song Shuhang suddenly realized such a possibility existed. However, soon after, he threw away this idea that had just appeared in his mind. He had confirmed otherwise when he used the secret appraisal technique to appraise the puppet. The results of the appraisal that time showed that this puppet was a high-quality puppet that had been tailor-made for a VIP customer of the Jet Black sect, so it could not possibly be the original body. Song Shuhang softly said, I hope that little Kai's heavenly tribulation doesn't drag on for too long, at least not until the point where she has to sacrifice part of her body. Little Kai was only so big, no matter what she sacrificed, it would definitely be troublesome for her. If little Kai were a human being, when it really came to the point where she had to sacrifice a part of the body, she could at least consider sacrificing her appendix or some rather useless part of her body. At least the appendix was still considered to be an organ that could simply be cut off. As for whether scientists would suddenly be able to discover that the appendix had some special effects, that would be a matter for the future. At that time, Song Shuhang would not really have to worry about it. Once he practiced the Jade Lake Emperor Chenglin's self-recovery secret technique to a high level, he would easily be able to regrow an appendix. However, he had completely no idea whether or not birds would have an appendix. Song Shuhang hadn't read into this particular subject, and his knowledge reserve was simply too poor. When knowledge was needed, you'd regret having too little. At this time, little Kai had already gotten through 2 waves of the heavenly tribulation. In the sky, the giant cannon continued to bombard little Kai, and she continued to resist the attacks. Afterward, the heavenly tribulation added another dozen heavy machine guns to cooperate with the cannon to besiege little Kai. Little Kai continued to resist the heavenly tribulation by holding her head while crouching down and trembling. With how things were looking, it seemed that the heavenly tribulation did not have enough power to force out the upgraded version of the secret technique, the Ur-style tribulation transcending secret technique. The great Northern Emperor looked at the heavenly tribulation in the sky, and said, "This world has really become so strange." The methods of the heavenly tribulation were completely unfamiliar to him. He really missed the old and familiar heavenly tribulation. Sure worriedly said, "Will little Kai be able to hold on?" She saw that little Kai's body was fine, but the human projection of little Kai's body had become distorted, and looked like it was going to collapse at any time. The great Northern Emperor calmly said, "Rest assured, I guarantee that she will be able to hold on." The methods of the heavenly tribulation had changed, but although its attack power had greatly increased, the energy that it had was no different from the past. Although the only difference with the modernized heavenly tribulation was that it used its energy much better, this had undoubtedly increased the difficulty of transcending the tribulation for cultivators. Perhaps cultivators would also have to think about better ways to use their energy to go against this tribulation? The great Northern Emperor thought to himself. As he thought about what might happen in the future, he pictured 2 cultivators fighting one another. One reached out and made a hand seal. After a while, he fired a magical guided missile at the other party. As the other party refused to be outdone, he similarly made a hand seal to summon an anti-guided missile platform to intercept the missile. Afterward, there would be a series of booms. The great Northern Emperor shook his head fiercely, such a style was simply too crooked. While he was in thought, the heavenly tribulation in the sky underwent another change. The cannon and the heavy machine guns all disappeared, replaced by a battleship. At the side of the battleship, there was a total of 3 rows of cannons that emerged and locked on to little Kai. After that, the power of the heavenly tribulation began to gather inside the mouths of those cannons. Little Kai's heart palpitated, and all of the feathers on her body bristled. A huge feeling of crisis came pressuring down on her. She had a faint intuition that if those 3 sets of cannons were to fire at her all at the same time, she would not be able to resist it. The great Northern Emperor lightly said, "Little Kai, recite the incantation again, repeat it 3 times." After little Kai heard those words, she quickly recited the incantation over and over until she did it thrice. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "Are you going to have her change her posture to the one where she's kneeling down?" Sure asked, "Are you talking about Profound Sage Horizon's posture?" The great Northern Emperor nodded, and said, "Exactly, changing the posture would allow the defenses of the secret technique to increase by an entire level." As they were talking, because of the pressure she was experiencing, little Kai accidentally recited the incantation 1 time extra. "Senior Beifong, not good, I accidentally recited the incantation 4 times, little Kai said in great panic. The great Northern Emperor, according to his memory, reciting the incantation 4 times while maintaining the crouching while holding one's head secret technique would activate another function, the function of guarding companions. This function was the one used by the puppet maiden in the heavenly tribulation realm to protect Song Shuhang and the others. After using this function, the defensive power on little Kai's body would spread out and envelope nearby companions to protect them. "I have never seen anyone as silly as you," the great Northern Emperor sighed. The defense of little Kai's original, crouching down while holding one's head, technique was already unable to stop the next wave of the heavenly tribulation. Now that she was going to spread her defensive power to others, she was simply seeking death. While they were talking, a curtain of light spread from little Kai's body in all directions. The great Northern Emperor, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, and even the nearby whale-riding virtuous Lamia were all covered by this light curtain. What's happening? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue felt the light curtain wrap around her body. Shu also looked at her own body that was now covered with light in curiosity. It was clear that they were now under the protection of Little Kai's secret technique. Little Kai shouted, "Senior Beifong, is it already too late for me to say the incantation 3 times? The great emperor shook his head. According to my calculations, after you give your secret defensive energy to others, even if you were to use the kneeling posture, you wouldn't be able to get through the next wave of the heavenly tribulation. Little Kai asked, can I cancel the function? Only by canceling the secret technique, but if you cancel the secret technique, the backlash will immediately start. With your strength, you would not be able to use the secret technique again in a short period of time. At that time, you would not be able to transcend the tribulation. Little Kai's eyes suddenly became wet. The great Northern Emperor said, all right, I'll be making a move and dispersing this heavenly tribulation. Perhaps it just really isn't time for you to transcend your tribulation yet. After saying that, he took a step forward. Ice intent gathered around him, and finally became an ice spear. This ice spear locked onto the battleship in the sky. However, just as the great Northern Emperor was about to disperse the scourge, a great wave of energy came from Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave. In the next moment, Senior White directly crossed space, appearing at the scene of the heavenly tribulation. After that rest just now, the fatigue that had built up in him from transcending the tribulation was completely gone. The reason he could not get up just now was because he had been recovering. After fully waking up, Senior White immediately sensed the heavenly tribulation. After that, he went straight through space to arrive before the heavenly tribulation. Looking at the battleship in the sky, Senior White's eyes lit up. It was as if he had seen a rare treasure. Senior White had previously been grinding for several days for guided missiles, nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and some other weapons inside the heavenly tribulation realm. However, after hearing from Song Shuhang that these weapons could not explode in the main world, he lost the motivation to continue the grind. In the end, after grinding for a few more weapons, he concluded his tribulation in advance and became a profound sage. After giving his speech, he immediately went to eat. And now, there was a heavenly tribulation battleship right in front of him. It was majestic and held rather impressive power, though to him it was not really that powerful. However, the most important thing was that this thing could open fire in the main world. Senior White suddenly regained the motivation that he had lost, and he was once again filled with enthusiasm. Senior White loudly asked, fellow Taoist Beifong, were you just about to disperse that battleship? Is Little Kai no longer going to transcend her tribulation? The great Northern Emperor replied, a problem came up while Little Kai as she was using a secret technique, so she's no longer transcending this tribulation. Little Kai said, I'm sorry. She was so nervous that she accidentally recited the incantation an extra time and failed to live up to her teacher and senior's expectations. Senior White asked, then, can I take the battleship? The great Northern Emperor? Senior White said, anyway, fellow Taoist Beifong, your objective is to smash the battleship, so you can just let me handle it. The great Northern Emperor smiled, and said, since fellow Taoist White wants to make a move, then I'll be leaving this to you. After saying that, the great Emperor scattered the ice spear beside him. In all honesty, his identity was quite sensitive right now, so if he could avoid making a move, that would be for the best. Senior White said, thank you, fellow Taoist Beifong. Sure enough, birds of the same feather flock together. All the fellow Taoists that little friend Song Shuhang knows are of good character. Senior White rose in the sky and brought out Meteor Sword from its sheath. After that, he transformed into Sword Light and rushed towards the battleship in the sky. In the sky, the battleship that was gathering power suddenly froze. Originally, the light in the muzzles of the cannons had been glowing brighter and brighter. However, all of a sudden, the 3 rows of cannons seemed like they had been stunned, and the lights in their mouths deflated. At that moment, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 came out of the immortal cave and saw the scene of the tribulation. As soon as Song Shuhang raised his head, he saw the scene of Senior White rising into the sky and the three cannons of the battleship seemingly becoming stunned. Song Shuhang asked, "Am I seeing things? Is the heavenly tribulation actually afraid? The heavenly tribulation should not have any consciousness. Wasn't it a set process that was aimed at cultivators to prevent them from reaching the next realm prematurely? How could it feel fear?" Su Clan 16 said, "To be honest, if I were the heavenly tribulation, would be afraid as well." When Senior White had transcended the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage, was it really him who transcended the heavenly tribulation? Or was it actually the poor heavenly tribulation that had to transcend him? Senior White's heavenly tribulation was probably the most unfortunate heavenly tribulation of all time. The Great Northern Emperor frowned, and said in wonder, "The heavenly tribulation is naturally without consciousness. It's a manifestation of the principles of the world. Could it have mutated because it was oppressed? In that case, what special magical treasures does fellow Taoist White have with him? Or did he do something else?" The heavenly tribulation was not afraid, but was subjected to a kind of oppression, which forcefully caused the cannons that had been gathering energy to lose it. However, was it really possible for cultivators to oppress the heavenly tribulation, which was a manifestation of the world's principle? Xue raised her hand. "I know, but everyone probably knows this as well." Senior White was grinding the heavenly tribulation. Huh? The Great Northern Emperor's cold face was filled with confusion. Senior White had previously gone to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage, which had modernized weaponry, such as guided missiles and hydrogen bombs. Senior White felt that they were very interesting, so he sealed them up and kept them one by one. After that, he continued to grind the heavenly tribulation for a few more days. Xue was a good girl and answered the question. The Great Northern Emperor, sealing the heavenly tribulation and keeping it? This fellow Taoist White, is he some human-shaped bug in the world of cultivation? While they were speaking, White had already reached the side of the battleship. He extended his hands to give the battleship a few hits. Pat, pat, pat. With each strike, an extremely complicated rune was branded onto the ship, and these runes quickly formed a seal chain. In just 2 breaths of time, the entire heavenly tribulation battleship had been sealed. Senior White felt satisfied. He stretched out his hands and directly kept the battleship into his spatial equipment. Heavens, he really sealed and kept it inside his spatial magical treasure? The corners of the Great Northern Emperor's mouth twitched. Perhaps, that sealing technique was also a good way to deal with the heavenly tribulation. Senior White regretfully said, "Unfortunately, there's only a single battleship." Additionally, the power of the battleship was quite weak. Its power was only somewhere between the peak of the 3rd stage and the 4th stage. However, its appearance was really good, and it did have some research value. If only I could get a few more ships. Senior White sighed and descended to the ground. Song Shuhang asked, "Did you film that?" Su Clan 16 replied, "Nope. I took a video, but I won't show it to you," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said. "I'm going to treasure this scene." Song Shuhang, Xue said, "Senior brother Song, I filmed it as well." Song Shuhang said, "Good job, Xue. Give me a copy, I'm going to send it to the group." Okay. Xue nodded cutely. This little girl is sensible and cute, and she also cooks and does chores. Additionally, she also takes classes very seriously. Apart from her loving to watch TV all night and occasionally sleeping in, she could be said to be perfect. Moreover, her watching TV and sleeping in are also cute points. If I have a daughter in the future, I'll have to make sure she's as cute as Xue, Song Shuhang thought to himself. After Senior White landed, the Great Northern Emperor said, "The heavenly tribulation has ended. Little Kai, you will have to slowly recover your energy and cancel the secret technique. After a while, when you've recovered from the backlash of the secret technique, you can try to transcend the tribulation again. At that time, everything will be up to you. Little Kai earnestly replied, I understand. Thank you, Senior. Next time, she would definitely not fail again. She was a virtuous Buddhist sabresman, the first disciple of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. She would never allow herself to disgrace her teacher again. At this time, Song Shuhang went beside Little Kai. When he saw how dejected she was, he sighed, squatted down, and patted Little Kai's head gently. Little Kai softly said, I'm sorry, teacher. I've disgraced you. Song Shuhang said, F***ck, if you hadn't said that, would have completely forgotten that point. Little Kai, Song Shuhang gently said, you have to pay more attention next time, transcending the tribulation isn't a joke. It isn't permissible to make a single mistake. The mistake you made this time was simply too big. This time, you were lucky to have Senior Beifong and Senior White watching over you. As such, even if you failed this time, there were still people who could help you disperse the heavenly tribulation. But what if the next time there isn't anyone watching over you? You have to remember that there won't be someone there to protect you every time you transcend a tribulation. Little Kai replied, yes. Teacher, next time, I will definitely transcend the tribulation without making any mistakes. Song Shuhang said softly. Deactivate the secret technique. The longer you maintain it, the stronger the backlash will be. In serious cases, the price you would have to pay is quite high. Yes, teacher. Little Kai let out a breath of air, and was about to retract the secret technique. But right at this moment, a new cloud had begun to gather in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a brand new, heavenly tribulation battleship appeared. It was still the same model, and the same 3 sets of cannons locked onto Little Kai. The Great Northern Emperor and Senior White both looked puzzled. Didn't the heavenly tribulation just get sealed? Sealing it and shattering it should produce the same effect. They were interferences from outsiders that would forcibly put a stop to the wave of the heavenly tribulation. As such, it was reasonable to assume that the heavenly tribulation would temporarily come to an end. Why did the heavenly tribulation reappear? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, no, there is a mutation in this heavenly tribulation. I remember that the previous battleship was numbered 666, but this one's numbered 777. Could it be that Little Kai's heavenly tribulation hasn't ended yet? Is she going to continue to transcend it? The Great Northern Emperor frowned. Could it be that after the heavenly tribulation has modernized, scattering or even destroying it no longer has any effect? Senior White said, I'll disperse it this time. After saying that, he stretched out his hand, and the tree of virtue appeared behind him. Afterward, Senior White extended his hand and casually broke off a branch from his tree of virtue. Senior White reached out to the branch and quickly drew on it. In the blink of an eye, a disposable flying sword had been made. Song Shuhang said, heavens! The tree of virtue also had this function? In the next moment, Senior White picked up the sword and sent it flying into the sky towards battleship number 777. Boom! As soon as battleship number 777 appeared, it exploded into pieces. However, it was the same as before. A moment later, tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky once again. Battleship number 888 made its grand debut, and once again aimed its cannons at Little Kai. Senior White sighed, and said, this is some really bad news. After the modernization, even if it was blown up, the tribulation would not stop. This meant that the practice of seniors watching over from the side, ready to disperse the heavenly tribulation for their juniors if a problem arose, would no longer be a viable option. It could easily be imagined that in the future, the number of practitioners in the world of cultivation failing to transcend their tribulation and the number of deaths in the world of cultivation were going to rise greatly. The heavenly tribulation had become more dangerous, and there was no longer a path of retreat. Senior White said, "Little friend Shuhang, go to the group and tell the fellow Taoists about this. Recently, there's quite a big number of disciples who are about to transcend their tribulation, they will have to be careful. It would be best for them to make more preparations and not transcend their tribulation without being completely certain of success." Song Shuhang replied, "On it." In the sky, battleship number 888 remained locked onto Little Kai. "It seems that I might have to forcefully intervene in Little Kai's heavenly tribulation. Although the power of the heavenly tribulation might go up to the 8th stage, as long as I'm careful, I should be able to handle it." Senior White held his chin, and said, "Although it's quite boring to grind nuclear bombs, there's no problem with doing it again." The Great Northern Emperor said, "I'm afraid that if fellow Taoist White intervenes, the power of the heavenly tribulation will directly rise to the 9th stage." While they were talking, the virtuous Lamia suddenly made a move. She went behind Little Kai and wrapped around her. After that, she used a secret technique. It was the virtuous possession that sage monarch Melon Eater had used to travel and descend through space. Due to having ferried souls with Fairy Dongfang 6, together with the benefits she gained from today's ceremonial formation plus the effects of the 8th stage Sage Whale Feast, Little Kai's power of virtue had already successfully formed. This met the basic requirements for the virtuous possession. After wrapping around Little Kai, the virtuous Lamia cast the secret technique to enter Little Kai's light of virtue. The Great Northern Emperor exclaimed, "Wait, Fairy #%X. You wouldn't want to get involved in Little Kai's heavenly tribulation. If you interfere, the power of the heavenly tribulation will directly rise above the 9th stage." However, the virtuous Lamia did not reply. After integrating into Little Kai's light of virtue, the whale below her experienced a change once again, a pair of wings grew on it. In the sky, the battleship number 888 locked on Little Kai and the virtuous Lamia. Its cannon light had already reached the final stage, ready to fire. The virtuous Lamia bent over and embraced Little Kai and the humanoid girl projection. In the next moment, a curtain of light for teammate protection appeared on Little Kai's body, and it shone brightly as it expanded wildly. This curtain of light also covered Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16. Senior White's mind moved, and he subconsciously used spatial energy to flicker and directly jump into the air. Similarly, the Great Northern Emperor also used spatial energy to teleport up into the air. Senior White and the Great Northern Emperor glanced at each other and nodded tacitly. Subsequently, Senior White brought out Meteor Sword, and silently locked onto the number 888 battleship. The Great Northern Emperor targeted Little Kai and Song Shuhang and others below. As soon as there was any change in the heavenly tribulation, White was ready to make the shot and break the heavenly tribulation to delay it, while the Great Northern Emperor was responsible for saving their lives. Below them, Senior White flew into the sky, Song Shuhang said. He can instinctively avoid bad fortune. Since he fled to the sky to avoid the curtain of light for companion protection that Little Kai had just released, it means that our current situation is ominous. Su Clan 16 looked at the light curtain on herself. How ominous. As they were talking, Sher suddenly shouted, Iya. After that, Sher lost control of her legs, and she slowly squatted down. Then, her arms slowly but surely rose to the top of her head. After a while, Sher, who was shrouded in the curtain of light, entered the state of crouching while holding one's head as she began to sway slowly. Immediately afterward, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 also felt pressure on their legs. Their knees involuntarily went soft, and they felt an urge to squat down. Fly into the air, Song Shuhang yelled. Since Senior White and the Great Northern Emperor fled into the sky and avoided the light curtain, that meant that flying into the air would allow them to escape the light curtain. Su Clan 16 quickly brought out her sword and rose into the sky. Song Shuhang supported his weak legs and went beside Sher. After that, he lifted her up. In the next moment, he brought out the treasured saber-broken Tyrant and rushed into the sky together with Shuhang. When she heard Song Shuhang yell, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue similarly stepped onto the air and hurried towards the sky. Song Shuhang flew higher and higher. After flying to Senior White, Song Shuhang felt that the effect of the light curtain on him had dispersed. However, Shuhang who was beside him had completely connected with Little Kai's light curtain. As such, even if they were already in the air, she was still in a state of crouching while holding one's head, and shook rhythmically. Honestly speaking, Shuhang looked very cute in this state, and made people want to kidnap her and raise her. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue looked at Song Shuhang, and asked, "What did your virtuous Lamia do?" Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, "She used a secret technique and attached herself to Little Kai. However, I don't know what she wants to do." Shuhang blinked, and asked, "Senior brother Song, until when am I going to shake?" Song Shuhang replied, "Probably, until Little Kai's secret technique ends." "Oh," Shuhang responded cutely, and then continued to shake silently. Su Clan 16 said, "Hey, look, Little Kai's light curtain is still expanding." Senior White said, "Well, it never stopped expanding. But ever since you guys left it, not only did it not stop expanding, but it has even become faster." With the power of Little Kai's original body, even if she were to exert all of her power, the light could definitely not expand to this extent. It was needless to say that this had to be the doing of the virtuous Lamia after she attached herself to Little Kai. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "There is a small town not far from my immortal cave. If the light curtain extends to the town, is it going to affect the ordinary people?" Hearing this, the great Northern Emperor extended his hands, made a hand seal, and shouted, "Luxurious thousand-pillar seal technique." In the air, cold energy gathered. Song Shuhang and the others saw 1,100-meter-long icicles descend from the sky and land around Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave, firmly sealing the entire space of the immortal cave. This way, the light curtain of the teammate protection will be confined within the seal formation. We won't have to worry about heavens. The great Northern Emperor had yet to finish what he was going to say when the light curtain released from Little Kai directly went through his seal technique like it was nothing. After breaking past the seal technique, the speed of the expansion of the light curtain increased once again. In an instant, it rushed towards the location of the small town that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was referring to. Song Shuhang said, "Not good, there's a highway over there where cars would be coming and going. If the drivers of the cars are affected by the light curtain and suddenly hold their head and squat down, it could cause an accident." Ordinary people's cars were not anti-collision cars like Fairy Dongfang 6. If a car accident were to happen, people would likely die. "I'll take care of it." Senior White crossed the space and appeared directly above the highway. However, without Senior White's being able to make a move yet, the curtain of light already passed through the highway and reached the town. Within the cars, the drivers did not appear to be going for the crouching while holding one's head posture. The only thing they experienced was their bodies suddenly feeling warm and comfortable. There were even some drivers who had been on the road for a long time and some tired drivers who felt a shock in their spirit as all the exhaustion went away. Senior White paused. It seemed like he was not needed. The light curtain continued towards the town. It reached a large plaza within the town, wherein a group of ants was practicing square dancing. Originally, square dancing in the small town was only performed early in the morning or in the evening. However, on the PRC National Day, the ants would hold and participate in a square dancing contest. As such, everyone came to practice when they had the time. At this point, the music had just reached its peak. Music, fish, you're a fish, slowly, slowly, slowly swimming. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, simply waiting for the bright white moonlight with you. It was noon, and the ants were practicing happily. The people in the vicinity were not few either. At that moment, the light curtain reached the plaza. The ants, who were dancing to the music, suddenly shook. After that, they all squatted down neatly. Music, after 4 seasons, the lotus is still fragrant and waiting for you in the middle of the water. The ants put their hands neatly above their heads and assumed the crouching while holding one's head posture. At times, even if it was a very cowardly posture, if many people did it together and did it neatly, it would still make people think that it looked spectacular. At this time, the same was true for the unknowing audience in the surrounding. In their eyes, they believed that the square dancing ants squatting down and putting their hands on their heads neatly was a part of their choreography. The crowd cheered, "Nice." This section was the most neatly done. The ants were dumbfounded. Music, I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, simply waiting for the bright white moonlight with you. After that, the ants who were crouching down and holding their heads swayed to the rhythm of the music. At this scene, the feeling of beauty had been broken. Audience, music, after 4 seasons, the lotus is still fragrant and waiting for you in the middle of the water. The ants were washing the railroad. No, they were shaking to the rhythm of the music. The neat movement of the crouching down while holding one's head position could still be taken as a part of the choreography, but what was this? Audience, music, waiting for you in the middle of the water. The ants continued to shake. The scene seemed to have some magical properties. As they were looking at it, the people who were watching had the urge to squat down and shake together with the ants. Such a scene was impossible to forget in a short period of time. The audience's minds were greatly impacted by the display, leaving a wound that was difficult to heal. The light curtain passed the square dancing plaza, and continued to rush deeper into the town, leaving the cute ants crouching down while holding their heads and shaking. Strangely, there were 3 or 4 people in the audience who accompanied the ants in crouching down and shaking. This light curtain seemed to filter the people it wanted to influence. The curtain of light continued forth. Not far from the plaza, there was a large hall. During the holidays, there were still some hardworking people who didn't rest and would be called to listen to the speeches of several powerful people. The powerful people would take turns in speaking, leaving only a 10-minute break after each speech. The people listening below were drowsy, and as it was already noon, they were now also hungry. Tired and hungry, this hardworking crowd was in hell mode. At that moment, the light curtain had entered the hall. The eyes of the people who were drowsy suddenly shone, and they were now wide awake. Immediately afterward, the powerful man who was giving a speech suddenly stood up on the stage of the hall. Perhaps it was because he had been sitting for quite a while, but when he stood up fiercely, the big man lost his balance and reached forward to support himself. He had supported himself with the table in front of him. After that, the big man squatted down, slowly raised his hands above his head, and finally assumed the crouching while holding one's head posture. The crowd below, afterward, the powerful man started shaking rhythmically. This rhythm was captivating. The people below involuntarily got up from their seats, and then squatted down before holding their heads, and shaking together with the powerful man. The scene simply made it look like they were an evil cult performing some ritual. Just like this, the light curtain swept through the entire town. The number of people who joined the crouching and head-holding army became greater and greater. Senior White floated in the sky, keeping his attention on the entire town, prepared to make a move and prevent any accidents. Meanwhile, the responsibility of watching over the heavenly tribulation was left to the great Northern Emperor. However, from beginning to end, the light curtain did not harm the town. Those who were busy, working, or resting were not affected, and those who were selected to enter the crouching while holding one's head mode were either idle, or entering the mode would simply do them no harm. In the town, those who had entered the crouching while holding one's head mode began to communicate with one another. "Yo, brotherly, you're shaking too. Little Lou, it seems that you're shaking too. Yeah, what a coincidence, your new sister-in-law is by my side, and she's shaking as well." Similar conversations were held all over the town. Human beings were very strange creatures. If it had only been one person who suddenly and uncontrollably entered such a state, people would have likely panicked, and they might have even screamed. However, when a large group of people around them were the same, they would feel an inexplicable sense of relief. Although there was still some panic and doubt in their hearts, they felt that it was still within reason. Some people were even in the mood to joke around. By the way, until when are we going to be squatting and holding our heads? If we're in this state for too long, I don't think my body will be able to take it. Who knows? However, while I'm shaking like this, I feel like my entire body is filling up with strength. It's as if I've become younger by a good few years. Same here, I'm not feeling any pain in my waist, and my legs aren't aching either. The more I shake, the better I feel. I even feel like my cough is already better, but I kind of want to go to the toilet. Take me to the toilet, I want to go too. What should I do? Can you try moving to the toilet while you're shaking? As their conversations continued, a few people from the crouching and head-holding army began to make small movements. At first, they were just taking small steps while shaking. However, as they became more proficient at moving while shaking, they gained the ability to make frog jumps while shaking. As long as they maintained the posture of crouching and holding their head, even if they couldn't stop shaking, it was not really a problem for them to move around. The only problem was that every frog jump made the urgency to get to the toilet stronger. Would they be able to make it to the toilet in time? In the small town, more and more people entered the state of shaking. In the beginning, the shaking had been brought about by the curtain of light, but later, when people saw their companions being in such a state while they were not, they felt their hearts become somewhat stifled. It was as if they were out of place. As a result, many people silently followed their companions. They crouched down and hugged their heads, and then began swaying left and right to the rhythm. Honestly speaking, maintaining such a motion for a long time still caused them to get tired. While this took place, some people who did not enter the state of shaking took out their phones and quickly posted this scene online. More and more people began to share this scene. On the local city forum, these small videos and photos had been put together in a post, which had been pinned and upped. Some netizens queried, "Are they doing some kind of program in this small town? This town looks quite familiar. Strange, what are trying to convey by having such a large number of people squatting and shaking? Is it some kind of activity? Are they going to get increasingly better rewards depending on how long they squat? Crouching down and holding your head isn't an activity for everyone. I suggest that this action only be performed by cute adorable girls or similarly cute teenagers. Aunts and uncles and the elderly should not join in on such a demanding activity. Such a posture would quickly tire them out. The elderly should take care of their bodies. The scene of the plaza is toxic, and even my dog eyes are going blind. Wait, could the scene in the hall be some evil cult performing a ritual? Shut up, what kind of evil ritual would this be, eh? The world has been conquered by us, tremble in your feet, mortals. You shall only be able to scream before us. Oi, you above me, can you speak properly? I'm not going to try this posture, it's too shameful. This posture works best with the music from the square dancing. While the people in the small town had been conquered by the crouching while holding one's head posture, battleship number 888 had already opened fire on Little Kai. The Great Northern Emperor had been carefully assessing every single part of Little Kai's tribulation. If the matter had solely been about Little Kai itself, the Great Northern Emperor naturally would not have been so concerned. A little monster bird, even if she were Song Shuhang's disciple, was not worth much effort on the part of the Great Northern Emperor. Not to mention Little Kai's tribulation, even if it were Song Shuhang's tribulation, the Great Emperor would not invest such a great amount of attention into it. The Great Emperor was paying close attention to every detail of Little Kai's tribulation mainly because the virtuous Lamia was currently attached to Little Kai. Every time the battleship fired, cannon light would descend on Little Kai's body, and consequently pass through the body of the virtual Lamia before finally landing on Little Kai's secret defensive technique. Nonetheless, the power of the heavenly tribulation did not seem to have increased from before. It looked like, at least in the heavenly tribulation's eyes, the virtuous Lamia had not intervened in little Kai's tribulation. Little Kai's, crouching while holding one's head, secret technique successfully blocked every single one of the shots. Afterward, after a short pause, the battleship in the sky fired for a second time. This time, it was no longer only the 3 cannon sets on the side that fired, the main guns on the battleship had also locked onto Little Kai and fired together with the cannons on the side. The cannons' lights were dazzling. The product of Little Kai's secret defensive technique, the humanoid Little Kai, wavered, but she stubbornly held on and resisted the second wave of shots. Just like before, the virtuous Lamia was still considered to be an outsider and remained unaffected by the heavenly tribulation. The Great Northern Emperor frowned, and said, "Strange, shouldn't Fairy %X already be involved with that monster bird's heavenly tribulation?" With the power of Little Kai's original body, after releasing the teammate protecting light curtain, she should no longer be able to resist the shots of the cannons of the battleship. As such, the Great Emperor was certain that Fairy %X was secretly replenishing Little Kai's energy and strengthening the defensive effect of the secret technique. This should have already been considered to be a blatant intervention in Little Kai's heavenly tribulation. However, it seemed that the heavenly tribulation did not sense this at all, and so the power of the heavenly tribulation did not increase. Could it be that Fairy at %X caught onto some loophole in the heavenly tribulation? The Great Northern Emperor thought to himself. Currently, the wielder of the heavens was weakened, so it wasn't impossible for the modernized heavenly tribulation to have loopholes. As the Great Emperor was in thought, a change had occurred to Fairy %X who was attached to Little Kai. As the curtain of light enveloped the land, an energy similar to will gathered towards the virtuous Lamia. This is willpower. The path of faith? The Great Northern Emperor frowned. The path of faith was something that ordinary practitioners would not choose to make contact with. There were many restrictions on this cultivation path, and it would only allow one to reach the 8th stage realm and no further. However, that was merely a secondary reason for the avoidance of this path. The thing about this path that was the most unacceptable for practitioners was that it would require a lot of resolve, will, or faith. If one did not have enough of this force, their realm would drop greatly. Fairy %X attempted the path of faith? Why? The Great Northern Emperor could not understand it. Taoist Melon Eater had clearly stated that within the virtuous network, there was a path to immortality that was presented to them. Why would Fairy %X not try out that path to immortality, and instead choose to practice this faith cultivation technique which did not seem to be a preferable option in the long run for practitioners? At this time, the virtuous Lamia moved once again. The faith gathered through the curtain of light had condensed into a small ball by her side. Finally, she slapped the little ball into Little Kai. To be exact, she had slapped a mark on Little Kai's body. It was the mark left behind by Shuhang's sage seal. The Great Northern Emperor's frown deepened, and he couldn't understand the significance of Fairy at %X's actions. However, at this moment, Little Kai's eyes lit up. She felt a change occur to the mark on her body. Immediately after, she used an extraordinary skill on instinct. After eating the scholarly faction's virtuous golden lotus seed, one could gain an extraordinary skill. Little Kai had once obtained a lotus seed, together with spring water, from Shuhang, and was thus able to extend her life by 100 years. The extraordinary skill that she had awakened at that time was an ability called the Holy Body. However, Little Kai had not understood what use this ability had at all. She had previously tried to stimulate this Holy Body, but no change had happened to her body. She had only felt that this Holy Body skill was searching around for something, but could not find what it was looking for. And now, her Holy Body had found it. At this time, Little Kai activated the Holy Body instinctually. In the air, Shuhang, who was flying on his saber, felt a slight shock. It was as if his consciousness had split into several pieces. This feeling was as if he had used a reconnaissance puppet, wherein a part of the consciousness would split from the main body and attach itself to the puppet. At this time, while his consciousness was still in his body and he maintained his posture of flying on the saber, another part of his consciousness seemed like it was in a constant fall, causing Song Shuhang to feel a strong sensation of weightlessness. After a while, his divided consciousness recovered and awakened. Song Shuhang felt that his body had become a little strange. He seemed to be in a squatting position, with both arms on his head. Huh! Song Shuhang controlled his other consciousness and raised his head. After that, he saw the incomparably large virtuous lamia protecting him. What the hell? Song Shuhang had a bad feeling. In the next moment, hundreds of cannon fire descended on his body, exploding on him such that it became questionable if he was still alive. At the same time, Song Shuhang's main consciousness in the sky clearly saw the scene of little Kai raising her head through her wings, as well as the scene of the battleship shooting hundreds of shots at little Kai. F***CK, Song Shuhang shouted. He immediately understood that the part of his consciousness that had split out had gone to little Kai. Before, he'd been complaining about little Kai becoming more and more like a clone of himself. Now, little Kai had really become a clone of his. And he was the one replacing little Kai to endure the heavenly tribulation. Is this the doing of the virtuous lamia? Song Shuhang subconsciously thought to himself. Additionally, with him being in this state, would he be able to help his clone level up? Why did my consciousness enter little Kai's body? Song Shuhang was puzzled. However, I don't have that much time to think about this right now. The battleship above his head let out another wave of attacks as it attempted to blow him into pieces. Additionally, ever since he took over little Kai's body, the defensive effect of the crouching while holding one's head secret technique had been continuously declining, and seemed to be about to collapse at any moment. Well, I guess I'll have to help little Kai get through this tribulation first. The current little Kai was pretty much a weaker copy of Song Shuhang. She had first practiced Song Shuhang's soul ferrying technique, after which her light of virtue was formed. Then, she practiced the steel hands technique, and later obtained the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, but had yet to start practicing it. Afterward, when it came to cultivation techniques, she even switched to the 33 Divine Beasts technique Huge Whale chapter today. These things could be said to be the most fundamental aspects of Song Shuhang's cultivation that allowed him to stand in the world of cultivation. In the future, Song Shuhang even intended to teach her his own saber skills to allow her to truly live up to the Taoist name, virtuous Buddhist sabersman. Due to their fundamental aspects being quite similar, Song Shuhang was quickly able to successfully take over little Kai's body. After that, Song Shuhang immediately circulated the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Little Kai had only come in contact with this cultivation technique today. However, for Song Shuhang, using this cultivation technique had already become instinctual, being something that was part of his soul. As soon as he willed it, the monster energy in little Kai's body hurriedly circulated according to the cultivation technique. In just a few breaths, little Kai's practice of the 33 Divine Beasts technique already entered the beginner level. Additionally, due to little Kai's realm already being at the third stage, her internal meridians were already connected, and her sea of Qi Dantian was already opened up. As such, Song Shuhang only had to circulate her monster energy for a single revolution to allow her to enter the second stage of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, condensing a needle-shaped pseudo-innate true Qi prototype in little Kai's sea of Qi Dantian. This strand of pseudo-innate true Qi prototype could be transformed into fat whale-like pseudo-innate true Qi through the consumption of spirit beast crystals. It's quite similar to young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU, just that the process is pretty much the opposite, Song Shuhang thought to himself. While he was in thought, his original body with his main consciousness reached out and brought out a box of spirit beast crystals from the magical bracelet. The box contained spirit beast crystals of 33 kinds of spirit beasts. Originally, Song Shuhang had collected the 33 spirit beasts type crystals for his own use, but due to him having quickly ascended from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, a lot of spirit beast crystals had been left unused. Taking advantage of the period the battleship's artillery was charging, Song Shuhang's original body tossed the box to Little Kai. Little Kai was still in the crouching while holding one's head posture, and was unable to move. If she did move, the effects of the secret defensive technique would disappear. However, the virtuous Lamia could move. After receiving Song Shuhang's order, she stretched out her hands and steadily caught the box of 33 spirit beast crystals. Afterward, she took out a small, cat, spirit beast crystal and shoved it into Little Kai's mouth. Song Shuhang's other consciousness controlled Little Kai to quietly operate the whale swallowing technique. At this stage, there were still 2 important issues to be addressed. The whale swallowing technique did not allow for one to immediately consume spirit beast crystals after it had just been grasped. It would at least have to be practiced to the intermediate level before allowing one to do such a thing. Song Shuhang's original body had already practiced the whale swallowing technique to the master level, but after possessing Little Kai, he had no idea as to which level she had practiced the technique to. In addition, Little Kai was a bird, and had no teeth. She couldn't simply bite the spirit beast crystal like how Song Shuhang had done before. I wonder if Little Kai's gizzard can crush the spirit beast crystal? I guess I'll have to try it out. If Little Kai could successfully digest the spirit beast crystal, he could try to swallow all 33 of the spirit beast crystals in one go. If it did not work, it would at least be quite simple to spit out the spirit beast crystals considering Little Kai's constitution, which was already at the 3rd stage. As Song Shuhang controlled her body, he stuffed the spirit beast crystal into her mouth and swallowed it in one go. The whale swallowing technique was in full operation. Perhaps it was due to Little Kai already having the strength of the 3rd stage, together with her strong constitution and better digestive ability, or it could also be because of Song Shuhang, who was attached to her, already being at the master level of the whale swallowing technique, but after the spirit beast crystal was swallowed, it was quickly digested by her body. The 33 divine beasts technique circulated, and the energy within the spirit beast crystal was absorbed. A part of the energy was directly taken by the secret defensive technique and turned into defensive energy, while the other part of the energy was stored in Little Kai's dantian, and the projection of a cat appeared beside that strand of pseudo-innate true chi prototype, beginning to spin. Success. Song Shuhang felt happy. Just as he successfully consumed the spirit beast crystal, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. The passive counterattack skills chapter of the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, how a female monster should become the male master's mistress, 13 moves to fight the male master's harem, how a male monster should win his female master's heart, 72 ways to successfully usurp the position of the female master's husband. F***ck, why would this memory suddenly emerge in his mind? This memory was one of the memories that Song Shuhang wanted to forget the most. It came from the time that he'd been in Dreamland and lived Lady Onion's life. After joining the caring, all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family, organization. She obtained a book of secret techniques, and she had been naive enough to think that it was some peerless book. Song Shuhang had tried very hard to forget this memory, so why would it suddenly emerge today? Could it be because Little Kai was also a member of all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family, organization, so after becoming attached to her, there was a resonance between their memories, causing this particular memory to emerge? Continue. After letting out a sigh, Song Shuhang ordered the virtuous Lamia to continue. The virtuous Lamia took out a dog spirit beast crystal and stuffed it into Little Kai's mouth. The battleship opened fire once again. The firepower this time was a bit more violent. It seemed like the secret defensive technique was already collapsing. I have to hurry. If I can push the 33 Divine Beasts technique up another realm before the secret defensive technique completely fails, consolidating the pseudo-innate true chi, then it'll be possible to get through this heavenly tribulation by relying on the inverted scale saber technique, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Then, he used the whale swallowing technique again to swallow and digest the new spirit beast crystal. By repeating the steps from before, a projection of a dog appeared beside the pseudo-innate true chi prototype from before. At this moment, a memory emerged in Song Shuhang's mind once again. It was still from the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, but now it was the divine stealing technique. Afterward, every time Song Shuhang swallowed a spirit beast crystal, a memory from the outlandish 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive would forcefully emerge in his mind. How to smoothly form a team and rob a human cultivator, 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat, ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster, and so on emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. It was a routine that had forcefully brought itself into existence. Soon, 27 spirit beast crystals had been swallowed. Just as it was before, every time Song Shuhang swallowed a spirit beast crystal, a secret technique would emerge in his mind. Song Shuhang continued to use the whale swallowing technique while being deep in thought. No, this isn't a memory resonance. If it was just a simple memory resonance, these strange memories would stop emerging in his mind after a while. This was especially so when considering Song Shuhang's mastery of his mental energy. It was impossible for the content of the strange book to keep appearing. Unless there was a connection between the weird 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, and the 33 Divine Beasts technique whale swallowing technique. When he thought of this possibility, there was a flash of inspiration in Song Shuhang's mind. He remembered that the last time Immortal Master Copper Trigram had replied to his message, he told him that the Divine Beast Department's hidden inheritance was not in the hands of human practitioners. This secret inheritance was handed over to spirit beasts and monster beasts, who then formed an alliance and were responsible for the complete inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. An alliance of monster cultivators and spirit beasts. All the monsters of the world should unite and become a family, organization obviously conformed to these conditions. This weird monster organization only accepted those of the monster clan and some powerful spirit beasts. Although this organization was very unreliable, it was undeniable that it was tenacious. And since they were the hidden inheritance, they did not appear to be associated with the 33 Divine Beasts sect on the surface. Song Shuhang remembered Slow-Witted Song's style once again. According to the other party's lifestyle, with his endless seeking death behavior and his incomparably annoying personality, the establishment of such a weird and outlandish monster cultivator alliance would appear to be very normal. Song Shuhang fell into silence. If all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family, organization was really the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast Department, then the full version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique was likely to be this weird 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. After deciphering this weird secret technique, would I obtain the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique? If this is true, then I have to bitterly practice the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive and figure out the truths within it. At that instant, Song Shuhang's mind violently opposed this. That strange book of secret techniques was simply too shameful, its degree of shamefulness was off the charts. If he really had to seriously practice this book, he would rather play high-altitude bungee jumping with Senior White. Maybe I guessed wrong, after all, this is just a speculation. There are so many monster cultivator alliances in the world, and there's a chance that it isn't this oddity of a monster cultivator organization. Moreover, when I practiced the 33 Divine Beasts technique, I remember that I already got the weird secret techniques from Lady Onion. When I practiced the technique myself, neither of them resonated with one another, Song Shuhang thought to himself. While he was in thought, the virtuous Lamia had already finished feeding him all 33 spirit beast crystals. In little Kai's body, 33 illusory beasts were spinning quickly beside the pseudo-innate true chi prototype. Then, 33 beast shadows rushed to the embryonic form of innate true chi and merged with it. Similar to when Song Shuhang had condensed his pseudo-innate true chi fat whale projection, little Kai had also condensed a huge whale that acted as the main body, while the other 32 beast projections integrated themselves into the whale's body. However, the result was slightly different from Song Shuhang's final, fat whale projection. The huge whale projection condensed by little Kai was slender, and it had extraordinarily large wings behind it that were even larger than the whale itself. All in all, it similarly had a special characteristic about it like Song Shuhang's fat whale, just that one whale was fat, and this one was slim. The successful formation of the huge whale projection meant that little Kai had reached the third stage of the 33 divine beasts technique. When the pseudo-innate true chi, huge whale projection successfully condensed, the memories of the secret techniques that constantly appeared in Song Shuhang's mind finally disappeared. At this time, the heavenly tribulation battleship fired another shot. Little Kai's secret defensive technique finally reached its breaking point after this wave of shots. Consequently, the faint human projection of little Kai also disappeared. As such, there was now no longer a point in maintaining the defensive posture. The virtuous Lamia gently retreated and left the state of virtuous possession. She left little Kai's body and returned behind Song Shuhang's original body. Without the aid of the virtuous Lamia, little Kai's secret defensive technique could no longer be maintained. Her body shook slightly, and the secret defensive technique dissipated. In the air, Loli Shur was finally able to recover. She stretched and stood up. At the same time, in the small town, the crouching and head-holding army was similarly able to recover, and they stood up from the ground one by one. In the sky, the great Northern Emperor and White continued to watch the changes that were happening to little Kai. The great Northern Emperor let out a sigh of relief after seeing the return of the virtuous Lamia to Song Shuhang's side. Although light of virtue could not be destroyed, the great Northern Emperor was still worried that an accident might happen to her as she had intervened in the heavenly tribulation. Senior White looked at Song Shuhang, and said, "What happened to little Kai? I seem to sense your aura coming from her." "No, it's not your aura. Rather, it feels like little Kai suddenly became like you." "Senior White, you could sense that?" Song Shuhang replied. "I'm not sure as to the reason why, but a part of my consciousness attached itself to little Kai just now, similar to when I used a reconnaissance puppet. It's that divided consciousness of mine that's currently in control of little Kai's body." The great Northern Emperor frowned, and said, "Doesn't that mean that you've already intervened in this heavenly tribulation? Why hasn't the heavenly tribulation reacted at all?" The same went for the virtuous Lamia. She had forcibly intervened in another being's heavenly tribulation, but the power of the tribulation did not rise at all. "I'm also at a loss right now." Song Shuhang's original body looked at the virtuous Lamia. Maybe she knew something. However, the virtuous Lamia currently did not have the ability to communicate with people. Well, it was also possible that she deliberately chose not to. The great Northern Emperor asked, "Without the secret defensive technique, will you and your disciple be able to resist the heavenly tribulation?" This heavenly tribulation was very strange as there was no way to dissipate the tribulation clouds. When facing the heavenly tribulation, a practitioner could only fight to the bitter end. If they didn't succeed, then they could only die righteously. Song Shuhang replied, "I feel that little Kai has got a pretty good chance right now with the state she's in." The medicinal effects of the 8th stage whale soup that little Kai had just eaten before going on to transcend her tribulation were still being digested, and little Kai had even swallowed 33 spirit beast crystals just a moment ago. She could be said to be in her peak condition right now. As such, she should be able to get through it with everything she'd got now. While they were talking, the battleship in the sky fired once again. This time, all the cannons on the battleship fired at full power. Senior White said, "This should be the last wave of the heavenly tribulation. Whether she succeeds or not all depends on this final wave." Song Shuhang nodded. "Then, allow me to try something." Below, Song Shuhang controlled Little Kai's body to raise her wings flatly and secretly circulate the steel hands technique. Little Kai's wings were now coated with the color of black iron. It was a pity that she had yet to practice the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, otherwise, the effects would be even better. "Come on," Song Shuhang thought to himself. In the next moment, saber intent emerged from Little Kai's eyes. On her body, the sage seal he had placed lit up brightly. At the same time, a trace of innate true yuan went through the sage seal in Song Shuhang's body and entered Little Kai's body. It worked for real. With him possessing Little Kai's body, while his original body's realm and abilities couldn't be transferred over, the saber intent could. As long as he could use saber intent, this heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage was manageable. Song Shuhang laughed. The saber intent transformed into armor and condensed on Little Kai's body. A helmet, breastplate, and even tiny armor pieces for her wings and feet emerged. At the same time, Song Shuhang used Little Kai's wings as a blade to perform the inverted scale saber technique. As the strongest defensive saber, the inverse scale style, unfolded, saber chi transformed into a true dragon and enveloped Little Kai. Boom! 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 Soon after, the final wave of cannon fire from the battleship came flooding over at Little Kai. After this final wave of attacks, the battleship in the sky unexpectedly smashed into Song Shuhang. It truly befitted the style of a death squad. Having used up all ammunition, the ship had actually chosen to crash into the enemy and attempt to bring its enemy down with it. The Great Northern Emperor suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist White, don't suddenly seal the battleship right now." "Sage White, do I look like someone who would do that?" "This strike is already the final part of Little Kai's tribulation. If I were to seal this battleship, Little Kai's efforts would be wasted and she might even have to face another battleship again." Sage White said, "If I were to seal this battleship, another one would definitely come to replace it in an instant." The battleship crashed into the ground, triggering another round of explosions. The explosion lasted for about 20 breaths before finally dispersing. Sure asked, "Did she succeed?" Song Shuhang replied, "Yup." Below, Little Kai's figure appeared. At this moment, she looked especially pitiful, and most of her beautiful feathers had been burnt to black. Her small body remained lying on the ground as she was unable to move. The heavenly tribulation had ended. Song Shuhang's consciousness returned from its body possession state. "Now I have to ask Little Kai what happened just now. It's impossible that she really became my clone," Song Shuhang thought to himself. Su Clan 16 asked, "Wait, did Little Kai not break through?" It stood to reason that Little Kai should advance from the third stage to fourth stage realm after crossing the tribulation. However, Little Kai was lying weakly on the ground below, showing no sign of breakthrough. Could she have lost her qualifications due to having cheated to transcend her tribulation? Sure said worriedly. Song Shuhang responded, "Isn't that too unlikely?" At this time, the Great Northern Emperor calmly said, "She's going through her inner demon tribulation." "The inner demon tribulation again?" Song Shuhang frowned slightly. The Great Northern Emperor said, "Bring her over to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave. When it comes to the inner demon tribulation, nobody is able to help her. We can only wait for her to get through it herself." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "I'll bring her back. It just so happens that the 8th stage sage whale feast in the kitchen still has to be cooked." The length of the heavenly tribulation was just as I had predicted. Song Shuhang said, "Thank you, Immortal Fairy." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smiled slightly, and said, "You're welcome." After saying that, she controlled her flying sword to land on the ground and returned to her immortal cave with little Kai, who was still in the process of going through her inner demon tribulation. After she entered her immortal cave, Xue poked Song Shuhang, and said, "Senior brother Song, if Immortal Fairy Bie Xue takes little Kai back home, she isn't going to cook her, right? Was it really alright to leave an immortal chef alone with a delicious-looking monster bird?" Su Clan 16, the Great Northern Emperor, Song Shuhang, "It shouldn't be a problem, right?" The Great Northern Emperor said, "Cough, in my opinion, Fairy Bie Xue is not such a person." "Alright, little friend Shuhang, wasn't there still another one who was going to be transcending their tribulation?" Song Shuhang replied, Lady Onion is going to be transcending her tribulation as well. Hers is only of the third stage, though, so it should be easier to deal with." After saying that, he stretched out his hands and released Lady Onion from his inner world. Lady Onion anxiously said, "Is it finally my turn? Shuhang, how am I supposed to transcend my tribulation? I haven't condensed my saber intent yet, am I only going to rely on the tome of never-ending tears?" Song Shuhang solemnly said, "Rest assured, Senior Beifong will teach you a tribulation-transcending technique. However, you have to be careful, you cannot make any mistakes while transcending your tribulation later." Seeing Song Shuhang's solemn look, Lady Onion nodded timidly, and said, "Rest assured, I'll listen to you. I'll be careful and not make any mistakes." The Great Northern Emperor took a step forward and came beside Lady Onion. Similar to before, he extended his hand and imparted the secret defensive technique to Lady Onion. The impartation process was the same as little Kai's. After confirming that Lady Onion could use the crouching while holding one's head secret technique, she was especially reminded not to make any mistakes in the number of times she recited the incantation. Everything was ready. Lady Onion took a deep breath and released all of the true qi in her dantian. The true qi of her dragon horn dantian gushed out to draw in the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation clouds gathered, and the purple tribulation lightning shuttled through the tribulation clouds, letting out thundering sounds. At this moment, just as Lady Onion was about to transcend her tribulation, the Great Northern Emperor, Senior White, Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, Xue, and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, who was in her immortal cave, all raised their heads, looking grimly at the sky. This time, it was not time for a profound sage to show their divinity. Instead, this was for a far more important matter than a mere show of divinity. All the practitioners in the universe, as long as they'd attained the second stage or higher, felt a sensation in their hearts. The wielder of the will finally could no longer keep it together. The current wielder of the will was of unknown origin, there was nobody that knew who it was or where it came from. It possessed a very powerful recovery ability, but in the battle for the heavens will against scholarly sage, the sage had used an innate skill of his to make its existence incomplete. For thousands of years, the strongest tribulation transcenders and immortals had faintly sensed the weakness of the wielder of the heavens will, they knew that it would collapse sooner or later. That collapse would bring the dawn of a great era. However, nobody was certain when the wielder would finally collapse. Although it was weakened, the wielder of the heavens will was still the wielder of the heavens will. Who knew if it couldn't still hold on for another several thousand years? But now, the countdown to the end of the wielder of the heavens will had begun. Scarlet Heaven Sword involuntarily muttered, F***ck, could it really be as Scarlet Heaven said? Does Lady Onion truly possess a boundless future? The first time that Lady Onion was going to transcend her tribulation, just as she entered the state of transcension, the countdown to the end of the current wielder of the heavens will had begun. Could it be that Lady Onion was really going to ascend to heaven and become the next wielder of the heavens will? Song Shuhang curiously asked, boundless future? Fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, are you talking about Lady Onion? Scarlet Heaven Sword nodded using its sword tip, and replied, yes. How boundless? Song Shuhang asked again. Lady Onion's lifestyle was just like an ordinary mortal's, so how could she possibly have a boundless future? I can't say for sure. Scarlet Heaven Sword shook its head through its sword body. After all, nobody believed that this spring onion could possibly become the wielder of the heavens will in the future. At this moment, the great Northern Emperor slightly frowned, and helplessness could be seen on his cold face. Sigh, it seems that I won't even be able to stay for a good meal. After saying that, he said to Song Shuhang, little friend Shuhang, I might have to retire from the world and live in recluse for a period of time first. Song Shuhang asked, is it about the Wiel, is it related to that? He was about to say the words, wielder of the heavens will, but he was afraid that saying it directly would cause trouble, so he only said a part of it. That's right, it's related to it. The great Northern Emperor continued to explain. The heaven is currently weakened, the time of its existence has already entered a countdown. In the final period of its control over the will, there is bound to be turbulence. The practitioners who have stepped out onto the path of immortality will become targets during this turbulent period, same goes for the top tribulation transcenders. The previous battle for the heavens will was different from this one. In the previous era, the wielder of the heavens will did not even want the position, they willingly left and gave their responsibility to others, so there was no turbulent period. However, the current wielder of the heavens will could be said to have run its course, and could no longer control the heavens will. As a result, during the last days of its reign, it was very likely for there to be quite the wild and crazy movements. Immortals, who were the closest to wield the heavens will, would very likely become its targets. As such, in the near future, Immortals and Tribulation transcenders were likely to retire from the world and remain in seclusion for a period of time. The great Northern Emperor sighed, and said, I have just been resurrected, and I didn't even get to eat the whole meal that these kinds of things happen. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue transmitted her voice over. Senior, I can pack it up for you. Although the taste might be affected a bit, would you be fine waiting for a short moment? When the great Northern Emperor heard this, a warm smile suddenly appeared on his cold face. Can you really pack it up? If it's just a short moment, then I can wait. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, all right, then please wait for a moment. Song Shuhang suddenly thought of Li Yinzhu, and said, Senior Beifong, what about the ice soul pill? The great Northern Emperor replied, rest assured, I will send that dumb turtle over to you. It will help you look for the final medicinal ingredient you need for the ice soul pill and refine it. However, before it goes to you, I'll be sealing its realm so that it won't get affected by the upcoming turbulence. Does that mean that the sky-looking Jade Sea Turtle is also at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm? After hearing the words of the great Emperor, Song Shuhang felt relieved, and said, thank you, Senior. At this time, Lady Onion's heavenly tribulation finally descended. The power of the heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage was definitely a lot weaker than Little Kai's heavenly tribulation. As long as it didn't go as bad as Song Shuhang's, who'd encountered the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation, Lady Onion should not have any problem getting through the heavenly tribulation with the crouching while holding one's head secret technique. Boom! The heavenly tribulation descended. Looking at the heavenly tribulation right in front of him, Song Shuhang went silent for a while. Similarly silent were the great Northern Emperor, Senior White, Su Clan 16, and Sure. It was not that the heavenly tribulation was too strong, nor was it that the heavenly tribulation had modernized. It was just that the heavenly tribulation that appeared in front of them looked so weak. A thin and slim bolt of lightning descended on Lady Onion's body. Afterward, the electric light exploded on Lady Onion's defenses, and that was the first wave of the heavenly tribulation. Next came the second wave of the heavenly tribulation. This time, 2 bolts of tribulation lightning fell, but they were as thin as the first one. For the third wave of the heavenly tribulation, 3 bolts descended, but they were all still so pitifully thin. This pattern continued on until the 7th wave. After that, it was over, that was it. The tribulation clouds in the sky began to scatter. This heavenly tribulation was really damn lazy, it was as if it just wanted to be done with its task. For a heavenly tribulation that was only this powerful, Lady Onion did not even have to use the secret defensive technique. Even if she had just lain down and done nothing the entire time, she would have probably been fine. What does this mean? Song Shuhang's eyes widened. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, could this monster onion really be special? Is she really going to become an Empress Onion, suppress everyone, and wield the heaven's will? The Great Northern Emperor remarked, I wonder if the heavenly tribulation had been affected just now. Perhaps it was the wielder of the heavens will approaching its end that led to the changes in the heavenly tribulation just now. Senior White looked at Lady Onion for a moment, and said, this onion monster has also entered the inner demon tribulation state. Song Shuhang subconsciously asked, the inner demon tribulation? However, Lady Onion only went through the heavenly tribulation of the third stage, isn't it supposed not to have an inner demon tribulation? The second stage had no inner demon tribulation, this was common knowledge. Senior White said, however, she has already entered the inner demon tribulation. Everyone went silent. It seemed to be related to the imminent death of the wielder of the heavens. At this moment, Lady Onion was lying down on the ground and shivering. Don't it hurts. Aya, let me go, Shuhang, I can't. Song Shuhang, what the hell is up with those lines? Su Clan 16, sure, and the Great Northern Emperor all turned their heads and stared at Song Shuhang. Even Senior White was there with his mouth curled upwards looking at him teasingly. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and calmly said, her inner demon tribulation, could it be me plucking her onion sprouts? She-Devil Bie Xue. Don't come near me Aya, stir-fried lamb with onions, onion pancakes, fried crab with ginger and onions, steamed onion buns, mandarin fish with onions. Lady Onion began reciting a long list of dishes that had green onions in them. Song Shuhang said, I can already guess what her inner demons are. Su Clan 16 and the others nodded silently. Su Clan 16 said, well, it's another inner demon tribulation, let's bring her in and leave her with little Kai. Whether or not she can through the inner demon tribulation depends on the strength of her will. Sure worriedly said, if she doesn't get through the inner demon tribulation, is she going to die? Song Shuhang replied, rest assured, if it really comes to that point, I still have a surefire technique that will be able to deal with the inner demons. The Great Northern Emperor curiously said, you have a way to deal with inner demons? What is it? Su Clan 16 said, Shuhang, are you talking about Dharma King Creation's voice? She had also seen Venerable Spirit Butterfly's document in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, wherein it was stated that Dharma King Creation's singing voice might have the effect of breaking the inner demon tribulation. Song Shuhang nodded, and replied, as such, I have to use this move with caution. He could directly give Senior Creation a call and ask him to sing a song, its effects would definitely be astounding. Afterward, Song Shuhang explained the power of Dharma King Creation's singing voice to the Great Northern Emperor. The Great Northern Emperor remained expressionless from the beginning to the end, and nobody knew what was on his mind. Similar to Lady Onion's situation, all over the universe, there was a great number of practitioners who had transcended their tribulation right after the countdown for the Wielder of the Heavens will began. Consequently, all of their heavenly tribulations were extremely weak, and were split into several waves. After that, all those who transcended their tribulations were thrown into an inner demon tribulation. Amongst these people was Medicine Master of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Medicine Master had originally planned to transcend his tribulation after researching the nuclear bomb. However, Rivoli Purple Mist felt that he was already fully prepared. And so, at her request, Medicine Master modified his tribulation transcending formation several times and finished the rest of his preparations. It had been delayed until just now, and right as it was ready, Medicine Master began to transcend his tribulation. Their expected huge and powerful tribulation did not descend at all, and Medicine Master and Rivoli Purple Mist's tiresomely prepared formation was of no use. Medicine Master did not even need to move. After a few weak waves from the heavenly tribulation, he soon entered the inner demon tribulation state. Today, inner demons were really busy. While Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was packing the 8th stage Sage Whale Feast for the Great Emperor, Song Shuhang remembered about the puppet maiden. As such, he brought out the puppet and got her to meet the Great Emperor. The puppet's face still donned the scary mask, and her eyes shone through it with a strange yellow light. "Who are you?" The puppet maiden was the first to ask a question, while her eyes remained fixed on the Great Emperor. Song Shuhang introduced the Great Emperor. "This is Senior Bie Fong. He has a junior who was the creator of the crouching while holding one's head secret technique. That's why I was wondering if you and the Great Emperor knew each other." "No, he is not Senior Bie Fong," insisted the puppet maiden. She continued to stare at the Great Emperor, and said, "You are not Senior Bie Fong, who are you?" The Great Northern Emperor sighed softly. He reached out towards the puppet maiden's chin, and slightly pushed her mask upwards. The Great Emperor did not lift the mask off completely, he only pushed it up such that it would reveal the lower half of her face. And so, her delicate nose and small mouth were now visible. "I am unspecified currency, Bie Fong," said the Great Emperor softly. He had even said his Taoist name in the language of the ancient era. Anyway, Song Shuhang did not actually understand the meaning of what he said. However, it was clear that the owner of this puppet maiden was the junior that the Great Emperor had been talking about. "No, you are not him," the puppet maiden said seriously. "Who are you and why are you pretending to be Senior Bie Fong?" "Song Shuhang, don't be deceived by him, he is a fake." Song Shuhang looked towards the Great Northern Emperor. As he looked at the Great Emperor's expression, he wondered what secrets were hidden in the dark. The Great Emperor touched the puppet maiden's head lightly. "My current state is a little different from how it was in the past. It's normal that you can't recognize me. However, who I truly am will never change, never." Song Shuhang's heart moved. It seemed that, perhaps the Great Northern Emperor had used death to escape from the ancient heavenly city, but he had to pay a very great price for this. Could that ancestral golden dragon of the Dragon King Palace also have escaped after paying a great price? The Great Emperor gently asked, "Is your original body fine? Are you planning to do something to my original body?" "I won't tell you." Puppet Maiden's yellow eyes flickered again and again. The Great Northern Emperor smiled bitterly. The Great Northern Emperor sighed, and said to Song Shuhang, "Little friend Shuhang, during the period of time when I am living in recluse, please take good care of her for me. After I come back into the world, I will contact you once again." Song Shuhang nodded. At this moment, he remembered something. The relationship between the Great Northern Emperor and Slow-Witted Song also seemed to be fairly decent. Song Shuhang asked, "By the way, Senior Bie Fong, do you know about the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department?" The Great Northern Emperor turned to look at Song Shuhang, and asked, "Don't you already have the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department?" Song Shuhang replied, "The inheritance I got was from the 33 Divine Beast sect, which was established after the era of the ancient heavenly city. However, there's a part of the inheritance that is missing. It was best if he could quickly find the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. At that time, he could forge his life-bound magical treasure before ascending to the 5th stage realm. If he couldn't find the complete inheritance, then he could only practice and make do with another suitable life-bound magical treasure. Additionally, he wanted to know if the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast Department was really related to all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family, organization. He hoped that the Great Northern Emperor could clear up his doubts. When it comes to the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department, I did meet Slow-Witted Song after the end of the era of the ancient heavenly city and heard him mention it." The Great Northern Emperor thought a bit, and said, "At that time, when Slow-Witted Song and I were talking, he mentioned the Divine Beast Department. He said that he had successfully divided the inheritance of the divine beast department into one that was in the light and another in the dark. He did not tell anyone of the hidden inheritance, saying that it was in a place that nobody could have thought of. Moreover, even if others did see the hidden inheritance, they were likely to never associate it with the divine beast department. Speaking of this, the great emperor's heart felt rather troubled. Slow-Witted Song seemed to have faintly known about the impending doom of the heavenly city before it had actually been destroyed, which was why he had secretly transferred the inheritance of the divine beast department. However, he had not told anyone about it, not even the great emperor. In fact, when given some careful thought, Slow-Witted Song had always been mysterious and secretive. Other than that, he had also studied divinations together with others, so could it have been a divination? Even if others see it, they were likely to never associate it with the divine beast department. Song Shuhang's heart became cold. He thought of all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family, again, even if it were a disciple of the 33 divine beasts sect, who came over and saw this strange monster alliance, wouldn't they still be unable to connect it to their own sect? It looks like I will have to quietly go and practice those 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive after I find the time. Perhaps I can really dig out the inheritance of the 33 divine beasts technique and treasure refinement technique. Song Shuhang decided in his mind. At the same time, he asked, "Senior, are there any other clues?" The great northern emperor shook his head, and said, "Not that I know of, I don't know much about the inheritance of the divine beast department." So, Senior Beifong, for the divine beast department's lifebound magical treasure, would I really have to combine 33 suitable magical instruments into a single entity? Song Shuhang continued to inquire. The great northern emperor looked at Song Shuhang, and asked, "Do you really want to go on this path?" Song Shuhang continued, "Can they really be combined?" The great northern emperor replied, "Yes, but the combining of the 33 beasts' magical treasures is not like assembling building blocks, the process is much more difficult. You will only have a single chance to combine the magical instruments. If you fail, you won't get another chance. Also, in a sense, this single combined magical treasure is equal to 33 lifebound magical treasures. The resources you will have to invest are quite difficult to imagine. Moreover, this combined magical treasure is different from other combined lifebound weapons. You will have to complete the entire process before reaching the 5th stage. Once you've already reached the 5th stage, you will no longer have the opportunity to combine the 33 magical treasures even if you do have them. In addition, even in the era of the ancient heavenly city, when the materials were extremely abundant, there were only 2 great masters from the divine beast department who were able to combine their magical treasures before reaching the 5th stage. All in all, this combined lifebound magical treasure could truly only be acquired by rich and extremely lucky practitioners. Both resources and luck were indispensable. Song Shuhang said, "I want to give it a try. If I really can't do it, I'll at least look for a suitable magical treasure for the huge whale chapter and forge it. It's just that in the 33 divine beasts sect, the forging technique for the magical treasure of the huge whale system has actually been lost. You can do it. I look quite highly upon you." The great northern emperor patted Song Shuhang's shoulder. With the unfortunate luck that Song Shuhang had, him wanting to refine 33 kinds of magical treasures made the great emperor feel rather worried. The puppet maiden had been staring at the great northern emperor from beginning to end, but she did not say anything and nobody knew what was on her mind. After a while, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue packed up the 8th stage sage whale feast into a large food box and handed it to the great emperor. "Thank you, Fairy Bie Xue," the great northern emperor said with a sigh. "These years, it wasn't easy to get the opportunity to eat something so good. Senior Beifong is too polite." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue politely bowed to the great emperor and said, "Senior, may we meet again in the future." "Farewell," the great northern emperor said to everyone. "Also, little friend Shuhang. I'll send that stupid turtle to you tonight, do get ready so that you receive it at that time. Song Shuhang said, Great. The great Northern Emperor warned, in addition. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of strange occurrences in this time of a transition. The passages between the various realms and the main world might open up. If these channels do indeed open up here on Earth, little friend Shuhang, please do pay attention to safety and don't blindly rush into these channels. The main world was a very special place. It did not only contain the Earth, but also the whole surrounding space. In this chaotic time, if the passages between the rest of the realms and the main world were to open, it was to be expected that there would a great number of strange occurrences born out of it. At that time, it had truly become troubled times. Song Shuhang said, I know, I will pay attention to safety. And so, the great Northern Emperor took his leave. The puppet maiden also returned to Song Shuhang's magical bracelet. Lady Onion and Little Kai were still lying beside each other, deeply trapped in their inner demon tribulation. However, this did not affect the appetite of Song Shuhang and the others. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's 8th stage Sage Whale Feast began to have dishes coming one after another. The whale meat immortal dishes were so good that they could not close their mouths. There was nothing that could be done about this. Due to Little Kai's tribulation transcension being a bit too long, the whale meat dishes had been heated for too long. In order to avoid changes in flavor, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue could only speed up serving the dishes. As a result, her previous plan of feeding White while serving the dishes was once again in jeopardy. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue could only cry in the kitchen. The energy in the whale meat feast was tremendous. In order to prevent Song Shuhang's, Shi's, and Su Clan 16's cultivation from rising without their control, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue suggested that Senior White form a small formation for each of them, excluding the virtuous Lamia. This formation, which belonged to the category of semiseal formations, could temporarily confine the energy they got from the whale feast. Afterward, Song Shuhang and the others could control how much energy from their meal they wanted to have released. It was tantamount to a water reservoir in which energy was temporarily being stored. They were able to control how much was released from beginning to end. This formation came in handy every time an immortal feast was held. At the immortal feast, there would always be large sects that would allow their young disciples to take part in the feast, and these disciples would need this formation to help them digest what they ate during the immortal feast. 16 had already experienced this formation before, but it had been Su Clan's 7 who helped her in the past. After the 8th stage Sage Whale Feast, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue suggested that everyone spend the night in her immortal cave to digest the feast they just had. After eating, it was best to sit down and practice. And the next morning, she would make a light meal for everyone to help with the digestion. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's suggestion made sense, and nobody refused. Song Shuhang was arranged to have his own room. To the right of his room was the room wherein Little Kai and Lady Onion were transcending their inner demon tribulation. After that was Shi's, followed by Su Clan's 16th, and on the far right was Senior White's. After Song Shuhang checked the state of Little Kai and Lady Onion, he sighed slightly and returned to his room. The inner demon tribulation of the two was going to take some time. Soon after, Shuhang thought of something, and logged into the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Tyrannical Song 1, everyone, seniors, please note that there have been some changes to the heavenly tribulation. Recently, the heavenly tribulation can no longer be forcibly scattered. Even if the tribulation clouds were to be forcibly scattered, they would gather together once again after a while, forming a new tribulation cloud to continue the heavenly tribulation. Northern River's loose cultivator, can your sources be trusted? Tyrannical Song 1, my disciple Little Kai and Lady Onion have just transcended their tribulations. During Little Kai's heavenly tribulation, Senior White had tried sealing and also scattering the tribulation clouds, but the heavenly tribulation did not stop. Wandering Monk Profound Principle, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, this is really bad news. There are disciples in the temple who are soon transcending their tribulation. Medicine Master just transcended his tribulation. However, his heavenly tribulation was quite strange. It was very weak, but after he transcended it, he entered the inner demon tribulation state. This message was sent by Rivoli Purple Mist. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. The same thing happened over here at my side. Just now, I had a sea monster subordinate who transcended their tribulation, but her heavenly tribulation became very weak and she did not even need to resist at all. However, after her tribulation, she entered the inner demon tribulation state. Island Master Tian Kong, the Tao companion of one of my fellow Taoists, just came and said that a similar thing had happened when my fellow Taoist was transcending their tribulation. The heavenly tribulation became weak, but immediately after, they entered the inner demon tribulation state. Song Shuhang, the same thing happened to all of you? The same thing happened when Lady Onion transcended her tribulation. After Little Kai transcended her tribulation, Lady Onion went and transcended her heavenly tribulation, but hers was very weak. After she transcended, she entered the inner demon tribulation state. When she was transcending her tribulation, it was when the problem with the heavens appeared. Moreover, Lady Onion was only transcending the heavenly tribulation of the third stage, which shouldn't even have an inner demon tribulation. Medicine Master, when Medicine Master transcended his tribulation, it was after the problem with the heaven appeared. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, same here. Song Shuhang suddenly got a terrible premonition. Northern River's loose cultivator, there's definitely a problem with this wave of inner demon tribulations. Let's wait and see if the disciples who are transcending their tribulation wake up. Fairy Lychee, the heavens are really changing. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, when are you going to transcend your tribulation? Are you going to wait first? True Monarch Yellow Mountain did not respond. Could Yellow Mountain have already gone to transcend his tribulation? Fairy Lychee became restless. Later at night, Song Shuhang went to the next room and took a look. Lady Onion and Little Kai still had not woken up. I'll wait until tomorrow. If they still aren't awake by then, I'll have to think of a way to deal with this, Song Shuhang said to himself. Finally, taking advantage of the dark of night, Song Shuhang quietly left Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave. He was going to try out the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. How could I have forgotten about my inner world? No matter how deep in the night it was, nowhere would be as hidden as my inner world, Song Shuhang thought to himself. As long as he entered his inner world, nobody would be able to peep at him. It was his own place, thus making it the best place to practice those strange secret techniques. Just when Shuhang was preparing to enter his inner world to practice the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, he raised his head and saw the bright moon in the night sky. It was said that the moon on the 15th was the roundest, but despite the Mid-Autumn Festival having already passed, the moon today looked even rounder than the one then. The night was as picturesque as a poem, it was simply beautiful. Such a wonderful moon could not be enjoyed inside the inner world. Perhaps I shouldn't miss such a night. I guess I'll just find a quiet place and enjoy the moonlight while practicing tonight, Song Shuhang suddenly thought. However, he remembered the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, and after remembering about the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat, how a male monster should win his female master's heart, 72 ways to successfully usurp the position of the female master's husband, and so on, he immediately overturned the idea. These strange techniques were best suited to be practiced inside the inner world, because if he were to practice it in the main world and got caught by someone, he would not be able to bear it. In the end, Song Shuhang decided to practice inside the inner world. Before entering the inner world, he glanced at the bright moon in the sky one more time. He truly felt that the moon today was especially beautiful. It was like it had an indescribable energy which deeply attracted him. In the inner world, Song Shuhang went to the center of the inner world, next to living spring. He took a deep breath in an attempt to completely rid himself of the sensation of shame. I want to study the secret techniques, so no matter how shameful it might be, I have to persist and complete it. Moreover, nobody can see me here. This is my world, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Afterward, according to the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, that he had learned through living Lady Onion's life, he began practicing. The 200 skills were not as simple as being just 200 moves. There were some skills with a great plethora of branches. For example, there was the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat, which was a true test of shamelessness. Song Shuhang said, the first skill is the divine stealing technique. It really sounds like bullshit. Since when could a stealing technique be considered divine? After saying that, he followed the skill's introduction and began to practice the divine stealing technique. This skill was actually very powerful. At that time, Lady Onion had not even reached the first stage, yet with this technique, she was able to steal a volume of secret cultivation technique from the Buddhist nun 9 lanterns. Song Shuhang carefully felt out this skill and found that it contained some extraordinary moves. If these moves were to be used for attacking, he could easily raise the output of his saber technique. Song Shuhang muttered, these 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive are indeed hiding something. So, there should be hidden tricks to the other techniques as well. No, I don't need these tricks, I need the complete inheritance of the 33 divine beasts technique. Song Shuhang shook his head. After the divine stealing technique, next up was the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat. One of its most powerful moves was the fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique. When Song Shuhang had first met Lady Onion, this was the technique that she had used. One's entire body would have to jump up high, and then fiercely kneel down with all its might. According to the skill's introduction, the higher the jump, the greater the sincerity. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth slightly twitched, and he began to hypnotize himself. I'm only studying the techniques, it is for science. No, that's not quite right, it is for cultivation. Nobody was going to see it anyway. And so, Song Shuhang jumped up high. With his current strength, he easily jumped to a height greater than 20 meters. After that, his body fiercely came accelerating down toward the ground. For this, he also needed to have a suitable very shameful line to say. The secret technique especially highlighted that this line had to be read out, otherwise, the skill would not have much of an effect. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, Great Immortal, please spare this little monster. The little monster was just joking with you just now, I surrender. After finishing this line, Song Shuhang felt that he had become completely indifferent to himself. Something like shame would collapse once it reached a certain point. At that time, humans would become numb to shameful acts, no matter how shameful it was. This mentality was also called giving up hope. Anyway, I've already done shameful acts, it no longer matters how much more shameful it gets. My hands are already very dirty, so it doesn't matter how much dirtier they get. The 500 ways to surrender skill was really rich and varied. In addition to the fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique, there was also the lying down on the ground to show your belly technique. It was common sense that one should show their belly when they apologized. When apologizing, exposing one's cute little belly to the human cultivator would show that they're harmless, and with this cute expression, one could even bring out the compassion from the heart of the human cultivator. However, Song Shuhang felt that something was wrong here. Since when was it common sense to have to show your belly when apologizing? In any case, this move would have one lie down on the ground, roll, and expose their belly to the human cultivator and sell the cuteness. The secret technique also suggested that if the user was a cute monster, such as a puppy, kitten, or panda, it would be best to show one's original form, as that would bring about a greater effect when using the secret technique. Song Shuhang had never given it much thought before, but these simple, surrendering moves were really hiding so many secrets and knowledge in such a simple move. How terrifying! What was even more terrifying was that there were still another 498 similar apologizing techniques that pushed people to the epitome of shame. If this work was really created by Slow-Witted Song, he truly had to be abnormal. It was not going to be easy to finish practicing these 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat. Song Shuhang wiped his face. Within a short period of time, his inner shame had been blown out, and he'd already forgotten what shame was. At this time, he began to meditate again. While he was practicing these secret techniques, they did not resonate with the 33 divine beasts technique. It was clear that it was only when he had possessed little Kai's body that the two cultivation techniques had resonated strongly with one another. Could I be practicing it wrongly? Am I not being sincere enough? Or could it be that I have to learn all 200 skills before there would even be a reaction? Song Shuhang thought to himself. He rubbed his face again. Raise your spirits and just finish practicing the 200 skills in a single breath. With Song Shuhang being a 4th stage realm cultivator, he was able to quickly try out all the 200 skills after putting in some effort. At this point, the time was already 2 a.m. on September 15, 2019. It's the beginning of a new day. Song Shuhang looked at the time on his phone and lay on the ground decadently. 200 skills, he had actually practiced them from beginning to end. However, the Divine Beast Department hidden inheritance did not emerge. There had not even been resonance between the two cultivation techniques. The experiment had failed. Could I have guessed wrongly? Song Shuhang said weakly. It seems that it was just my wishful thinking. Perhaps this, all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family, is purely a silly monster cultivator organization that had secret techniques that were just as silly as the organization. It seems like it doesn't have anything to do with the Divine Beast Department. Now, he was really thankful that he had practiced the secret techniques inside his inner world, making it so that nobody saw him practicing the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. Otherwise, he might have ended up considering killing someone if he was discovered. I stayed awake until the middle of the night to practice, only to end up coming out for nothing, Song Shuhang said softly. He then left the inner world and appeared outside Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave. After coming out of the inner world, he looked up and saw the bright moon in the night sky. The dim moonlight fell on his body. Gazing at the beautiful night, Song Shuhang felt relieved both physically and mentally. It would have been better to spend the time watching the moon, he said to himself. He deeply breathed out, looked at the round moon, and just let his mind wander freely. A long time later, a thought suddenly appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Should I try out the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive under the full moon? After this thought appeared in his mind, he pondered about it for quite a long time. The round moon seemed to have a strange power. For monster cultivators, the moonlight should contain some sort of strange power. If I remember correctly, practicing under the moonlight would allow them to have greater results in their practice, Song Shuhang recalled. When Yu Jiaojiao had been with him, she often ran to his room at night to bask in the moonlight and freeload the enlightenment stone to raise her cultivation. Those strange skills were specifically made for monster cultivators. Perhaps, practicing the secret techniques under the moonlight would let it produce some special effects? This thought was similar to a cultivator's intuition. It was as if someone had woken him up. Should I try? While it's still deep in the night, I can just look for a place without people and try it there quietly. I just have to be a bit more careful so that I don't get seen by anyone, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Anyway, I already practiced it inside the inner world today. Practicing it once is practice it twice is still practice, it shouldn't be that different to do it again. After making up his mind, Song Shuhang brought out his treasured saber-broken Tyrant and flew away. He flew around until he found a quiet forest. His spread out his mental energy and nodded silently after confirming that nobody was in the area. After that, he let out the invisible saber insect to patrol around. While the full moon is still in the sky, I should quickly practice, Song Shuhang said softly. And so, he started with the first skill, the divine stealing technique. After that, the fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique. He jumped up high and landed on the ground with a boom. Great Immortal, please spare this little monster. The little monster was just joking with you just now, I surrender. At this moment, a spatial gate opened right in front of him. And from it, a large sea turtle climbed out. The green sea turtle had finally come. When the great Northern Emperor had left, he said that he was going to send the sea turtle to help Song Shuhang search for the last medicinal ingredient of the ice soul pill and also help him to refine it. And now, the green sea turtle had locked onto Song Shuhang's position, and hurriedly traveled through space. It was just that the timing was quite off. When the turtle came out, the first thing he saw was Song Shuhang descending from the sky and reciting shameful lines. The green sea turtle asked, "Heavens, little friend Song, what are you doing?" Song Shuhang, "So embarrassing. I have to silence him. This time, I really need to kill and silence this damn turtle." It seemed like Song Shuhang forgot about a very important thing. What if the target he wanted to silence was much stronger than him? Would he actually be able to do anything? According to the words of the great Northern Emperor, the strength of this sky-looking turtle was probably around the 9th stage realm. It was an old turtle that had been alive ever since the era of the ancient heavenly city. However, before the great Northern Emperor left, he said that in order to prevent the sky-looking turtle from getting caught in the turbulence during the change in the heavens, he would seal the realm of this sea turtle. So, Song Shuhang's eyes were fixed on the big turtle. How do I make good turtle soup? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave isn't too far away. Immortal Fairy definitely has 100 ways to cook turtles, right? The sky-looking turtle, who was still inside the spatial gate, said, "Little friend Song, I can sense strong malice coming from your eyes. Stop looking at me, look at my back instead. If you look at me again, I'll run away." Song Shuhang said, "Actually, I was thinking about something." The sea turtle inquired, "What was it?" Song Shuhang seriously said, "I was thinking of how I should turn a good ingredient into a nutritious meal. Not far from here is Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave. She is a top immortal chef, so she should know quite a bit about these things." The sea turtle said, "Heavens, little friend Song, the ingredient you mentioned couldn't be me, right? Little friend Song, I know that you can't possibly be this cruel, are you a fake?" Cough. Song Shuhang calmly climbed up from the ground and patted his clothes. "Senior Turtle, you might not believe this, but actually, I was practicing a secret technique just now." The sky-looking turtle seriously said, "I believe you." Song Shuhang said, "It's normal that you don't believe me. After all, such a weird secret technique would be difficult to find." Senior, you believe me?" The green sea turtle proudly said, "Of course I believe you, and I also know that the move you did just now should be the fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique of the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to defeat." F***CK. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. He quickly asked, "Senior Turtle, are you also a member of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization?" "Not really, how could I possibly join such a silly monster alliance?" The green sea turtle laughed. "Song Shuhang, that silly monster alliance is actually despised by Senior Turtle?" While looking at Song Shuhang, the green sea turtle laughed, and said, "Especially the secret techniques of that alliance, 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, is simply too ridiculous and shameful. This old tortoise already feels ashamed just from watching others practice the secret techniques. It makes me want to retract my head back into my turtle shell. In fact, I think that those who can bear to practice these secret techniques are truly superb. Song Shuhang, he was actually being looked down on by some old turtle, it even seemed like his IQ was being questioned. The sea turtle curiously asked, to be honest, little friend Song, you are a pure human being. You don't have any monster bloodline in you, so why would you even practice that stupid and shameful secret technique? It wondered if Song Shuhang had been fooled by someone. Can I choose not to answer this question? Song Shuhang raised his head to look at the sky, feeling very tired. The sea turtle said, you definitely got fooled then? However, I think that with little friend Song's IQ, you should have been able to see through the essence of this silly cultivation technique right away, and after that simply refused to practice it. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, it's hard to explain everything in just a few words. When he learned about this secret technique through Lady Onion's memories, he had actually refused to practice the secret technique. However, he did not expect that after doing a set of it, he would actually begin to try learning the weird secret technique seriously. After letting out a sigh, a question came up in Song Shuhang's mind, so he asked, by the way, Senior Turtle, since you did not join that monster organization, how did you come to know of its name and its secret techniques? The 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive was a secret technique that was highly regarded by the Monster Cultivator organization, and beginners would even have to pass an assessment to become full members before being able to learn this secret technique. Since Senior Turtle did not join this alliance, how could he have come to know of its secret techniques? The sea turtle laughed, and said, it's because of Slow-Witted Song. After the ancient heavenly city was destroyed, Slow-Witted Song was the fastest one to escape for his life and he luckily survived. After that, one day, Sword Immortal White Bone of the ancient heavenly city brought him to my place. At that time, he invited me to join that silly, all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family, organization. It appeared that the organization was created by Fairy White Bone. Slow-Witted Song had messed with her before, it should be when she showed her divinity. Slow-Witted Song sold her a script about hammer cultivation, and she was so angry that she hunted down Slow-Witted Song. Later, when the heavenly city was already gone, Fairy White Bone brought together a few of her old friends and founded this Monster Cultivator Alliance. Afterward, one day, as Slow-Witted Song was casually strolling around, he ended up getting caught by her. She imprisoned Slow-Witted Song and forced him to get 100 members to join the alliance. After that, Slow-Witted Song went to me together with her to try and rope me into the organization. However, I'm so smart, so how could I possibly join this alliance that sounds so silly? As such, I refused without hesitation. However, before Slow-Witted Song left, he had given me their so-called secret techniques, the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. Looking back at it now, I was really so smart not to have been fooled by that Slow-Witted Song to join that silly organization. Song Shuhang, this organization was not founded by Slow-Witted Song? Could I have made a mistake? Were my speculations really wrong from the beginning? Wait a minute. Even if the alliance might not have been founded by Slow-Witted Song, it's still possible that he wrote the secret techniques. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Turtle, do you know who wrote the secret techniques? Was it Fairy White Bone or Slow-Witted Song? The old turtle thought, and said, I never asked about that, but for such a low-effort title, I can't think of anyone other than Slow-Witted Song who would name something like that. Therefore, at least when it comes to the title of this secret technique, it was definitely Slow-Witted Song's doing. It's quite possible that Slow-Witted Song also participated in the compilation of this secret technique. I'm saying that because there is a lot of content within it which carries a strong feeling of Slow-Witted Song's style. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Turtle, do you still have the exact copy of the secret technique that Slow-Witted Song had given you? The old turtle laughed, and said, you still haven't given up? Song Shuhang seriously said, to be honest, I suspect that Slow-Witted Song hid an inheritance in this silly secret technique. The green sea turtle went silent for a moment, and then it laughed loudly while tears came falling out. That's the funniest joke I have ever heard. Song Shuhang, alas, how good would it be if it was as easy to make Senior White 2 laugh as this turtle? The green sea turtle managed to stop laughing. It then looked at Song Shuhang, and said, "Are you serious?" Song Shuhang said, I got some clues on hand, and all of these clues are pointing towards this silly secret technique. The green sea turtle said, "Alright, the secret technique's right here with me, I can lend it to you for you to research if you want. However, in exchange, tell me if you find something in it. I'm also quite curious about if Slow-Witted Song really hid something in it." Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "No problem." The green sea turtle climbed out of the spatial gate, then it reached into the air, and pulled out an old book, which it handed to Song Shuhang. It was a really thick book. Its shape was the exact same as that of the book that Song Shuhang got from that elder of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization when he lived Lady Onion's life. The two books seemed to have been made from the same mold. Song Shuhang caught the book and flipped it open. As he recalled, it exhaustively recorded the 200 abilities of the monsters. The green sea turtle said, "By the way, if you really want to study this book, perhaps I can offer you some advice." Song Shuhang said, "Senior Turtle, please tell me." The green sea turtle smiled with narrowed eyes, and said, "Honestly, as a pure human being, even if you were to practice this secret technique for 10 years, it would not have an effect. There's a lot of stuff in this book that only the monster cultivators would be able to practice and use. For example, the ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster is actually a type of enchanting technique which requires monster power to be used. You don't have any monster power, so you simply won't achieve anything." Song Shuhang responded, "Right." What the turtle had said seemed to have helped Song Shuhang realize something. When he possessed Little Kai's body, he was using Little Kai's body to circulate the 33 Divine Beasts technique, which was when it naturally resonated with the weird secret techniques. Little Kai was a monster. Maybe that's the answer. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. "Did you think of something?" the green sea turtle asked. "Yeah, I've thought of a possible answer, but I still have to try it out." Song Shuhang took out his cell phone and made a call. The call quickly connected, and a half-awake voice could be heard from it. "It's already so late at night, what do you want?" Song Shuhang said, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, where are you now? I want to borrow your CPU." Young Master Phoenix Slayer gritted his teeth, and said, "You woke me up in the middle of the night for this? Let me just travel around for a while. Just remind me the next time we meet." Song Shuhang laughed, and said, "I have dried fish, an 8th stage level dried fish. Well, it's actually a whale. How about it?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied, "Meow, meow." Song Shuhang asked, "When are you coming?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied, "After dawn, I'll look for you." "Where are you?" Song Shuhang gave his coordinates to young Master Phoenix Slayer and ended the call with satisfaction. Great. In the world of monster cats, there was nothing that could not be solved with some fish. If there was, it was definitely just that the quantity or quality of the fish was not enough. The green sea turtle asked, "What's with borrowing CPU?" For thousands of years, it had been sleeping by the side of the Great Northern Emperor's resurrection formation, so it had little knowledge of the rapidly changing outside world. Although it had binged on a lot of knowledge after waking up, the knowledge that it had just acquired had yet to be digested. Song Shuhang replied, "It's Senior Phoenix Slayer's innate talent. When he uses this secret technique, he can let me borrow his mind, which is the CPU, and understand some cultivation techniques and secret techniques with it. There was a time when I'd learned several cultivation techniques and saber techniques, and after borrowing Senior Phoenix Slayer's innate talent, I was able to reach the master level in all them. Furthermore, Senior Phoenix Slayer is a monster. If I borrowed his CPU for practice, perhaps I could figure out the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive's hidden secrets. In addition, he had no idea if his state of borrowing of little Kai's body was just accidental or a secret technique. If it was a secret technique, he could borrow little Kai's body to practice the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, and from there study the skills. However, firstly, little Kai was still in her inner demon tribulation and had yet to wake up. Secondly, little Kai was too weak, so she was unable to compare to Senior Phoenix Slayer's CPU. The green sea turtle said, "Heavens, there's such a convenient ability? Is this fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer some kind of living cheat?" Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "I thought so as well, heroes really do think the same way." He. The sea turtle suddenly laughed. "I'm not a hero, I'm just a turtle. So, if you really want to say that we think the same way, you can only say, turtles really do think the same way. Song Shuhang, this King turtle." The green sea turtle asked, "By the way, little friend Song, when do you want to go and look for the final medicinal ingredient?" Song Shuhang replied, "The sooner, the better." Senior Turtle, how long is it going to take you to refine the ice soul pill? The sea turtle said, "The ice soul pill isn't that troublesome to refine. I should be done with it in a bit over a day. Also, I heard from the great emperor that the place where your daughter is staying is a secret realm that has a different time scale. A day in that secret realm is equivalent to 12 days in the main world, right? That should be enough time." Listening to the sea turtle, Song Shuhang felt relieved, and he said, "Where is the last medicinal ingredient? Is it far from here? If it's near, we might as well go and get it now. However, if it's far, let's wait until the sun comes out. Lastly, Li Yinzhu is not my daughter. How did this misunderstanding even arise? Senior Turtle, do you really think that someone at my age would already have a daughter?" The sea turtle stared at Song Shuhang seriously, and said, "Looking at your appearance, you look like you're at least 40 or 50 years old. Although most practitioners get children quite late in their lives, it would be quite normal for you to have a daughter at this age." Song Shuhang, "Do I really look that old?" Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "Senior Turtle, did your conscience not hurt at all from saying that? No matter how old I might look, won't I at most look 30 years old?" The old turtle quickly replied, "Nope, not only does it not hurt, but it's very alive and well, it's even quite elated and refreshed." Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Talking with Senior Turtle really makes one tired. Should I just go see Senior Bie Xue later and tell her to make turtle soup tomorrow? Also, before you ask me if my conscience hurts, you should first look at yourself. You used a small fish to deceive your Senior Phoenix Slayer to let you borrow his CPU to try out the silly 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive secret technique. Does that not hurt your conscience?" Song Shuhang replied, "What do you mean? It was a fair trade, why would it hurt?" Senior Turtle, I've already tried to help you realize the severity of the situation, but it seems that you still have not realized it. Little friend Song, if things continue this way, you're going to lose that senior, young Master Phoenix Slayer of yours. Well, I guess I'll just wait until sunrise. At that time, I will be able to sit nearby and watch as Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer's boat of friendship flips over. That scene will actually be quite interesting to watch. Senior Turtle had been filling himself up with a lot of knowledge ever since he'd woken up. However, it was quite clear that his focus was quite crooked, with him knowing about all kinds of messy buzzwords, but not being as read on more important knowledge. Song Shuhang took the green sea turtle back to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave. After everyone chose to stay at her immortal cave yesterday, Immortal Fairy lent everyone a token so that they could come and go in the immortal cave freely. After returning, Song Shuhang went to the room next to his and checked up on Lady Onion and Little Kai. The two were still in the inner demon tribulation state, and had yet to extricate themselves. Little Kai's body was shaking, while the energy in her body was chaotic. On the other hand, Lady Onion appeared quite calm, and was no longer muttering things unconsciously. She looked like she was doing much better than before. It seems like Lady Onion is going to get through her inner demon tribulation in a while, Song Shuhang thought to himself. After that, he fell into contemplation. Lady Onion's hundreds of years as a green onion were actually very simple. She did not experience that many horrible situations. For her, the worst part of her life was probably just when her onion sprouts would get taken by Immortal Fairy Bie Xue for cooking. After being given some time to relax, getting through the inner demon tribulation should not be a problem for her. The more simple-minded a person or monster, the bigger the advantage they had when transcending their inner demon tribulation. One could be austere when they were without selfish desires. On the other hand, little Kai experienced emotional pain when she fell in love with the most unattainable being for monsters, the monster hunter. Moreover, she had experienced her lifespan nearing its end. Just these 2 points would make her inner demon tribulation vastly more difficult to transcend. Song Shuhang gently said, "I hope that you too will be able to quickly succeed transcending your tribulation." Song Shuhang returned to his room. Inside, he lay on his bed and flipped open the thick 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive book. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Turtle, you still haven't said where the last medicinal ingredient we need is." The sea turtle said, "The last medicinal ingredient we need is the Buddha's hand fruit. It's a very common kind of medicinal ingredient. Generally, Buddhist sects would have planted a lot of these, and we should be able to find it at any cultivator market, so there's no need to worry." Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Turtle, do you mean very ordinary in the sense of the ancient era, or this era?" The current era was very different from the ancient era. In the ancient era, there was ample spiritual energy, and there were miraculous medicines everywhere. However, the modern era was a time when spiritual energy was in a state akin to a low tide. Before the next wave of spiritual power came, the number of spiritual medicines would be scarce. Senior Turtle replied, "Relax, I already asked about it. It isn't rare at all, it's actually very common instead." Listening to these words, Song Shuhang felt a wave of relief. The night grew darker. Song Shuhang flipped through the book in his hand, carefully looking at each of the secret techniques recorded in it. After thinking for a while, Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. He reached out and took off his glove. After that, pressed his hand against the book and activated his secret appraisal technique. "I have to at least make sure that this book was written by Slow-Witted Song and that it's hiding the secret of the 33 divine beasts technique." As he used the appraisal technique, dozens of wounds appeared on his wrist, from which blood spewed out. Senior Turtle stared wide-eyed, and said, "Hey, what's happening to you?" "I'm alright, you'll get used to it," Song Shuhang replied casually while activating his ancient bronze ring to heal him. This ring was something that he had obtained from Taoist priest Li Tiansu. It could cast a healing technique that was at the level of the second stage. Currently, Song Shuhang could only use it to heal flesh wounds and stop himself from bleeding. A golden rune descended from Song Shuhang's eyes onto the book and transformed into a clock that was going in reverse. When the rune returned, a string of information appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. The 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive is a core inheritance of all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family organization that was established by the ancient heavenly cities survivor, beep beep beep. The authors are the founders of the organization, beep 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 and song beep beep, but it seems to also be hiding a personal secret of song beep beep. The sword Immortal White Bone's information in this piece of information had been blocked, which meant that the founder of this silly organization, Fairy White Bone, was still alive and well. That aside, Song Beep Beep should be referring to Slow-Witted Song, right? This time, the information from the secret appraisal technique could only glean Slow-Witted Song's surname. However, this should mean that Slow-Witted Song was still alive and well somewhere in the world. It was not enough, he needed more information. He was hoping for something along the lines of how to dig out the secrets of Slow-Witted Song from the book. As such, he continued to urge the secret appraisal technique. Please pay attention to the rights of cultivating citizens. As the following contents are related to the individual song beep beep, it is not open to the public. Please understand. Song Shuhang, he looked up at the sky and let out a deep sigh. I have 1 million adorable F***CKU and I want to have them delivered to you, please do receive them. Since Slow-Witted Song himself had left the secret appraisal technique in the crystal clear water pavilion, so when using it to pry information about him, there'd be a problem of insufficient authority. King Do, oh, no, true monarch Yellow Mountain said that Daodu is about to get married, can't steal him from his husband. So, King who? Well, it doesn't matter, anyone's fine. Little friend Shuhang, is something wrong with you? You don't look that well, it's like you're being choked, the sea turtle asked in confusion. Song Shuhang put away the book, and replied, I'm all right, Senior Turtle. I just suddenly felt sleepy. I'm going to go to bed. Wake me up at dawn, there's still a lot of things to attend to. There was still the inner demon tribulation of Little Kai and Lady Onion, as well as using young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU to figure out the secrets hidden in the book, and he still had to take the time to buy the medicinal ingredient called Buddha's Hand Fruit, and then refine the Ice Soul Pill to save Li Yinzhu. Once dawn arrived, Song Shuhang was really going to be quite busy. Song Shuhang was unable to sleep. In fact, ever since he'd reached the 4th stage realm, he no longer needed that much sleep. It would not even be a problem for him not to sleep for several months. At most, thick dark circles might emerge under his eyes like those of Medicine Master. For him, sleeping was more of a habit. In addition, while he was sleeping, he would also be running the true self meditation scripture, quietly not to waste any time. However, during this night, as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind became filled with the various shameful postures of the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, and how he looked when he practiced the shameful secret techniques himself. Go die, go die, go die. Song Shuhang rubbed his face. Why were the impressions of these kinds of shameful memories so strong? As he was unable to sleep, he instead chose to practice the 33 Divine Beasts technique silently until dawn. Just as the sky was becoming bright outside, he got up from his bed. Song Shuhang brought out paper and the heaven and earth worshipping brush and began another day of practice. The first thing he wrote was the righteous body tempering poem, to practice the scholarly indestructible body. This scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha was something that he could use all the way until he reached the 8th or 9th stage. It was, after all, a secret technique created by the scholarly sage himself. Afterwards, he practiced all kinds of saber techniques and body techniques, and after that, there were the several small magical techniques that Senior White had taught him. Now that I think about it, I actually have a really small number of magical techniques at my disposal. Although I have already reached the 4th stage realm, I haven't even learned basic formations. It looks like I've been blinded by my progress in cultivation itself, Song Shuhang thought to himself. It seemed that he was going to appear in the 9 provinces number 1 group more in the near future so that he could see if there were any seniors who needed some help and would reward the helper with magical techniques. Either that or he could go on an adventure and collect some magical techniques that he could practice. In the future, it would also be great to have some things to give to his disciples. Dueling others was also a possible choice. After a practice session, Song Shuhang looked at the turtle, and said, Senior Turtle, it's already morning, wake up. The tortoise remained still, and continued sleeping soundly. Forget it, I'll just wake him up later. I'll first check if Little Kai and Lady Onion have already recovered. As Song Shuhang opened the door of his room, it just so happened that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was carrying a bucket of water and coming over. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, You're awake? She appeared to be in a good mood. Song Shuhang replied, "Good morning, Immortal Fairy. Well, you should rest for a while more. I'll make a light breakfast for all of you. This breakfast will be free. Next time, if you have good ingredients, like that crocodile leg from last time and the whale this time, you'd better bring them to me." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smiled, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. After yesterday's 8th stage sage whale feast, her cooking skills improved to the next level, and with the feedback she got, even her realm improved. While they were talking, the Immortal Fairy's cute nose twitched and she sniffed around. "I feel like I can smell a really top-grade ingredient. Little friend Shuhang, did you find something good again?" Song Shuhang, Immortal Fairy, you can't be talking about Senior Turtle, right? Although he did have the urge to kill the turtle and make it into turtle soup yesterday, it was only a passing urge. Song Shuhang asked, "Immortal Fairy, do you smell a turtle?" "It should be. My intuition is telling me it's a great ingredient." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue lowered the bucket she was holding, and said, "So, is it a turtle ingredient? Can I help you handle it? I'm telling you, when it comes to dealing with turtle ingredients, I'm very good at it. I even have 108 techniques. Whether it's clear soup, thick soup, medicated soup, or whatever else, I can tell you with assurance that it will be delicious. In addition, I also have a special technique that I can use to cut the turtle into bits that would allow it to perfectly integrate into soft bread. I did this for one of my previous immortal feasts, and that dish was its highlight. It's soft and the taste is perfect, it's chewy too. Countless seniors even ordered it from me after the feast." Song Shuhang's mouth watered as he listened to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. For a moment there, he really got the urge to sell Senior Turtle to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. Song Shuhang regretfully said, Senior Bie Xue, unfortunately, the one you smell isn't an ingredient. It's Senior Beifong's monster pet who came to help me make a medicinal pill." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue blinked when he heard that it was the Great Northern Emperor's monster pet. Unfortunate indeed. "Yeah," Song Shuhang agreed. "Well, I'll go make breakfast for all of you first." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue lifted the bucket of water once again. Song Shuhang suddenly thought of one thing. "By the way, Fairy Bie Xue, have you heard of Buddha's hand fruit?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "Yeah, it's a kind of medicinal ingredient that Buddhist sects would cultivate. However, it isn't used in cooking, as its taste isn't that good. As such, I've never used it in any of my dishes." As a professional immortal chef, no matter what was said or done, she would always think of it in terms of taste and such. Song Shuhang said, "Do you know where I can get this medicinal ingredient?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue answered, "I remember that there is a cultivation market in the city near here. The market is underneath a large lake. I'll give you the coordinates in a moment, and you should be able to buy the Buddha's hand fruit there." Song Shuhang said, "Thank you for the help. Also, around how much does a Buddha's hand fruit cost?" All the spirit stones in the spatial magical treasure that he had borrowed from Senior White were taken away by the almighty merchant in exchange for the flat imperial hat. As such, now there were only some fragmented spirit stones left on him. If the fruit was too expensive, he had to borrow some money from Senior White. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue replied, "I remember that it isn't that expensive, a 5th stage spirit stone should already be enough." Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief, he still had 5th stage spirit stones on him. At this point, he continued on to the room next to his to take a look at Lady Onion and Little Kai. Lady Onion's aura was even stabler than before. It seemed that she was not going to have a problem getting through her inner demon tribulation. She was going to wake up and reach the 3rd stage realm at any moment now. However, the state of Little Kai who was by her side was getting worse and worse, and her aura remained chaotic. Song Shuhang softly said, "Should I just use Dharma King Creation's singing voice on Little Kai now?" At this moment, Senior White's voice sounded. "Wait for a bit more, she's at a critical point. If she can get through it, it will be an opportunity that will allow her to have a firmer Dao heart. Song Shuhang said, I'm a little worried about her. Little Kai's will isn't really firm. Senior White said, rest assured, my clone will always be here to watch over them. If Little Kai's state gets really dangerous, I will play fellow Daoist Creation's song for her. If not that, I'll directly get fellow Daoist Creation to come over. Song Shuhang nodded. Did this mean that the Senior White who was talking with him was a clone? Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, is your main body still resting? Senior White replied, the main one is cultivating right now. He will come out later for breakfast. Song Shuhang said, alright, I'll be having Little Kai and Lady Onion trouble. Senior White. I have to go out in a while to look for a medicinal ingredient in the cultivator market. Senior White asked, what are you planning on buying? Song Shuhang replied, something called Buddha's hand fruit, do you have it in your treasury? Senior White replied, that thing tastes bad and its grade is also quite low, so I never bothered to collect it. Song Shuhang said, well, it is a medicinal material. Good medicine is usually bitter, so it's normal that it tastes bad. Such a poor fruit it was actually despised twice in the morning because of it not being suitable for cooking and having a bad taste. Buddha's hand fruit, I'm just a kind of medicinal ingredient, a medicine. I'm not a snack. Senior White's clone asked, speaking of eating, how many saber intent condensing lotus seeds have you transformed? Song Shuhang reached out and pulled out a small box from his magical bracelet. Not many have transformed recently. I've accumulated a total of about 200. Alright, then I'll take them first. Senior White kept the lotus seeds, took out a large box, and gave the large box to Song Shuhang. Here, you can have these snacks. This large box was full of dazzling virtuous bayberries. Thank you, Senior White. Song Shuhang put the box away. Senior White was really too much. After giving him one box after the other, he almost placed him back right to where he had been before. After leaving Little Kai's room, Song Shuhang went to Su Clan's 16th room and took a look. 16 was still practicing. The medicinal effects of the previous day's 8th stage Sage Whale Feast were simply too copious. She took advantage of this opportunity to condense another bone, and she was now at a critical point. Beside her was a defensive formation. She'd likely placed this to remind everyone not to disturb her for now. As such, Song Shuhang quietly left 16's room, went to the dining room, and waited for Immortal Fairy Bie Xue to serve breakfast. After eating, he planned on going to that market. While he waited for breakfast, Song Shuhang contacted young Master Phoenix Slayer again and asked when he would arrive. Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied that he was still at True Monarch Yellow Mountain's place. Recently, he had been helping True Monarch Yellow Mountain to arrange Daodu's wedding. Calculating the time, if he were to come over, he would probably arrive at around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. With this being the case, there was not going to be any conflicting times in his schedule. After eating breakfast, Senior White and Su Clan 16 were still practicing. As such, Song Shuhang and the sea turtle flew to the nearby city and headed towards the Great Lake Cultivator Market that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had mentioned. Song Shuhang brought out his treasured saber broken Tyrant and got his invisible saber insect to stay by his side. The sea turtle groaned, and said, "You fly so slow." Song Shuhang said, "There's nothing that can be done about it. After all, I'm only at the 4th stage realm." The sea turtle said, "You're the first faker in 1,000 years." Song Shuhang said, "If Senior Turtle slows down, will you be able to carry me?" "Hey, hey, hey." The sea turtle snickered, and said, "Are you thinking of riding me? There's no way I'm letting that happen. The only person who can ride me is the Great Northern Emperor. So, I'm sorry, I can't fly while carrying you." Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. He felt a slight pain in his neck. It should have been because of the many times he'd been looking at the sky recently. At around 9:20, Song Shuhang arrived at the Great Lake. Song Shuhang said, "The cultivator market is at the bottom of this lake, let's dive in." The sea turtle said, "No need to bother. Although my realm had been sealed by my master, I can still use my spatial abilities. Watch this." While saying that, the turtle opened a spatial gate and directly brought Song Shuhang and itself into the cultivator market that was at the bottom of the lake. Song Shuhang, Senior Turtle, believe it or not, I'm going to pummel your turtle shell. Since you still have your spatial powers, why would you let me fly for all of that time? Did you think that it would be funny? When it came to underwater markets, anyone who had seen work such as The Journey to the West would immediately be able to picture a beautiful underwater world in their minds, one with a style similar to that of the East China Sea's Dragon Palace. For example, there would be a large number of great buildings under the water, and there would be huge formations that maintained the underwater space, allowing people to move underwater as if they were on normal ground. In addition, when they looked up, they would be able to see fish swimming around in the water. After Senior Turtle brought Song Shuhang to the underwater market, Song Shuhang saw a variety of submarines. The smallest was a civilian submarine that was the size of a car. Besides that, there were others that reached lengths greater than 30 meters, greater than 50 meters, and even bigger. The largest submarine that he saw was well over 100 meters in length. These submarines were arranged into different rows according to their size, and they covered the entire bottom of the lake. Song Shuhang, this underwater cultivator market is really beautiful. All of the submarines were crammed at the bottom of the lake. The style of the entire place was beautiful and rather practical. The only thing that Song Shuhang wondered about was what such a large number of submarines was for. Also, in the case that each submarine was a shop of its own, considering that the customers would only be able to go into a single submarine at a time, wouldn't that simply be inconvenient when looking for a specific item? Ignoring the large submarines, the small submarines could only accommodate 2 or 3 people at most. Were the sellers and the customers supposed to stay side by side and make the exchange in a small space they made themselves? Nevertheless, the business here appeared to be bustling. Hundreds of all kinds of practitioners shuttled to and fro at the bottom of the lake, entering and exiting the various submarines. The bustle in this market was obviously incomparable to that in the markets of ordinary people, but there were not that many practitioners in the first place, so this market that was actually able to draw in this many practitioners could already be considered bustling. The submarines that were here had all been modified. The entrances of the submarines had water-repelling formations that allowed practitioners to access the vehicle. While Song Shuhang was in thought, a female cultivator in a diving suit quickly swam to him. Transmitting her voice, she said, "Hello, welcome to Wufang Lake Underwater Market." "Oh, so it's Profound Sage Tyrannical Song." Song Shuhang was still in the divinity show mode, so anyone who encountered him would immediately recognize who he was. "Hello." Song Shuhang nodded with a slight smile. It seemed that this female cultivator was a part of the management of the underwater market. Each cultivation market was organized by one or several powerful forces. They were responsible for maintaining order in the market and preventing any incidents. She hurriedly said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, I am Little Snow of the Wufang Lake Market. I would not have expected for someone like you to actually visit a small market like ours. Is there something that you wanted to purchase? As our Wufang Lake Underwater Market is relatively special, would you want to have a guide with you?" Due to the entire market consisting of submarines, when customers had something that they wanted to buy, it would tend to be quite troublesome for them to search through each of the submarines. As a result, an experienced shopping guide was usually needed, as Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was simply too dazzling of an entity. Senior Turtle who was right beside him was subconsciously ignored by Little Snow. Senior Turtle recognized the true body of Little Snow at a glance, and transmitted his voice to Song Shuhang. A little third-stage monster muscle has actually condensed her human form. Could it be a racial talent? Seems like she has a special bloodline. A monster at the 3rd stage was actually able to transform into a person? Such a racial talent would really draw the envy of many monster cultivators, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Senior Turtle added, however, she has only condensed her human appearance. Unlike 5th stage monsters which can completely transform into a human form, the structure of her body is still that of a monster muscle. Before reaching the 5th stage realm, she will still have to follow the path of a monster cultivator. She was slightly similar to Lady Onion, who had qualities of a monster cultivator and a human right when she was born. Such a being was rather rare in the world. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, I want to buy a few Buddha's hand fruits. Do you know which store has it? The monster muscle grinned, and said, Buddha's hand fruit? Do you mean the one that Buddhist sects grow? I know several stalls that have them. Senior Tyrannical Song, if you don't mind, I can take you to them. And so, Little Snow swam in front, while Song Shuhang and Senior Turtle followed behind her. While they were swimming, Little Snow suddenly asked, Senior Tyrannical Song, do you know Lady Yu Jiao Jiao? Song Shuhang paused, and replied, naturally. Little Snow said, really? I didn't expect Senior Tyrannical Song to really know Sister Jiao Jiao. When she said that she and Senior Tyrannical Song were good friends, I thought that she was just bragging. With that, it seemed like she suddenly got a lot more closer. Song Shuhang asked, Little Snow, do you have a good relationship with Jiao Jiao? The world was huge, with there being roughly 7-8 billion people living in it. A single person was only one of over 7 billion people that were in the world. However, the world could also appear to be very small. There were times that one would casually encounter an acquaintance or even an acquaintance of an acquaintance. Little Snow grinned, and said, Jiao Jiao is my elder sister's boss. When I was a child and lived at the bottom of the sea, I would always follow her. As expected of the daughter of true monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, a ruler of the seas. As long as it was a place related to water, people who knew her would definitely be present. Little Snow was very talkative. On their way to the store, her mouth would yammer non-stop like a bird. She appeared to be very happy. Soon, they finally arrived at a huge submarine. This submarine was the stall of the lustrous Eastern Buddhist sect, and was one of the places where Buddha's hand fruit was sold. Little Snow took Song Shuhang directly to where the Buddha's hand fruits were sold. The 2 humans and 1 turtle passed through an aisle, where a cultivator with a rather ugly and ferocious appearance appeared right in front of them. Wu Xia World.Site when he saw Song Shuhang from afar, the ugly and ferocious-looking cultivator paused. At this time, Song Shuhang also saw the other party. This guy looks familiar. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and said, Demon Monarch Tyrant? He had quite an impression of this demon monarch. He was one of the experts of the Limitless Demon sect. They'd first met at the Moon Saber sect. At that time, Su Clan 7 used the Heavenly Saber burying the Starry Sea in an attempt to kill young Master Hai. At that time, it was this demon monarch Mad Tyrant who suddenly appeared, rescued the seriously injured young Master Hai, and successfully escaped while being under Su Clan 7 strikes. He was a 5th stage level expert who belonged at the top of the 5th stage. Little Snow, who was at the side, softly corrected, Senior Tyrannical Song, you're wrong, that is Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant. Same thing, Song Shuhang said with a dry smile. At this time, he was recalling the information on Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant and remembered that the daily cultivator's evaluation of him was that he was the Limitless Demon sect's only relatively harmless being, as long as no one provoked him. The disciples of the Limitless Demon sect tended to have extreme personalities. Therefore, for such a harmless being to appear within the Limitless Demon sect, there definitely had to be a problem with how he cultivated. However, he also remembered that Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant's constitution was quite unique. As Song Shuhang was in thought, another cultivator came from not too far away. This cultivator was wearing a garish Taoist robe and his hair appeared to be really smooth. After he arrived where Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant was, and just as he was about to pass beside him, note that the aisle was large enough for 4 or 5 people to stand side by side, the fancy-robed cultivator suddenly provoked the Demon Monarch. F***ck, good dogs shouldn't block the path, scram to the side for your grandfather here. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant turned his head coldly. Sheet, such an ugly dog. After saying that, the cultivator wearing the fancy robe opened his mouth and spat at Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant. Pooey, try my saliva. Song Shuhang, the sea turtle, little snow, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant was furious. He took a step back and avoided the flying spit. Did I ever F***king provoke you? Tui, I just felt unhappy when I looked at you. Come on, let's hurt each other. The cultivator in the fancy robe seemed to be completely filled with pride. After he said that, he rubbed out a ball of fire and threw it at Mad Tyrant. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant became enraged. Indeed, this is the special constitution of Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant. Song Shuhang nodded. As a rare, harmless breed in the limitless demon sect, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant was only harmless as long as nobody provoked him. However, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant was born with a provoking constitution, one that made others want to provoke him. Anyone who walked on the same aisle or rode with him was likely to get an uncomfortable feeling when looking at him and get the urge to slap or spit at him. After that, a scene like the one that just played out would take place. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant was furious. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, he beat the cultivator to the ground and beat him up violently. Where did I F***king provoke you, huh? Is it my fault that I have an ugly face? The aisle is so wide, can't you just walk past by my side? Do you really have to provoke me? Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant continued to yell at the other party while beating him up in a rage. Tui, I just felt really uncomfortable when I looked at you. Despite already being forced to the ground and getting beat up, the fancy-robed cultivator still refused to give in and opened his mouth to try and spit blood at Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant avoided spit and punched the cultivator in the face, knocking the other party out. This was a cultivation market, and he did not want to kill anyone. After beating up the other person, the Demon Monarch's anger would finally subside. If his provoking constitution was something he was born with, he's probably really tired of living by now, Song Shuhang thought to himself. But in a sense, wasn't this also a protagonist kind of constitution? Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant got up and stared at Song Shuhang with bloodshot eyes. Both parties looked at one another calmly. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant suddenly politely greeted Song Shuhang. While he was greeting Song Shuhang, he used secret sound transmission to transmit his voice. The first sage in 1,000 years at the 4th stage, sure enough. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, you're just like Horizon, you're a fake Profound Sage. After he took a closer look, he found that the current Song Shuhang was only at the 4th stage realm. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant seemed to have gotten information on Taoist priest Horizon, and, from that, found that although Horizon had already condensed a sage seal, he had really only reached the 6th stage realm. Taking that into account, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who had transcended together with Horizon, was also very likely to be a fake. So, do you want to test me? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant raised his head, and said, no, that isn't something that I need to do. The matter of challenging the 4th stage Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was something he was going to leave to his junior brother Young Master Hai. He only needed to make sure that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was really only at the 4th stage realm. As for the rest, he could simply leave that to Young Master Hai. His junior brother was about to be possessed by an inner demon due to the matter with Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Therefore, As long as his junior brother found out that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was actually only at the 4th stage, he would be able to overcome his inner demon. Once young Master Hai transcended his tribulation and reached the 5th stage, he would then be able to challenge Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and deal with the karmic ties that they had. As for whether Profound Sage Tyrannical Song had any trump cards, it was no longer something that he had to bother himself with. With young Master Hai's intellect, he would certainly be able to speculate about such things. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant had yet to see the latest news posted by the Daily Cultivator, so he did not know about Profound Sage Tyrannical Song beating up the 5th sage in 1,000 years, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, on the night of the full moon. Otherwise, he would probably not be this calm. Song Shuhang confidently replied, "Do you really not want to test me? Since you believe that I'm just a fake profound sage, then shouldn't you take this opportunity to kill me and gain fame and fortune?" Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant shook his head, and said, "Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, we have no enmity with one another. Why should I make a move against you?" Song Shuhang, he really was the rare, harmless breed of the limitless demon sect. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant had definitely joined the wrong sect. If he had joined a Buddhist sect or the Western ascetic practitioner church, he would be able to rely on his provoking constitution plus the essence of Buddha's compassion or the ascetic church's forgiveness and quickly become a senior monk or saint. However, although you seem to believe that we do not have enmity with one another, I do not believe the same. Song Shuhang slowly reached out and grabbed the invisible saber insect that had been floating beside him. He and Su Clan 16 were already archenemies with young Master Hai, and Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant was a member of the young Master Hai's camp. Now that members of the two camps have met, even if they both might want to simply smile at one another, it was impossible for each to have their own way. Song Shuhang currently had Senior Turtle to his left, Scarlet Heaven Sword to his right, and the virtuous Lamia ready to protect him. Facing Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant, he did not feel much pressure. At this moment, the sea turtle next to Song Shuhang suddenly raised its head and angrily spat at Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant. Pui dash, this time, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant failed to avoid it. The sea turtle's spit was too sudden, moreover, all his attention was on Song Shuhang's body, so he had cleanly fallen into their trap. F***CK, what are you doing standing in front of me for such a long time? The sea turtle stretched his neck, and said, "Scram to the side for me. Just looking at your face leaves me in a bad mood." Song Shuhang, Little Snow, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant. In the next moment, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant roared, "Uf***ker, when did I ever provoke you? You damn turtle, Wangba, you're seeking death." From his point of view, this sea turtle was only an ordinary monster turtle that was at most at the 2nd or 3rd stage. Did this monster turtle really think that he was afraid of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song? The sea turtle mocked, "Damn idiot, learn student knowledge well, a turtle and a Wangba are different. A Wangba is a freshwater turtle, while a sea turtle is a turtle. Your grandfather here is a turtle. Song Shuhang, previously, you told me that you are a Wangba and not a hero. Is it only when someone thinks the same way as you that you say, Wangba really do think the same way? It seems that you only wanted to curse at me, eh? I'm going to kill you and make you into turtle soup." Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant rushed towards Senior Turtle. Little Snow said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, he wants to kill your monster pet." "He isn't my monster pet," replied Song Shuhang. Go, kill this old turtle and make him into soup. I can even introduce Immortal Fairy Bie Xue to you." Little Snow asked, "Huh?" At this time, facing the fierce rush of Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant, the old sea turtle rushed up without any hesitation by quickly crawling towards Mad Tyrant. Bang, 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 bang dash, the two parties made contact. After a while, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant was beaten to the ground by the old sea turtle, and Senior Turtle's forelegs forcefully smashed Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant's face. The demon monarch was dumbfounded. And in the next moment, he was knocked out. After the beating, the old sea turtle muttered, "Really, I have never seen such a person. As soon as I saw him, I wanted to spit at him and beat him up." Song Shuhang replied, "Senior Turtle, it's probably the problem that demon monarch Mad Tyrant has regarding his constitution. It is said that he was born with a provoking constitution." "Such a weird constitution?" The sea turtle blinked. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "You should have seen it just now. The fancy-robed cultivator did not know him at all, yet he just suddenly provoked him." The sea turtle murmured, "This guy, it wasn't easy for him to have lived to this day." Song Shuhang said, "Yeah, but then again, why were you affected by Senior Turtle's constitution? With your strength, you shouldn't have been affected by something of this level." The sea turtle blinked, and said, "Perhaps it's the aftermath of my master's sealing my realm." For some reason, Song Shuhang felt that Senior Turtle just wanted to beat the other party up. After beating up Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant, the sea turtle stretched its claws and searched Mad Tyrant's body. Soon, it found a bag of spiritual stones. "Che, this guy only brought such a small amount of money when going out," the sea turtle said, dissatisfied, but it kept the spiritual stones nonetheless. Besides that, it also found several refining materials, but found them uninteresting and simply threw them over to Song Shuhang. "Little friend Song, you can have these." Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Thank you, senior. There are also these, they were my real goal this time. There's the Heavenly Master's Righteous Techniques, Thunder Techniques chapter, and the detailed explanation on how to set up an illusion formation. As their titles suggest, one has records on rather powerful thunder techniques, while the other one is on illusion formations. Do you want them?" The sea turtle turned his head and looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. "Yes, please." The sea turtle threw them over to Song Shuhang casually. "No need to thank me. I heard you chattering last night, saying that the number of magical techniques you've grasped isn't enough. Just now, I happened to sense that this guy was carrying some magical techniques with him, and since this guy's head doesn't seem to be that well, I simply grabbed them for you. You don't have to feel too touched." Heavens! Could I have misunderstood Senior Turtle just now? Song Shuhang was moved beyond tears. The sea turtle kicked Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant aside, and said to Song Shuhang, "All right, let's go and buy that Buddha's hand fruit." Little Snow was utterly stunned when she heard Senior Tyrannical Song actually call the sea turtle, Senior Turtle. She had ignored the turtle before. Would she be hated by it? Even Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant was beaten up in an instant by Senior Turtle, so could her fate be even worse? Little Snow felt uneasy, but took Song Shuhang and Senior Turtle to the counter selling Buddha's hand fruit nonetheless. "Benefactors, what do you need?" a white-robed monk asked with a smile. Song Shuhang said, "Buddha's hand fruit." "Senior Turtle, how many do we need?" The sea turtle replied, 5 will be enough." The white-robed monk's smile remained unchanged as he took out 5 Buddha's hand fruit and handed them to Song Shuhang. Each Buddha's hand fruit costs 5 5th-stage spiritual stones, so the total is 25 5th-stage spiritual stones. At the same time, he silently glanced at Song Shuhang. It was actually Profound Sage Tyrannical Song in the flesh. Today's really a lucky day. The first sage in 1,000 years was actually buying things from his stall. He would gain a lot of face from this. Song Shuhang thought that each fruit would cost a single 5th-stage spiritual stone. Fortunately, he still had a few spirit stones left. Song Shuhang took out 2 6th-stage spirit stones and 5 5th-stage spirit stones and gave them to the white-robed monk. The white-robed monk excitedly took the spirit stones and brought out a small box. "Senior Tyrannical Song, in fact, we happen to have a deal right now. Those who purchase an amount worth a 6th-stage spirit stone get a refined seaweed mask." Song Shuhang said, "Thanks." A Buddhist sect selling a seaweed mask felt quite weird. Seaweed? Senior Turtle licked the corner of his mouth. He liked seaweed the most, so he said to Song Shuhang. Give it to me. Senior, you want it? Song Shuhang's mind imagined Senior Turtle wearing a mask. That image was simply too spicy. However, since Senior Turtle wanted it, he could only give it to him. Song Shuhang gave this small box with seaweed mask to Senior Turtle. Senior Turtle stored it contentedly. He then glanced at the white-robed monk, and transmitted his voice to Song Shuhang. This young monk is a good man, give him some guidance in my place. Just tell him that his Dragon Palm Dantian currently seems to be full of true chi and a breakthrough is imminent. However, if he wants to go further on the path of cultivation, he will have to press onward a bit more. He has to close up for 1 month and circulate his true chi throughout his entire body to achieve a breakthrough. As he has taken a natural treasure before, the foundations of his previous dantians are rather lacking, making them a hidden danger. Song Shuhang, a seaweed mask was actually exchanged for guidance from a 9th stage Tribulation transcender. This white-robed monk really made a profit. Little monk, what's your name? Song Shuhang slightly urged his sage seal, to make himself appear more like a profound sage. The white-robed monk excitedly said, replying to Senior Tyrannical Song, my name is Guo. Song Shuhang asked, You don't have a Dharma name? The white-robed monk embarrassedly touched his bald head. Well, Senior Tyrannical Song, to be honest, I came to the lustrous Eastern Buddhist sect to do odd jobs and earn some spirit stones. I am actually a loose cultivator and my goal is to become the most overbearing spear cultivator. Song Shuhang, F***ck, that's also a thing? Song Shuhang calmly said, Little friend Guo, I see that the realm of your Dragon Palm Dantian is overflowing and a breakthrough is imminent. Guo Xiaohai nodded vigorously. Yes, Senior. Song Shuhang asked, do you want to go further on the path of cultivation? Guo Xiaohai sat upright, and said, I request guidance from Senior. He knew that his opportunity had come. Song Shuhang said, you have taken a natural treasure before, thereby causing your previous dantians to have lacking foundations, leaving hidden dangers. What would be best for you to do next is to spend a month in secluded cultivation and refine the true chi in your body. This will greatly help you when you ascend to higher realms in the future. Guo Xiaohai said, Senior, thank you for your guidance. The path of cultivation is long. Little friend, I hope that you become a strong spear cultivator one day. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Guo Xiaohai felt greatly touched and sucked in air through his nose. Unfortunately, although he always wanted to be a top spear cultivator, his talent was all in sword cultivation. However, that was really some value he got for that mask just now. After leaving the market, the sea turtle said to Song Shuhang, now, send me to the Palace of Winter, I'll borrow that place's pill furnace. After at most 1 day, I will have made the ice soul pill. Song Shuhang said, thank you, Senior Turtle. He was finally going to be able to solve Li Yinzhu's cold disease. With this, he would also be able to completely resolve his karmic ties with Taoist priest Li Tiansu.